said that it's, you know, that's him 100%. I mean, without me hearing his voice, I'm like, you know, it's unconfirmed. But if you got friends that knew him and grew up with him saying it's confirmed, then I gotta say, hey, yeah, this is probably Brian Koberger. But, you know, I did send it into the FBI. I did clip that. I also went through 80,000 phone calls, found the number, sent it into the FBI as well, and they have that, and hopefully they get down to that information.
Good. Do you know that they are in receipt of it? Did they come back to you at all?
I know they have it. I never got an email back yet.
Let that man cook. Let that man cook.
Oh shit! Oh shit! I'm gonna come.
Go ahead. Do it.
I want you to.
I'm Donald Trump, and I approve this message.
Bing bong bong bing bing bing. Bing bong bong bing bing bing.
I'm here to tell you right now. We don't. Let me tell you, we don't care, Jerry.
What is going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to the stream. Let me make sure I hit this real quick. Bring this back. Welcome to the stream. Make sure you hit the like button as you're coming in. There's a lot to talk about tonight. A lot that came to my attention, or actually was brought to my attention. But shout out to everybody in the building tonight. We're feeling great. Make sure you hit that like button. Welcome. Thank you for joining me on this late show. I know it's 10:17 here Central Time. Salute to the people on the East Coast. I know it's 11:17. The Fishbowl Bobbies and the Fishbowl Nancy's. I'm just playing. Shout out to y'all, though. I appreciate you pulling it up. Make sure you hit that like button as you're coming in. Turn on that notification bell. And if you don't, if you ain't getting down with it, hit the door. You know what time it is. Delana, I see you. Nice to see you, my friend. You said, I'm so glad we're talking about this today. I want to know what everyone thinks of the hearing today. We're going to dive into it because we're going to go over it. We're going to go over it. All right. We're definitely going to go over it and we're going to talk about it. So I definitely wanted to dive into that. So I want to go over a few things just from the get-go. And while I continue to holler at a few of you real quick, and then I want to go over some of the notes that I have from what I was able to collect that happened. What's going on, Somebody Time? Welcome to the stream, my friend Candy Rappers. You said he didn't make a ruling on any of it today, which I think speaks volumes, but I believe the trial starts the end of May, 1st of April. I'll find out and let you know for sure. The trial starts what? I'm almost positive it starts August 11th, right? August 11th. They picked the jury. What was it, July 31st? Maybe I could be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure the end of July. What's going on, RC Dude? Welcome to the stream. Alicia, you said when's the trial? That is coming right on up. Again, August 11th, I believe. Janet, how are you doing tonight? Nice to see you, my friend. You said, I hope you are staying warm. Oh, I'm warm as can be. I just got a workout in. Then I figured I'd shoot on here and come hang out with y'all, and we'll get into this stream and really talk about what went on during this and what information came out, because I've been hearing a lot. I definitely have been. Good evening, all Rev Gang. Nice to see you, Steffi. Always glad to have you here with us on, you definitely pop up every damn stream. It doesn't matter if it's night, daytime. It doesn't matter what type of time it is. Thank you, Candy Rapper, for the 17 months. I appreciate your commitment here, my friend, as always. Again, everybody, as you come in and smash that like button, it's free 99. We don't beg for money around here. We don't do none of that. We jump straight into the story. We're going to get into those topics. I open up the phone lines if people want to call in and talk. If not, I'll talk to you. I'll talk your ear off all night. You already know what time it is, though. Shout out to y'all. I appreciate you. Oh, man. You said, Trev, I'll warm you up. Damn. I'm talking about the Kareem Rich. Oh, okay. I got you. That makes sense. So the battle, I put this thing together, right? I'm like, the battle over evidence, Brian Koberger's defense team pushes to suppress key findings in court. Now, the case against Brian Koberger, the criminology PhD student accused of brutally murdering 4 University of Idaho students in November of 2022, entered a critical phase today as his defense team challenged the credibility and how crucial the evidence is in court. With pretrial motions underway, Kohberger's attorneys are fighting to suppress what prosecutors describe as a backbone of their case. And today's hearing unveiled fresh arguments and evidence related to controversies that could determine the outcome of this high-profile case, which, again, I won't miss this. This is going to be a crazy trial, mark my words. I think it's going to be crazier than the Thug trial. And that trial was crazy just from how many days they went through it. Now, from DNA analysts to eyewitness credibility and questions surrounding the investigative procedures, the defense team is leaving no stone unturned. And that's how I look at it. But setting the stage of the recap of the case, for those unfamiliar with the story, Bryan Kohberger was arrested on December 30th of 2022 in connection with the murders of 4 University of Idaho students, that being Kaylee Gonsalves, Madison Mogan, Xander Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin. The victims were found stabbed to death in an off-campus rental home in Moscow, Idaho on November 13th of 2022. Now, Kohberger, a graduate student in criminology at Washington State University, became the primary suspect after investigators linked him to the crime scene through cell phone records, surveillance footage of his white Hyundai Elantra, and DNA found on a sheath or a knife sheath left at the scene. Now, he has been charged with the 4 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of burglary, but has maintained his innocence throughout. Now, today's hearing marked another pivotal moment as Kohberger's legal team launched an aggressive attempt to undermine the prosecution's case. Okay. A lot of people are talking. I see the talks out there are 50-50. And as we're going on through this stream, I want to continue to ask you guys, and as people come in, people leave, do you think that there is a chance that this sheath is ruled out of being involved in this case? Do you think that that's a possibility? Is that something that we may see? What do you think? You say keep it clean, peeps. You're funny. A lot was revealed. One, DM was not able to identify him through a photo. Woo, damn. That makes it that I don't know. That makes it that definitely makes it chippy for sure. When you can't identify the suspect, nobody at the scene can identify him. So again, I think Chatty Kit Kat, and you may disagree with me, and we don't care about that. Oh my God, Chatty Kit Kat don't agree with me. I'm gonna go throw a fit and kick fucking wall in the corner. No, but this is what I personally think when it comes down to it. If he does get convicted, it'll be because they had his DNA or have his DNA, but they can't place the knife with anyone else. Say there isn't a receipt for this knife or a K-bar knife, right? Say they don't find one, Chatty Kit Kat, right? But they do. They have this knife sheath, right? They have this knife sheath, but there's no receipt to any K-bar knife that Bryan Kohberger ever bought. Let's just go with that. Let's go with that, right? And they convict them. It'll be because they can't find anyone else to place this K-bar knife with. There will be no connection. That's what I think. They're going to have to find somewhere where this. And again, if there is a receipt, he's screwed. If there's a receipt that he bought with a K-bar knife and now this K-bar knife is missing and there's no sheath and there's no sign of you sold this K-bar to anyone on a Facebook marketplace, on anything else, then I feel like he's in trouble. I really do. You said, Corey, that one wrote children's book after she poisoned husband. Dang, that's crazy. Does anyone think he'll have bushy eyelashes waxed, shaved before trial? Just kidding. He said, I see what you're saying. Not trying to be funny. I do see what you're saying. And they might wax the eyebrows. They might thin them up. You never know. You never know. Good. You don't know what I'm talking about. What's up, Gold Dust Woman? Nice to see you, by the way. Shammy, nice to see you too. You said, I don't think BK did it. I think he was set up. And it's very possible once the evidence comes out, you could be absolutely right. We just don't know the story. We don't know what went on that night. We really don't know Kohberger's account of events of his whole entire night. What did he do that night on November 13th that they're saying he traveled from place to place to place to place? Do they have a license plate that says Pennsylvania? Do they have anything that's significant to help the case other than this DNA? If, say, they were to get this knife sheath thrown out, is there other DNA? Again, is his blood mixed in with the victim's blood? I heard that there was unknown blood on a handrail. That's what we're hearing, right? That's what we're hearing. So, hold up. You said no. I agree, T-REV. I believe he is guilty. This is what was revealed in court. I do hope there is a receipt. And we don't ever want anyone to just be guilty. We want the right person to be guilty, because I'm sure we can find shit and make people guilty. You know, you could. And that's weird. Get that shit out of here. Get goofies out of here. Any negative, get them out of here right away, mods. Tonight we're not paying any attention to that goofy shit. But anyways, back to what I was talking about. I don't know. We're going to dive into several different topics. But again, the defense challenges evidence in a breakdown of today's hearing. And that's what I was jumping into. So, and I just was going through the recap of the case, which was setting the stage for everybody who was coming in it, who may not know this case. Say you're new here, you just came by, you're checking it out, you're new into the case. So I just wanted to give you the recap of the case. And now, again, the defense challenging evidence in a breakdown of today's hearing, which the defense made several key arguments in their motion to suppress evidence, focusing on alleged mishandling of forensic evidence, inconsistencies in eyewitness testimony, and procedural missteps during the investigation. Now, it says below, I had put down a detailed breakdown of the points raised during today's court proceedings. 1, DNA evidence under scrutiny. One of the most significant elements of the prosecution's case is DNA evidence found on the knife sheath recovered at the crime scene. This DNA allegedly matches Kohberger through a genealogical analysis that traced his family connections now, or familiar connections. Now, defense argument is that Kohberger's attorneys challenged the admissibility of this evidence, now arguing that the genetic genealogy process used to identify him was untested and lacks clear legal guidelines. And according to reports from News Nation, which I know they're talking to the Gonsalves family. I've been waiting for this interview. Somebody said there was going to be Kaylee's parents were going to drop on News Nation tonight, and I didn't see that video. If there is that video, make sure you email it to me at revgangtruecrime@gmail.com so we can check it out here. I do want to check that out, and I do want to go through this court hearing and check that out, take some phone calls and chop it up with you guys, maybe bring somebody up, whatever we end up doing. But again, it's Kohberger's attorney that is challenging this admissibility of the evidence. Again, the way that they went and got it, and also according to reports, which it says from News Nation, the defense has also questioned the chain of custody for the DNA samples, suggesting possible contamination or improper handling during its collection and transport. Why does it matter? If the judge sides with the defense, the loss of DNA evidence would deal a serious blow to the prosecution's case, and without it, much of their narrative tying Kohberger to the crime scene would rely on circumstantial evidence such as cell phone records and surveillance footage. Now, this is my question to all my folks who've really been diving into true crime for a long time and following cases and really following, even going through to watch trials. My question to you is, if there was other blood or DNA evidence, do you think that would have leaked out by now to the forefront and that wouldn't be being held back? Do you think that something like that would not, do you get what I'm saying? So for instance, they had this gag order on this case and nobody was ever, able to really talk, and they haven't been able to. Annette, I'm going to read this in 1 second. They just really never, they came forward with it's like sprinkles of things that they've dropped throughout this paperwork. And you really got to be reading the paperwork to see it. And a lot of people did, which it was able to be brought to fruition and brought forward by people who do research or who are getting these paper and reading through this paperwork and actually putting videos out and the content out, and it's spreading like a wildfire. And we've seen this whole time with this case, but it is important to look through that paperwork because there is details in there. But do you guys think that, again, there is other evidence, other blood evidence, DNA evidence that ties back to Kohlberger, where they say, screw it, you can take the knife sheath out if you want. We're good. We have other stuff. So is it something to that manner is what I'm trying to ask. Is that, do you think it would be something like that? What's going on, Trey? Welcome to the stream. Nice to see you, my friend. Glad to see you here. I hope you had a wonderful day. You said he made a purchase in the store and most have cams. He paid cash from hand to hand, sell from whom and how. Said, in my opinion, he's the right guy. Can they get him off? They got OJ off. Can go either way. I don't know. That's a good point too, Pam. I got to agree with you 100%. I got to agree with you 100%. If you got no blood in the car, okay? If you got no blood in the car and you have certain things that they can't prove, they don't see a clear license plate, but you only have a knife sheath. Let's be honest. If there's no DNA in the house of him tying back to him at all, and they tore this house down, yeah, they could be in some deep shit, Pam. They really could get the right dude could get off, is what I'm saying. The person who had done this, if you did this, if these investigators did a shitty job on this investigation and they really messed up, I swear on everything I love, something just strikes a chord in me that I to this day, and I'm gonna stand on it for a long time. I'm gonna actually stand on it until it changes. I'll let you know. But tearing the house down, I think, was one of the biggest mistakes they may have ever made. And we'll go on to see how big of a mistake it was that they did that, to be honest with you. You say he's guilty and will be convicted. And as far as OJ, he was covering up for his son and who did the actual killings of Nicole. I've heard that a few times, but it's not the super popular one. We could jump into OJ one day because that was one of the first trials that I watched. Patsy Cline, nice to see you, my friend. And Naomi said, no chance he's getting off. Ain't no doubt. I don't think he is either. I think we should just straight up. Are you not entertained? Hold on, that's the wrong one, man. Come on, we need this one.
Let that man cook.
We need to let that man cook. He said, I'm down. Uncle Lester, but this boy's been talking crazy. Man, I'm Uncle Lester, your ass up out of here. I see you say one more dumbass fucking comment. Excuse my language. But eyewitness testimony challenge. The defense also targeted the testimony of Dylan Mortensen, one of the surviving roommates. And I'm just going down the line here. I'll kind of go over the last of what I was just going over, which the DNA evidence under scrutiny. One of the most significant elements, again, of the prosecution's case is the DNA evidence found on the sheath recovered at the crime scene. Now, this DNA allegedly matches Kohlberger through a genealogy analyst database that traced his familiar connections. And again, the defense's argument is that Kohlberger's attorneys challenged the admissibility of this evidence, arguing that the genetic genealogy process used to identify him was untested and lacks clear legal guidelines. Now, according to reports from News Nation, the defense also questioned the chain of custody for the DNA sample and suggesting possible contamination or improper handling during its collection and transport. Why it matters? Well, again, I did go over this before, but I'm going to go over it this one last time because I rambled there for a second. Why it matters. If the judge sides with the defense, the loss of DNA evidence would deal a serious blow to the prosecution's case. Agreed. Without it, much of their narrative tying Kohlberger to the crime scene, from what we know right now, rely on circumstantial evidence such as phone or cell phone records, obviously, and surveillance footage. And then now we're going to jump into, again, the eyewitness testimony, which is number 2 from today. The defense also targeted the testimony of Dylan Mortensen, one of the surviving roommates who lived in an off-campus home. And Mortensen previously told investigators she saw a figure dressed in black leaving the house on the night of the murders. The defense argued, as reported by Newsweek, Kohlberger's lawyers questioned Mortensen's credibility, pointing to potential inconsistencies in her story, asking why she didn't immediately call 911 after the sighting. Now, also, they implied that her account may have been influenced by trauma or memory gaps, making it unreliable. And also, the prosecution's counterpoint is Prosecutors countered that Mortensen's delayed reaction was not unusual given the traumatic nature of the events, and emphasized that her testimony still provides a critical link to Kohberger's presence at the crime scene. Now, I think that's a good point by the prosecutors. I think it's a good point by the defense. They're doing their job. And when we get down to here, the physical evidence, the glove, and the blood on the rail, here we go. Another focus of today's hearing was the defense's challenge to physical evidence, including a glove and traces of blood allegedly found on a railing near the crime scene. Now, they're saying near the crime scene. Defense's argument, Kohberger's attorneys argued that these items were not properly cataloged or handled, and according to the investigative standards, leaving a room for doubt about the reliability. Now, prosecution's response was the prosecution asserted that the evidence was collected and analyzed in full compliance with the proper procedures and that its connection to the crime scene was clear and compelling. And also, 4 procedural missteps alleged by the defense. Beyond the specific pieces of evidence, Kohberger's legal team raised broader concerns about the investigation itself. And according to KIVI-TV, the defense suggested that law enforcement may have cut corners or prematurely focused on Kohberger without exploring alternative suspects. This argument feeds into their overarching strategy, which is to plant seeds of doubt about the thoroughness and fairness of the investigation. So what happens if the judge rules in the favor of defense? That's a question I had. So I had to do some research. And it's probably maybe a question you have or maybe a question you already know. And this is just what I could come up with here. If the court sides with the defense and suppresses key evidence, like particularly the DNA on the knife sheath, it would significantly weaken the prosecution's case. I mean, that's what I think. And without that piece of evidence, y'all, if there is no blood in the car and no other DNA links, not on the victims, no, you know what I mean? No mixed blood from him on the victims, nothing, none of that. I think it will be a tough case. Now, with the vehicle being in the area, I think it does leave that no matter what, if they're able to prove certain things, I think their chances of getting a guilty verdict are high. But at the same time, you never know what else we're going to hear within this story. There was several people at the crime scene very early on, and they were contaminated. And let's just be honest, this is a college house. This is a DNA cesspool. So, you know, I'm surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if they were getting all types of DNA hits in that house. Now, again, without that critical piece of forensic evidence, much of the case would hinge on circumstantial factors, like Kohberger's proximity to the crime scene and his behavior leading up to the arrest, and Mortensen's testimony. And I've been saying that Mortensen's testimony is going to be key in this case. I really think it's going to be. You know what I mean? Because allegedly she came face to face with him, and if she can't pick him out of a lineup, woo. Now, for the prosecution, preserving the integrity of the evidence is essential to securing a conviction. So we have to understand that too as a crazy gag order and emotional impact, obviously, on the victim families. Today's developments are undoubtedly difficult for the families of the victims. Now, for over 2 years, they have been waiting for justice, and only to see the case bogged down in a legal wrangling over evidence, obviously, and procedures. And Kaylee Gonsalves' family is particularly vocal throughout the trial process. We know that, advocating for transparency and accountability while expressing frustration with delays. I don't know what's next. I mean, Kohberger is just we're gonna have to figure out if this evidence is gonna be suppressed or not. You know, is it going to be? Is it gonna be? I don't know. What's going on, Captain Jenks? Nice to see you, my friend. Good to see you. You said, why can't I hear? I don't know. You might need to turn that volume up, or be not loud enough. I see me peaking right now. I'm hitting in the orange. I'm gonna dive into this. Let's watch a little bit. I'm gonna speed it up too, because I want to hear from y'all. I want to hear from some of y'all on the phone tonight on your thoughts on this. I'm about to speed this bad boy up. And it shouldn't lag tonight. There's no way. And it already is. Kinda. Not like it was, though. Here we go. I want to hear it. You know, there's nothing like when that was just researching it and really getting it broke down and going through different articles and picking out the facts that I'm seeing laid out here. I didn't even get to watch this, by the way. That's what took me a minute. I was sitting back, like I've been for like the last, since I got home from therapy, I was putting together what I could find. I seen people sending me stuff. So I was doing, I started to dive into things. I didn't get to watch this. I wanted to come on here, watch it with y'all and really, I know some of y'all already watched it and I'm going to speed it up. I'm going to play it on a certain speed too. So we could, I really wanted to hear this myself, even though I've already researched and know what I'm, know what's to come. I want to hear it from them in the way that it was delivered. Cause that I think body language tells a lot, in my opinion. Body language will tell you everything. Hold on, let me bring this back to about right here. Damn, man. All right, here we go. That is you said tomorrow will be interesting for sure. In my opinion, he's guilty, but I'll never attempt to marry his wife. Attempt to guess juries anymore. By the way, I have a law degree. That's what's up, man. Shout out to you. We don't want to hear that damn paperwork in that damn court, boy. You better take that shit out of here.
FBI, open up! Let that man cook.
He said, I can't wait for the trial. What? I'm going to sit here and mute my shit during the trial. We're watching it. Watch. You'll see. We'll be into that. You said, refresh my memory, but wasn't the guy DM saw wearing a mask over the lower portion of his face? If so, how could she accurately pick him out from a lineup? Yeah, that's a good point too, Patsy. I just think of things like that,
All right, we are on the record.
The reason why, Patsy, I think of things like that because you know how many times we hear the accurate reporting, and I know you know this, Patsy, the inaccurate reporting of the school shootings at the beginning and the rumors and things that fly around, 5 deaths, 4 deaths. You see inaccurate reporting and then you see things be corrected later. And this may be one of those things because we got to remember early on, there was a gag order placed on this case. So any information that did get leaked out was leaked out through people, probably to family members and stuff like that is what I'm saying. And you never know. You never know what somebody got drunk one night at the sheriff's office who was working the case. You know what? That guy Kopecker's DNA and ID was at the scene. And then drunk, he'd wake up the next day and be like, damn, I should have never said that, man. I should have never did that. Why did I tell her that shit? She's probably out there telling Bobby, Ricky, Johnny, Sarah. You know what I mean? I don't know. That's how I look at things because people talk. And I don't care. Even the people who work the scenes and look at the evidence and these lawyers, some of these people even gossip when they get a little buzz going. They get the feeling good, feeling like Superman. Yeah, I've been working this Koberger case, and I'm telling you right now, they have evidence on them, but we might be able to get rid of it. I'm telling you, you know what time it is. It's like working it's like going to school. As soon as you get out of school, you enter another school. I don't care if you work for the state, McDonald's, KFC. Every workplace environment reminds me of a fucking school cafeteria. I'm just saying. Boy, information flies around in that bad boy.
665.
What's going on?
The state is represented by Mr. Thompson, Mr. Nye, and Ms. Jennings. The defense is represented by Ms. Taylor and Ms. Massoth. The defendant has been excused from appearing. The defendant himself has been excused from appearing today. With us also are petitioners, counsel representing petitioners, Ms. Olson and Mr. Pedersen. Today's hearing was set to address the
I got you. I'll erase the poll. I'll put a new one up, Mama D. I got you.
To be heard as interested parties related to the court's closure of a portion of the hearing set for Thursday and Friday. So with that, I will let, whether it's, I'm not sure if Ms. Olson or Mr. Peterson is addressing the court today, but whomever is may address the court.
Thank you, Your Honor. It will be Ms. Olson on behalf of the interested parties who are various media organizations and professional journalist organizations with a history of covering the proceedings in this case. And the interested parties thank the court for this opportunity to address this issue regarding press and public access to the hearings that are scheduled to start tomorrow at 9 a.m. Your Honor, as the court knows, the United States Supreme Court has long acknowledged that the First Amendment.
Hold up, you said Trev, you didn't give it. Hold up, do I need to fix it? Hold up, let me look at this poll. Now, hold up. All right, now I gotta look at it because now, hold up. What's the chances of Kohlberger gets off? 100%, 75%, 50%. Trev, he's walking out the doors free. All right, hold up. You know what? I meant to put. Hold on, let's redo this. Do you think Kohlberger will walk free from the courthouse after the 2025 trial? Let's make it this way. Yes, I do. No way in hell. He did it. 50-50. Need more info. All right, I got you right here. Here you go. My bad, y'all. That wasn't crazy. I meant to add a, need more. I'm glad y'all called that out quick. Boy, Delana called that out right away. Need more options. All right. 50-50. Need more info. All right. There she is. Okay. All right, we're good.
Amendment protects the rights of the public and the press to attend criminal proceedings. And while few cases in Idaho have dealt directly with public access to pretrial proceedings, and in particular suppression hearings, at the federal level, both the United States Supreme Court in Waller versus Georgia and the Ninth Circuit in Associated Press versus U.S. District Court for the Central District of California and in United States versus Brooklier have addressed the issue. Waller did so in the Sixth Amendment context. Brooklier found that the First Amendment right of access extends to suppression hearings, and in Associated Press, the Ninth Circuit extended the logic in Brooklier to pretrial filings, writing in the very first part of its opinion, there is no reason to distinguish between pretrial proceedings and the documents filed in regard to them. Notably, both Associated Press and Brooklier involved high publicity, highly public defendants and charges. Associated Press involved federal narcotics charges against, among others, John DeLorean, and the Brooklier case involved a RICO prosecution against members of the criminal enterprise La Cosa Nostra. Waller, in particular, in its decision, sets out the benefits that the U.S. Supreme Court has seen in its various decisions that arise from public proceedings in criminal cases. It notes that in Gannett, a case in which the United States Supreme Court looked at but did not decide the issue of press access to suppression hearings, that the requirement of a public trial is for the benefit of the accused, that the public may see he is fairly dealt with and not unjustly condemned, and that the presence of interested spectators may keep his triers keenly alive to a sense of their responsibility and the importance of their functions, and in turn quoted other cases. In addition to ensuring that the judge and the prosecutor carry out their duties responsibly, a public trial and public proceedings encourage witnesses to come forward and discourages perjury. Your Honor, prior to closing a criminal proceeding, the court must afford those excluded from the proceeding a reasonable opportunity to state their objections. We appreciate the court providing us that opportunity here. And the court must also comply with the requirements set out in Press Enterprise 2 before it can close those proceedings. A criminal proceeding can only be closed if the court makes specific findings on the record as required by that case. And those specific findings need to be sufficient in writings, insufficient so that a party excluded can challenge them. The Ninth Circuit has explained that a court cannot be closed in criminal proceedings unless such closure serves a public interest. There's a substantial probability that in the absence of closure, this compelling interest would be harmed, and that there are no alternatives to closure that would adequately protect the compelling interest. And that's in Oregonian at 920 F. 2nd at 1466, quoting from the Press Enterprise 2 test. Here, Your Honor, the interest parties are not arguing for a blanket order opening the court. We are arguing for the court to adhere to this long-established process of determining how and under what circumstances a court could be closed for a hearing. For many of the media outlets we represent, even in national security, child sex assault, and organized crime cases that they cover, the process that we are seeking has been carefully followed. The public and the media have a right to appeal unwarranted closures of a courtroom, but they're unable to determine whether the court is being closed appropriately because the court so far has not made public the most basic information regarding the reasons for its closure. The defendant in this case, in both its January 13th and January 21st filings, seeks an open hearing and asserts that an open hearing is of utmost importance to him. Therefore, any concerns about the closure being required to ensure the defendant's right to a fair trial are moot. And as Mr. Koberger pointed out in his motion to hold an open hearing, the Supreme Court in Waller held that when the defendant objects to the closure of a suppression hearing,
No, ain't
the
no
hearing
party
must
like
be
a
open,
Diddy party.
unless
So
the party seeking to close the hearing advances an overriding interest that is likely to be prejudiced. The burden is on the party seeking closure. That's from Oregonian 920 F. 2nd at 1467 and Brooklyn.
What the hell is she talking about?
If Diddy did diddle dudes, how many dudes did Diddy diddle?
According to my calculations, if Diddy did diddle dudes, Diddy diddled over 1 billion dudes.
Oh, damn, does that mean Diddy's getting his doodle did?
Oh, most definitely. If Diddy's found guilty, Diddy's definitely getting his doodle hole diddled by dudes with large diddles.
Oh, Diddy done did it now.
Clear 685 F. 2nd at 1167. As we understand it, Your Honor, the interest being advanced by the state is concern for information being provided to the potential jury pool and possible inadmissible evidence being discussed in open court. But that is inherent, Your Honor, in any motion to suppress hearing. The whole basis of the hearing is to see whether the evidence should be excluded or admitted at trial. Concern about the public maybe learning about this evidence, and even if it ends up being inadmissible, is therefore not an overriding interest. And absent that some evidence that this discussion that would occur in the hearing would taint a jury pool or provide information that would be difficult to seat a jury, I think that is also not sufficient evidence for this court to find a compelling interest and warrant closure of the hearing over both Mr. Koberger's objection and then the right of public access. It also appears from Mr. Koberger's filing yesterday that the state asserted that Mr. Koberger's acquiescence to the non-dissemination order somehow argue that Mr. Koberger cannot now object to this closure. Not certain if that was the argument the defense, that the state advanced, because we haven't seen their pleading. It's not on the cases of interest website. But as I
Woman, can I tell you something from the deep down solar cold parts of my heartstrings?
a straight snitch.
I understand the non-dissemination order, Your Honor, and its purpose. It's directed at comments or.
Oh, and one more thing, by the
I'm
way.
here to tell you right now, we don't care.
Let me tell you,
We don't care.
Statements that are made outside of court proceedings and pleadings, and not at what can be said by the parties or their counsel in the courtroom. And the very purpose of the non-dissemination order, as I understand it, Your Honor, was to prohibit those sorts of extrajudicial comments by people who would be in the know, but that in-court proceedings are precisely the kind of information that should be available.
Patsy, I thought I was the only one. I ain't gonna hold you. I thought I was the only one over here saying,
excuse me, the fuck did you just say?
You know what I mean?
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit!
To the public as this case moves forward. Your Honor, I would submit also that there is tremendous public interest, and it serves a tremendous public good for the public to know at the time that it's being considered the evidence, whether the evidence that the state seeks to introduce at trial was gathered in a method that is constitutional or meets evidentiary thresholds for admission. A motion to suppress may be the critical stage of a criminal case. If essential evidence is suppressed, then the government will not be able to meet its burden of proof at trial. Indeed, Mr. Koberger made that exact argument in his filing yesterday. The purpose of the IGG was to investigate a criminal case. What is more, without IGG, this case would never have been brought against Mr. Koberger. The public should know precisely what law enforcement and prosecutors did in gathering such evidence and why and how the defendant thinks that was illegal. The court in Waller, when it was talking about the aims and interests of a public trial, noted that those aims and interests are no less pressing in a hearing to suppress evidence. And then they pointed again to several of the individual opinions in Gannett, the case where many Supreme Court justices opined that if they were addressing the question, they would say there's a First Amendment right of access to suppression hearings, but they didn't reach that question.
The judge is about to hit this damn button here in a second. He's about to say, man, hold on, where's his button at? He's gonna say,
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Fucking donkey.
In Gannett, the comments that many of those justices made was that in many cases, the suppression hearing was the only trial because the defendants thereafter pleaded guilty or the evidence was suppressed and no case went forward. And similar reasoning supported press access to preliminary hearings in one of the recent Idaho cases to address access to pretrial hearings, and that was the Cowles case. In Cowles, the Idaho Supreme Court noted that the process in conducting preliminary hearings in Idaho is likewise sufficiently like a trial to generally justify public access. And they pointed to the Supreme Court opinion in Press Enterprise 2, where they state that because of its extensive scope, the preliminary hearing is often the final and most important step in the criminal proceeding. The preliminary hearing in many cases provides the sole occasion for the public observation of the criminal justice system. And that may be the case in a motion to suppress hearing, particularly if either that motion is granted and not sufficient evidence exists to go forward, or even it is denied and a plea deal follows the resolution of the motion to suppress. In a Franks hearing, Your Honor, the court is addressing the very critical issue of whether a law enforcement officer made deliberate or reckless false statements in an affidavit submitted to the court. And prior to holding such a hearing, a court is to determine that whether the defendant has made a sufficient threshold showing that an actual hearing is necessary. An actual Franks hearing, in my experience, Your Honor, is unusual. On issues as critical as these, whether evidence was
like, we can't just boot this shit out the window and get the trial started. Just get the fire started up in the damn courtroom and load everybody in there and get this thing on the road. Come on, man. We've been waiting too long for this shit. We done seen Lake and Riley get justice. We don't see, man, come on. I can keep naming cases that came after and have justice right now. They're fighting over friggin' hair. What kind of hair was hanging out the friggin' sink type of shit, you know?
Was gathered properly, and whether law enforcement all statements to a court.
A straight snitch.
There is significant public interest, and public access plays a significant positive role in the functioning of the particular process, as the court outlined in the earlier cases I've identified. It's particularly true here, I think, Your Honor, with the Franks hearing, where there is that question regarding the truthfulness of the officer involved. In any criminal case, I would submit that it's of extreme public interest to know whether a law enforcement officer swearing that they have told the truth in a filing with a judge that will be used to gather evidence that can significantly impact the life.
I wonder what that whole thing at the apartment was too. Like that better have been something. All that reaction on camera and build up y'all did, sending that shit into mainstream media. The whole, oh shit, I wasn't expecting that. Oh shit, man, I wasn't expecting that. Let's go ahead and give the public bits and pieces of things, but let's hide the rest of it. And then we wonder why people make rap songs talking about how they hide things from us in life. Yeah, idiots. Come on, that's what I think about. I really think about it. What I say? Tell us a little bit. I said they give up a little information. I said they give up a little bit. They conceal the rest and expect us to believe what they say. How is change gonna happen? You let these pedophiles run about the trash shit. They touch kids, but the judge gives an ass kiss. And you expect us to want to roll with that shit? He touched a kid that gets 2 years maximum. You know, like, come on, we're talking to you. You give us this bullshit. You were supposed to be okay with this?
Oh, John, Tracy, we need to get this thing thrown out of court so we can get this killer. We can get this killer out of here. We want to get this killer out of our courtroom. This is DNA. He is planted.
Whatever. Get to it. If it's bullshit, if you're not gonna use it and it's admissible, then admit the shit. What are we doing all these court dates for? We could have already been at trial right now. Like, what are we talking about?
Liberty of an accused,
crazy,
whether
man.
that law enforcement officer tell the truth or whether the officer made deliberate or reckless false statements. I think it would be different, Your Honor, if it were a private citizen who made a misstatement of facts and there was a hearing about perhaps that person. The calculus might be a little bit different, but this is a person, a law enforcement officer who is cloaked with authority and has the ability to seek process, to get evidence, and ultimately lead to charges against an individual. Your Honor, the last thing that the court has to look at with respect to whether or not to close a...
If we're going to make an allegation, you're going to say there's unknown... Okay, so they talked about this unknown blood male at a... But the way that it was worded, you want to hear the way that it's worded? This is the way that it was worded. This unknown male glove and blood on the rail, okay? Ready? Another focus of today's hearing was the defense's challenge to physical evidence, including a glove and traces of blood allegedly found on a railing near the crime scene. So near the crime scene, what do you mean near the crime scene? What railing? Was it a railing at the neighbor's house, at Enan's? Where was this blood at on a railing near the crime scene? Was this a railing at the crime scene? Because when you say near, now I'm thinking it's near but not on the property. So now you got me confused as hell when it comes down to that, because it says another focus of today's hearing was the defense challenging to the physical evidence, including glove and traces of blood allegedly found on a railing near the crime scene. So what railing are we talking about? That's what I want to know about. What?
A hearing is whether there are alternatives to closure. And Your Honor, it is a little difficult in this situation for the interested parties to specify what that alternative to closure might be. But sort of looking at the documents that have been filed in this case and understanding that one of the initial concerns with the IGG evidence is the identity of perhaps family members of Mr. Kohberger, I would submit that there are two alternatives at least that might address that. One is that it's possible, of course, to show exhibits on a monitor in a hearing in court in a way that they're not displayed to people who might be watching online or in the courtroom, similar to what is done when there is a piece of evidence or an exhibit that is offered but it's not yet admitted. Would also submit, Your Honor, that perhaps redactions or some sort of general identifier, person one or person two, in place of a particular name would be sufficient if indeed the concern is revealing the names of relatives. Are you not entertained? That's very similar to a process that is done in healthcare fraud cases when we're dealing with individual patients whose records may be at issue in a case. And you're not.
So if they did it so illegally, then why the hell would they submit it that way? If they knew they obtained these records illegally, why would they even put it in the evidence if you were obtaining shit illegally? Like a defense team wouldn't be able to. I mean, it doesn't even. It doesn't take a freaking. What do they call? What is she? A rent? What do we call it? We call them multiple different things, right? I know he's got a rent a lawyer, a freaking court appointed, you know all the sayings that we got for attorneys that are given to you or handed to you by the court. It doesn't even take them to. I probably could have found this. I mean, we could have griped about this a long time ago. Shit, my 15-year-old son could have probably dug up this information until it was wrong. Like, come on, man. That's how simple some of this stuff is.
A medical malpractice case, but a healthcare fraud case where we're looking at the billings, and those individuals are often identified.
Yeah, no. It's a public pretender. I know there's so many different names, but that's one of the most common ones is public pretender. Then you got, they're not even really rental lawyers because you don't pay them. They're more of going to make money off of your name. So in general, you get what I'm saying? The courts are paying them, etc. But I don't know.
For example, by a random number or by a Medicaid identifier number, and not by their name. So their names are never revealed.
It just doesn't make sense to me. I have to keep pausing it because I'm thinking right now, and it's the officer. If this person, whoever collected this evidence, got this evidence and put this evidence in, why would they do it on such an open case where it just doesn't, something doesn't make sense? Say they did break a code, but maybe they didn't think it was breaking a code, etc. Now that would be something different. I don't know how they're going to handle that. It's going to be interesting to see how the judge takes this information in that he's being told right here, and to be, that he didn't decide on anything yet. It's going to be interesting to see his decision on what the breakdown of things are. You said, wait, what, Trevor? Can you read that again? What you heard about the blood outside and the glove, please? We know the glove was found outside by the garbage. Can you about the railing? Okay, I got you. Yeah, the railing. It's right here. Again, it's what I have written down from today's notes on things that we hear about: physical evidence, glove, and blood on a rail. Again, another focus of today's hearing was the defense's challenge to physical evidence, including a glove and traces of blood allegedly found on the railing near the crime scene. Now, the defense's argument is Kohberger's attorneys argued that these items were not properly cataloged or handled according to investigative standards, leaving room for doubt from the reliability. Now, the prosecution's response to that was the prosecution asserted that the evidence was collected and analyzed in full compliance with the proper procedures and that its connection to the crime scene was clear and compelling. You know what I mean? You said You're crazy.
revealed in the course of the proceedings.
That's
And so,
that
Your Honor,
part.
we would
This
submit that
is
alternatives
bullshit,
to
my
closure
opinion. I
such as
agree.
that would be available to the
All
court
of it
if the
is.
concern is identifying those particular names of people who are extended relatives of Mr. Kober. Finally, Your Honor, openness and transparency are more important than ever
Sit out
in
my face.
maintaining and restoring public confidence in our government institutions, in our courts, in law enforcement, in prosecutors' offices, and in institutions of the media. Open hearings, like an open suppression hearing, are necessary to let the public see how this critical part of our criminal justice process works. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Is either
Your Honor, please mute her mic. If you can go into the Zoom program and hit the mute button, we appreciate
Let
it.
that man cook.
the state or the defense wish to add anything?
What's going on, Jackie? Welcome to the stream, my friend.
That was not previously presented.
I would like to make a record on behalf of the defense.
Beyond what you did yesterday?
It would be consistent with what I did yesterday.
Okay, but I heard what you did yesterday. So.
Hold up. That that judge
Party,
said.
no, ain't no party like a Diddy party, so.
Oh my God!
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit!
I'm Donald Trump, and I approve this message.
New to add.
I don't have new. It would be consistent with what I did yesterday.
Okay, but I heard what you did yesterday. So, is you have anything new to add?
I don't have new information to add, Judge, other than having the ability to talk with the team about what your suggestion was and our concerns about arguing in open court. Would you like me to just address that?
Yeah, he's not
sure what you.
Yeah, I like the way this judge is. I'm not gonna lie, he's not playing games. He straight up said, "I already heard what you said yesterday. I already like him." Because that means he's ready to get down to it. He's sick of the games. He's sick of the bullshit. And he's looking at her saying,
"Fucking donkey."
Referring to, so I apologize.
So we had discussed that the evidentiary hearing portion of it for the IGG would be closed.
Correct.
But that we would argue the legal arguments in open court if we did not talk about the evidence that was brought out in the closed hearing. And after thinking about it overnight and talking about it today, we do not think that we can parse the argument that way. So it's still our position that all of this should be held. Are you not entertained? In court. And that's our same position. Are you not entertained? The Frank's proffer, with the exception that there will be in the proffer, there will be a need to talk about specific names and in particular names of some lay witnesses in directing the court to the 1,000 pages that were submitted into.
Excuse me, the fuck did you just say?
Go ahead. Do it. I want you to.
Submitted under seal in relation to the proffer.
All right. Well, with respect to the names, I'm sorry. With respect to the concern with respect to using names, submit a list of names with initials tomorrow, and you can use the initials.
Okay, we can do that.
Anything from the state, Mr. Thompson?
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit!
Not for me, Your Honor. Mr. Nye was actually speaking on behalf of the state yesterday. I'll defer to him.
Mr. Nye?
No, Your Honor, nothing beyond what was said yesterday. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate the presentation today. I will note this case is a little bit of an unusual posture in that there was previously a non-dissemination order issued in this case in which it was clear the tract of the court and at the time the parties was to avoid given the media scrutiny, the potential for impacting the jury pool that exists here with evidence that may ultimately not exist and evidence that may not ultimately be admissible. That order was challenged, I believe, by the press at the time, and the full hearing was held on that, and the judge issued an order on that. The closure of the proceedings thus far have been consistent with that prior ruling by the court, for which the petitioning parties were given an opportunity to be heard previously. I don't think much has changed in terms of the need to protect the jury pool here, given the intense media scrutiny that has and continues to follow. With
On my Idaho 4, folks. By the way, after this video, I'll open up the lines of people. I definitely want to chop it up with some of y'all about the case and just what your thoughts are, overall thoughts are on the things that you've heard from here and what were being talked about, or what was being talked about, which was, again, blood on a railing and this glove that a whole nother person found and unknown male DNA at the crime. Like this weird circumstances
with this case. Part of the rationale presented to the court yesterday for opening it was in order for the defense to make their case to the public. It's exactly why it's not open. We will be challenged under the best of circumstances of obtaining a jury that is not been overly exposed to this, and in particular exposed to evidence that ultimately may not come into this trial. I am, as I told the parties yesterday, particularly sensitive about closing things when we don't need to, and I think that there has been to date a over caution.
I actually do like this judge. I'm not going to hold you. I could tell he's about, being, I could see something in him that is good. I don't know what it is.
Asking that I seal things by stipulation that perhaps don't need to be sealed. And I've asked the parties to stop that, frankly, and to provide better rationales as to why I should seal what they're asking me to seal. That said, with respect to in particular, the IGG issues, particularly where I don't exactly know what the evidence will be forthcoming, I am concerned about the potential impact on a jury pool. In this case was moved to this court because of the defense's assertion that they could not get a jury pool in northern Idaho that would be unaffected by the case, even with the non-dissemination order in place. Ada County is as, if not more, intense.
See what I'm saying? Like he's shooting it straight. He said, if not more intense. Like, meaning y'all moved here for no damn reason, and my people in the back are saying.
And so I think there is need to be careful when we are addressing evidence that
I do like this judge.
Potentially is not going to be evidence in the case.
What's up, R.M. Worthington? Nice to see you, my friend.
In limine and the like, which is the concern that I have in particular with the Frank's hearing.
Everybody joining in.
That does appear to be evidence.
That like button as you're coming in. Come on, push this out. Hit the button.
It may not be evidence that has been particularly disseminated to date. As I talked with the party, there are other issues that I've asked the parties not to address specifically.
Grandmas and mamas,
as it relates to some of the motions to suppress.
Share it with your grandmas, your moms. I need more mamas and grandmas out here to keep my ass in line.
It doesn't need to be discussed specifically. For example, the evidence produced
the
warrants they seek to strike. And is that for that reason, my intent has been and continues to be that we will have as much of this hearing open by way of streaming possible. I have not and will not open the courtroom itself to parties in the courtroom because of the need to close it if I find, or the parties suggest to me, and I agree there's a need to discuss something at that moment outside the public's reach, which is easy to do by simply going offline for a minute. And that's what I intend to do tomorrow. In particular, the evidence with respect to the IGG, I think at this point it's appropriate to, and I will issue an order shortly, to keep that out of the public domain for the time being. Now, that may change down the line. My order certainly on the issue will ultimately give some information so that people can follow what happened from a legal perspective. But some of the factual details, until I know what those are, and I've seen that, I can't make that determination better. And so I think that this is the best way to proceed, because I can't unring a bell once it is rung with respect to potential evidence that in particular may not be evidence in this case. And so my intent would be to proceed with the evidence portion of the Franks hearing as it relates to IDG.
Let that man cook.
In a closed environment. I think we can decide at that time, before we go online, whether we can have the IGG portion of the Franks proffer publicly. The intent is, I think we understood from discussion yesterday.
Is that right? You like my bald head? If you're hitting on the judge, I'm jealous, damn it. You understand me? No, it's fine.
Yesterday that the rest of the evidence and the arguments, both on Franks and suppression as it relates to everything else, we should be able to do public. If there's an issue that is specific, like Ms. Massoth brought up, the need to mention a name that we need to protect from unwarranted harassment, which is a concern in this case, we can certainly refer to them by initial, particularly if you give me a roster with initials or other identifiers you'll be using, then I can follow along. And I think that's the better way to proceed, so that we can do as much of this in open light as possible. So I appreciate the petition. I don't think it has changed. I appreciate the defense has shifted its position to a degree here. I'm concerned that the purpose of the shift is to try the case publicly, as was offered to me.
I agree.
That doesn't give me comfort, to be frank.
I agree, man. I'd like this judge. I really do. Just based off this little sprinkle right here. I like this judge already.
But for the meantime, until we can, I can get a handle on the exact evidence that does in fact come in, given that it is potentially evidence that will not be admissible, and anyone who hears about it may therefore be removed from the jury panel. I think it's better.
Yeah, like they should have been removed from the fucking jury panel in the case of Angelica. Where's Angelica at? I need your help right now. I can't remember her name now. That's bad. The woman that was just convicted, everybody was like, she did it. She killed her husband. But I think she's covering for her son. And I can't think of the name off the top right now, because now, I think, trust me, I'm good with names and it'll come back to me. Melody. Yeah. I don't think Melody fully did that by herself. I think there's son involved, allegedly. If you haven't heard it from law enforcement, it is absolutely not true. But I think that man had something to do with the cooking.
Let that man cook.
That we proceed in this fashion for now.
May I raise one other issue, Your Honor?
Briefly.
Thank you, Your Honor. So first, Your Honor, with respect to the non-dissemination order, respectfully, we represented the interested parties at that time as well. In our understanding of those proceedings, it was amended a couple of times. The second time after we moved to intervene and challenge the dissemination order then in place. And as I understood Judge Judge's proceedings in front of him and the non-dissemination order, the purpose of that was to preclude extrajudicial statements and was not to preclude the attorneys from saying things in court that would be made public. The goal was to make sure that there was accurate information from people knowledgeable about the proceedings, and that was the forum in which they could do it. And I would also note that Rule 3.6 does have sort of this rebuttal portion to it that allows if the defense, if there is a statement that is made, under Rule 3.6, the defense is permitted to make public statements to sort of counter that. And I think that's probably what the defense was getting at in its submission to the court. And then finally, Your Honor, are the court's statements in court today intended to be?
And it's all over. If you want to watch the video, you can watch it. Like, so where else can you watch this video? All you got to do is type in live Kohlberger or live hearing Idaho students murder or Idaho student murders, and you're gonna find it immediately. So I see someone that just asked. You could definitely search that right now, and you're definitely gonna come up with probably about 10 different versions.
Be its specific findings regarding the manner in which the court is to implement the Press Enterprise 2 test, or will there be a written order so that my clients can be adequately prepared to decide what next steps to take?
Yeah, as I indicated, I intend to issue a written order following today's
My
hearing.
bald head.
I don't think that what you said accurately reflects my understanding of the defense's position yesterday, but I appreciate that. I do understand Judge's prior order to be dealing with extrajudicial statements because that's who he could control at the time, were witnesses and parties. But I also understand from a review of the record, there has been a concern throughout this case of exposure to
I had to look at that.
evidence that may ultimately be inadmissible, and that prior proceedings were closed for that purpose, consistent with Judge's ruling at that time. I agree it would be an extension of that, but in general, I think that's what they've been throughout this case. And at the end of the day, regardless of the outcome, the likelihood is everything will be unsealed.
Absolutely.
And before then, as soon as it can be done in a way that protects the case and the jury pool, which is
Everything will be unsealed, which means, guess what? There's some firecrackers in there, which means there's some stuff in there. And with him saying everything will be unsealed, that's what that makes me think. So it's like, are they sealing things in the defense of Brian? Or what are they sealing things in the defense of? Why would we be sealing anything from the public? Is the evidence that overwhelming to where literally if you put this information out, as people are walking in there saying, damn, he's guilty? Is that how bad it is? Because that's what they're making it seem like. Because if it's not that bad, then why not put it out like a lot of cases do? I don't know. I get it. Like I got it. It was a big case and all, but I've seen cases just as big not go under no gag order. So I'm just saying.
The parties' rights, both parties' rights to a fair trial is paramount, as is the public's right to know. But I also have to weigh that against the ability to have a fair trial by getting a jury panel that has not been tainted by the publication.
Law and Crime, 100%. You can watch it on Law and Crime.
Of widespread publication of evidence that may not be admissible at trial. So,
what's up, Stain Ray?
It's a bit of a narrow path for the court to have to tread, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate that that calculus isn't always in
appreciate you, dude.
Direction that one would hope, but I am doing my best to make that calculus in a way to ensure the rights of the parties and to ensure a fair trial, and that we can do that as quickly as possible. All right. So I will issue an order forthwith, and tomorrow we will come forward with public hearings just as soon as we can. Further, if after hearing that evidence I determine it doesn't need to be protected, I will order a transcript be prepared, and I will order that be produced. But in the meantime, I think I need to take this course, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That was a small session. That specific one, you said I'm grateful tonight. When they will they unseal, or when will they unseal? What the fuck is this case? I really don't know. I mean, the judge was bringing up great points, though. If you were listening, right, he basically was just saying, I don't know why y'all moved it to this town. You're basically gonna have more people here now. And he basically saying that, I mean, you take the long run of what he just said and you force that into a little, you could put that in one small sentence. I will be unsealing these records, and I'm pretty much we're not gonna be able to stop from what people saying. And it's definitely more people are gonna hear about it here than they will in that town you move from. That's what I heard. in a smaller sentence. That's a quick breakdown of what a little bit I've heard from that judge. What's going on, Lori? Welcome to the stream. Make sure y'all hit the like button as you're coming in. Again, I was just going over some things within this Koberger trial, or I'm sorry, we're not even close to the trial. We got about a good 8 months, actually a little less than 8 months, 7 months and some change till we, see Koberger in court, which we will be covering it here on the channel and having an after show where we take those calls. And again, Blood on the railing. That must have been talked about on a different video. Hold up 1 second. Let's go back to here, right? Let me minimize that before I pop these lines. Pop these lines open. Before I pop these lines open.
As it stands, Brian Koberger is due to stand
Wow, you sounded real loud, ma'am.
trial August 11th. Mark it down. This is, of course, in a sadistic killing. As it stands, Brian Koberger is due to stand trial August 11th.
Right.
Mark it down. This is, of course, in a sadistic killing of 4 University of Idaho students in their off-campus house 2 years ago. Today, he and his defense team were back in a Boise courtroom for the first time since before Thanksgiving, and man, are his lawyers ever fighting hard. They came at the state over evidence again today. And I would really love to show you how Brian Koberger reacted to the arguments, and how he looked in court, and what, if anything, he or the prosecutor said. But no, I cannot do that because the hearing was closed. No reporters, no cameras, not even an audio feed. This is what I call secret justice, which, as I have said many times before, it is a contradiction in terms, secret justice. I can tell you this, Team Koberger believes that there isn't a shred of evidence that can...
I actually, damn, I don't really... I don't know. I've always been a Nancy Grace fan. When Banfield came on HLN, I was like, man, get this out of here. But, you know, some things with people, it doesn't matter who you are. There could be things that I agree with and things that I don't agree with. But I agree with that. Spit that again, Ashley.
Not even an audio feed. This is what I call secret justice, which...
I rock with her on that statement, that specific statement about secret justice and things behind. Come on, like, what are we doing? What are we doing? This family has been waiting to get justice. They watched the house get tore down, where these terrible things that happened, and then now they got to hear half the public basically talk about how he might be innocent. So it's like, man, get these people their justice. One, not just get them their justice. Don't get them a guilty verdict. If the dude is not guilty, find him not guilty, and let's move on to the next. But that's why I keep saying tearing down this house was a mistake, because if he does get off, where do you start after that? You're going to go stand on the gravel and try to collect more evidence? I'm just saying.
He or the prosecutor said, but no, I cannot do that because the hearing was closed. No reporters, no cameras, not even an audio feed.
My friend.
This is what I call secret justice, which, as I have said many times before, it is a contradiction in terms, secret justice. I can tell you this, Team Koberger believes that there isn't a shred of evidence that can hurt him or them.
I have the other one.
Jury never sees.
I have the other one, D.
Sees it. This is where I bring in Dave Ehrenberg, who I normally introduced as longtime state attorney for Palm Beach County in Florida, but tonight he is now officially flexing new muscles in private practice. Welcome to the dark side. I don't know. Is it the better side? I'm not sure what it is, but you can sure talk more freely. That's for sure. It's good to have you. I don't get it, Dave. This is America. We don't put hoods over people and throw them in gulags. Yeah. We keep everything open. It is an open process. We're supposed to feel good about it. I feel
I don't feel good
not good about a lot of the process with Koberger. Am I wrong?
Well, first off, it's great to be back with you, Ashley. Thank you for having me, despite my being a has-been. So as far as Brian Koberger, I'm with you. I think there needs to be more transparency. I said that when I was state attorney. The criminal justice process is filled with secrecy. You have secret grand juries. You have secret investigations where you can't talk about them. You have trials that are secret in federal court and in states like New York. And now, because this case has so much pretrial publicity, the judge issued an extensive gag order. So we can't even see this pretrial hearing. I'm with you. Let the sunshine in. Let people see what's going on.
Yeah, and I'm curious as to why Koberger wants this to be public and the prosecutors don't. But there's something else that's very troubling.
Yeah. That is, I do find that to be weird too. Why does Koberger wants it to be public, but the prosecutors don't? That's pretty weird. I do gotta say that frightens me a little bit. Why don't they want it out there? Maybe somebody can bring me back to life on that too. Why does Koberger want it to be public, and why doesn't the prosecution want it to not be public? Something's wrong there. I don't know. I don't like that. I'm not a fan of that. Because usually if it was something in their favor, they would want that shit out. Correct? Or am I looking over the fact that maybe it's just to protect the families of sensitive information that they're already going to have to hear about in court that day? Maybe it's one of those type of things. So I'm thinking outside the box here. Bring me back to life. If that's what it is it something sensitive? Koberger wants it to be out there because he wants to see his work be done, allegedly, for those who think it is him. Because again, innocent till proven guilty, he has to face his day. It's coming up August 11th. I'll be streaming it. I'm streaming the whole entire trial. I don't care if it's for 6 months straight, whatever. It is what it is. I don't know. We're going to see. I'm not even going to say if, because we just don't know. We don't know what we're going to see unfold in this courtroom. But what doesn't the prosecution want to get out there? Again, is it horrible details about their loved ones that they're already going to have to live about in that court? Or is it something that is against the prosecution that would make them look bad? Or it has to be something like that in case it was a killer wanting his work to be seen, allegedly. Of course, he would want it to be out there. Now, I don't know him to be a killer until he's convicted after the August 11th trial, which is probably going to be 4 months minimum. I think this is my prediction: 4 months to 6 months, maybe. It could possibly go on that long. So you say he wants attention and notoriety. Yeah, I agree, because I do think it's him, just based off the simple fact that if they didn't find a K-bar knife, right? One, and he bought one off of Amazon. Say he bought one off of Amazon, and they do have this Amazon receipt. And this is rumors that we've heard. And I seen a receipt posted by somebody on the internet very early on in this case, and it was talked about heavily, but I haven't seen it since. And again, it was posted by someone credible too, who gets very good information. The fact that it came out and then was scraped from the internet. If he ordered a K-bar knife and the sheath and a knife is missing, and there's nobody that we can put that knife in their hand from a Facebook marketplace sell, like, oh yeah, I sold Ryan this K-bar knife last Friday, or it would show if you met with this guy Ryan on Facebook Marketplace, it was showing the messages and the data, and no matter what, they're going to get that data. What did they get in this case? Data. They got data dumps on all of them. If you go back and look at the paperwork, they got things that I don't even know about. There was step apps and all different types of stuff. I don't know. There was a bunch of stuff in the paperwork. We read it here on the channel. And when I went through it, I seen meta platforms, which we know is Instagram and Facebook. Then you have Snapchat. There's some other ones too that I can't remember off the top. But they got all the data dumps. That's for damn sure. And it's gonna come out. I don't know what it is. I really don't know what it is, but I can't wait to see what it is. It sucks thinking about it, knowing how much information we've heard about this case, but a lot of it is opinionated information compared to the factual information that is really being gagged behind the scenes. So that's where it leaves a lot of us separated. And I think that's why a lot of us have different opinions on this case, for that simple fact, because there's enough for people who are on the defense side. I'm not saying, and when I say you're on the defense side, I'm not saying that you are Team Koberger. I'm saying that you are really not just pinning someone, but you having that open mind and really looking and giving a person a chance to explain away to you with an open mind of not just saying, no, fuck that, he should get locked up forever, screw him, he did it. Your mind's open. You're willing to sit down and hear what information is being brought fairly, because this is a case that we're hearing about from obviously computers or homes or reading about it. We weren't there to witness it, and we really need to listen to every witness, everything that is brought forward by the state, again, by the state, by the defense. And then we got to look at everything with an open mind and say, did this guy do this? Did he kill Kaylee Gonsalves, Madison Mogen, Xander Kernodle and Ethan Chapin? Is he responsible for these murders? That's what we have to sit back and do. And that's what I'm doing. When I watch this trial, I'm watching it with complete open mind. Do I think that Brian Christopher Kohlberger committed these murders as of right now when I sit here today? Yes. Allegedly. But my mind's open to, and that can change right in front of me. Because when I watched, right, Angelica told me about a case. Again, it's going to be the Forrest case. Melody Forrest, who was just convicted of murdering her husband, right? At the beginning, I'm like, yeah, this bitch did this right away, just like everybody else. But that's the short-term brain. When you quickly look at something, you see somebody, you see their eyes, and you start judging them that way. Instead, I opened my mind up and I dug deeper. I started watching the trial. See, this is why I'm saying to you guys, it's very important to pay attention in these trials, because this trial changed my mind about what I thought about her right away. And my first thought when I watched this little clip video was, oh, she did it. She's guilty. She killed her husband. And I know there's going to be people in here to say, hey, yes, she did kill her husband. Listen, I think she had help. That woman had help, or was trying to cover up for her son and saying, hey, I'm, mom right now. I'm old right now. I'm 60 years old. You guys got that money. Take care of it. I'll take this one. Maybe him and dad got in a fight over some money because they were arguing a week before. And dad said, you're going to have to stop stealing money off the credit card and you're going to have to get a job. So, and then 1 week later, he's dead during when family's coming over on the 4th of July. Like, what are we talking about? So did he meet dad by the burn pile? Or I don't know what happened. Or did he walk into the house, go downstairs and shoot him? I don't know. Allegedly. And I'm talking about the Melody Forrest case. And she was just, again, convicted of it. But that's the first time when I watched I watched the trial from, I think, up to day 7. And then when I got to day 7 where I was at, it was already she was being convicted that day after I watched day 7. So I was like, damn, I got to catch it. So I caught it. And when she spoke, I actually was believing what she was telling me, to be honest with you. I kind of was on her side. And the reason the thing that killed me is that her defense didn't put her on the stand to speak what she was speaking. I don't care if you can be cross-examined. If you are innocent, if you are truly innocent, it doesn't matter if you're cross-examined, because the truth will come out, and the truth should come out, because the truth never lies. And when you're sitting down, and this is what I'm saying, I don't care. And this is why I'll say to those defense lawyers, oh, don't put them on the stand. They're subject to cross-examination. The truth is the truth, and a lie is a lie. If you believe in your client and they're telling you that this is the truth, then put their ass up on that stand and let them speak. What are we talking about? A liar is going to show. If a liar gets up on the stand, people are going to be able to see it. Trust me. We're not all body experts, but we're not all dumbasses either. Straight up. We ain't no damn body examining experts and languages and all that shit. We ain't with all that. But we can read language naturally. If you are a natural person, you can look at someone, you can hear the story, you can listen, and it's not hard to see bullshit. I'm sorry, it's really not. It doesn't take me, a psychologist, to come over here, or a body language expert to come over here and tell me bullshit versus truth. You said I lost 500 on it being, damn, you were betting money, you were gambling on that? That's crazy. That's funny though. You lost 500 on it being Hoodie Boy. Wouldn't the families want to know who's the blood on the? Yeah, blood is on the railing, and it's an unknown male. I want to know more about where was this railing? Carson Hockey's mom. Where was this railing? Is it because they said near the crime scene in the wording, the way where I found it at, where I found it on the research when I was doing my research before I came on, which was, I spent about 4 or 5 hours putting little things together that I was finding. I seen Courtney. Shout out to Courtney for coming through and messaging on Facebook and filling me in on some of the details that I was behind on. So I started to have to piece things together, and I was able to find pretty much what was the hypothesis, the breakdown of the main things that we need to know. And I was able to crunch it together. And that's what I was jumping into. You have the DNA evidence, which is under scrutiny. We know that. They're trying to get that thrown out. The eyewitness testimony being challenged, which again is the defense also targeted the testimony of Dylan Mortensen, one of the surviving roommates who lived in that off-campus home. And Mortensen, again, previously told investigators she saw a figure dressed in clad black, dressed in clad black, lived in an off-campus home. Now, hold on. I read that wrong. So it says one of the surviving roommates who lived in the off-campus home. Mortensen previously told investigators she saw a figure dressed in black, in clad black, leaving the house on the night of the murders. And the defense argued, as reported by Newsweek, that Kohberger's lawyers questioned Mortensen's credibility, pointing out the potential inconsistencies in her story and asking why she didn't immediately call 911 after the sighting. Now, they implied that her account may have been influenced by trauma, or her account may have been influenced by trauma or memory gaps, making it unreliable. I gotta hear what her statement is for me to be able to say, hey, this is so unreliable. Because if it's unreliable, then we will be able to tell that. As I don't know, like, is it that unreliable that it shouldn't be talked about? Let her tell her story on there. If it's unreliable, get down to it, cut her off, make her skip past that part or whatever. I know they try to handle those things before they go in. What can be talked about, what can't, what shouldn't be, blah, blah, blah. But in general, let the young lady go in there and tell her story. This has been on her conscience for 2 years now. You know what I mean? This has been on this young lady's conscience for 2 years. People claiming that she was part of these murders, and Bethany too. And I kind of feel bad for them, because if they were part of these murders, do we really think that the FBI and the government, or I'm sorry, the FBI who was on the case, you have Pennsylvania, you have people who were assisting from all over, again, the FBI, I'm pretty sure you had Washington State, and then Idaho. So you got these different agencies all working this case, and you're going to tell me that they couldn't get it right? I mean, damn, we need to start rehiring and firing. I'm just saying, we need to start firing some people straight up.
Although I honestly don't believe it's going to be troubling. It's the investigative genetic genealogy. We all know that this is the way they got to the person who left the DNA on the knife sheath at the murder scene, right? They went the same process as the Golden State Killer, and they found Kohberger's dad, and they went to Kohberger's dad's house, and they started looking through the trash, and lo and behold, they found him, and they swabbed his cheek, and it's the guy who matches the DNA on the knife sheath. Now, his lawyer is saying, no, you're not allowed to use that kind of crime-fighting tool. So everything you discovered about that man on your TV screen after that moment, you can't use it. It's fruit of a poisonous tree. But this is just a new crime-fighting technique. Like fingerprints were new, and photography was new, and cell phones were new. How is this any different?
And actually, it's not that new anymore. It's been around for a few years. In fact, we've used it in our office to catch serial killers, cold cases. So it's been around now. It is still shrouded in some secrecy, because when you sign up for a site like 23andMe, they ask you to check that box that will allow your stuff to be part of a database. What happens if you don't check the box? Well, we don't know if the relative of Kohberger's checked that box. Also, we don't know who the relative was. The defense lawyers want access to that relative.
Is it the sister? What if the sister gave permission? If it was the sister?
And the prosecution says, no, we're not going to let you harass this innocent relative. So what? You could point to this innocent relative who's not even there at trial and say, that person's the real killer. That's whose DNA was found. Oh, no. There's a limit to what you can get here. And I think the judge is going to recognize that.
Yeah. Fourth Amendment, all sorts of challenges, the Fourth Amendment. This does not look like a good one, but boy, oh boy, if they lose everything, this is going to be a really hard case. So we'll have to have another discussion about that. Dave, freedom, Dave. It's good to have you on this side of the ledger. I always loved you as a state attorney too, but now you can say all sorts of crazy things. Thank you for this. I appreciate it.
Thanks for having me back, Ashley.
Thanks for watching. Go to join.
Trapaholics Mixtapes.
Thanks for watching the Trapaholic Mixtapes of mixed mainstream media. No, I'm just playing. What did it say? Dismissal of... Oh, yeah, here it is. This is the one I wanted to see. I had the other one too that D was talking about.
It's a crucial day in court for the
But I
man
got
accused
it
of
over
killing
here.
4 University of Idaho students. Prosecutors say they have DNA evidence on a knife sheath that ties Brian Kohberger to those murders. But Kohberger's attorneys are asking that judge to throw that DNA evidence out, alleging that police violated his constitutional rights as they identified him as a suspect. I now want to bring in trial attorney and legal analyst Imran Ansari. Imran, as always, thank you for being with me. Kohberger's attorney wants that key DNA evidence tossed. I mean, alleging police misconduct and investigative genetic genealogy violated Kohberger's constitutional rights. What's the chance that the judge actually throws this out?
Yeah, the defense have been attacking this evidence for quite some time now and really coming to a head today in court before the judge to see if he will suppress this evidence. What's the chance of him deciding in the defense's favor to exclude it? Well, if we look at precedent, Markey, that this kind of evidence has been admitted in other cases before. So if we're going to look at other cases, prior motions to preclude this kind of evidence, they have not typically been granted. So we expect that the judge will allow this evidence in, but in the event that he decides to preclude it, it's going to be a massive.
Hold on, I got it right here. I'm gonna pull it over right after. All right, which is the one from earlier. We'll play that too. All right, we're good.
Win for the defense, and the prosecution's case is going to be tougher because this is really the evidence that links Kohberger to the scene and the evidence that the prosecution
A straight snitch.
use in order to build their case.
And so the defense's beef with
In order
this
to
is that
build
they
their
used
case.
public ancestry sites, kind of like a 23andMe, right? Essentially to find this evidence or link him to the murders.
He was drunk.
What's wrong with doing that? Is there anything wrong?
You think she was drunk?
From the defense perspective, it's a violation of Kohberger's constitutional rights. The evidence on the sheath of
Oops, my bad.
tonight that was collected at the scene of the crime, they matched that on the public ancestry database. We don't know which one of these platforms that they matched it on, but that's what led law enforcement ultimately to Kohberger. The problem with that potentially is that you have this ability for law enforcement to go to these public databases, search these databases and make matches on items such as DNA that is found on a crime scene like we see here. Now, the argument against that the prosecution have been arguing in this case is that there's no reasonable right or expectation to privacy when you have your
Hey, the sheep was playing it, Lee?
DNA of a family member that is on a public database and it's matched to a piece of evidence that is abandoned, such as the DNA on that knife sheath at the scene of the crime. So you're going to see these two competing arguments about this evidence. And I've said that there's been precedent before where some of this evidence has been admitted in court, but it's still rather untested ground in the sense that it's new technology. It's a new technology that's being employed in prosecutions and law enforcement. And it's going to be a key decision from this judge as we see this evidence being used in other prosecutions other than the Kohberger trial.
Yeah, and man, would it be a nightmare for the prosecution for this DNA to be thrown out? Where would that leave them if the judge decided to, grant that request for the defense? I mean, the DNA is really their X factor, right?
Yeah, it would seriously weaken the case, if not ultimately destroy the case. And that's a very...
Would it destroy the case, though, if there is other things that they're hiding? But the prosecution not wanting that out in public, I don't think. I must have missed people speaking on it. He said he loves it to sit with his hands together. I'm gonna read this
description for the prosecution's case and the consequences if this evidence is precluded. But this is essentially the root of the investigation. It's what led them to Kohberger. And if you have a domino effect after this evidence is precluded, if it is, then you're going to see the prosecution's case sort of unraveling because they're not going to be able to connect the dots circumstantially with this forensic evidence from the scene to Kohberger to the crime.
Yeah, we know this murder trial is set to take place in August, but there's been delay after delay. We'll see if that actually happens. Imran Ansari, thank you so much as always. Thanks for watching, everybody. Go to joininn.com.
Thank you for watching, everybody. Go to undergroundmixtapes.com. All right, hold on. Let me grab this real quick. You know what? We'll move the share over, actually. Give me 1 second. Move it over to here. There it is right there. Boom. Let's make sure we got sound now. Let me redo that. Gotta make sure we have sound. Okay, we're good. They were in there today, though.
Is present together with
Looks like
counsel, Ms. Taylor,
Blowberg's
Ms.
in that bad
Massoff.
boy.
The state is present and represented by Mr. Thompson, Mr. Nye, and Ms. Jennings. We are now going to hear argument from the parties on the Frank's motions filed by the defense. That will include the Frank's hearing that was held on the IGG issue, as well as the defense's proffer as to the rest of the Frank's issues as to why the court.
Let that man cook.
An evidentiary hearing on those matters. Am I missing something we talked about?
Your Honor, I may have missed it, but I thought we were offering argument on suppression.
There we go.
Well,
Mm.
the suppression IGG, we can also argue that. I think it's wrapped up in the same issue. I thought we were going to Frank's next.
I did not.
All right.
I apologize.
This is the finish up, and I will hold up. You know what? We can speed it up. Let's play it on 1 point. I say 3.5. If it gets too fast, let me know.
Guys.
I do want to see this though.
Well, do you want to argue suppression on IGG and then we can do the Frank's?
I'm taking my own notes too.
I would need 5 minutes to get my Frank's items ready.
Only caught a little bit of it today.
Suppression of the IGG related matters, and then we can then hear the Frank stuff. That's fine. If that's what you're prepared to argue.
After this, whoever's up, I'll open the lines. I'll talk to whoever. It don't matter. And if you're not, oh well. I'll jabber you all off for the rest of the night. How about that?
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Are you not entertained?
Your Honor, our position is that the court should suppress the IGG identification and everything that flows from that. This is supported by 4th Amendment of the United States Constitution, due process, Article 1, Section 17 of the Idaho Constitution. Your Honor, there was no warrant for several phases of the search that led to the IGG work, investigative genetic genealogy. And we think every single one of those stages, a warrant was required, none was given, and so this must be suppressed. Your Honor, I'd like to identify the 3 stages, and they are.
Whoa. Hold on. Let me hear that wording again there, Mrs. Ann Taylor. Can you tell that to the people one more time? For Detective Stokey Pickens and the Florida Police Department, I work for the CIA, the FBI, the TB. Again, my name is Detective Stokey Pickens. Make sure you check out my channel. I'm from Florida originally. I used to work for I used to wear pink thongs back in 1992 when I was a police officer. I used to dream every night of Eileen Warrenos, but ended up waking up every day to a wife like her. So again, I was kicked out of the force for doing some things against Detective Stokey Pickens. Make sure you hit that like button and tune in here for the T-REV.
And we think every single one of those stages, a warrant was required, none was given, and so this must be suppressed. Your Honor, I'd like to identify the 3 stages, and they are when Idaho State Police Forensics Lab, through Moscow Police Department, moved a DNA sample to Othram Laboratories to develop a profile to run through genetic genealogy investigations. There was no warrant for that search for a SNP profile that could be used to attempt to identify somebody. The next stage would be when that was transferred to the FBI for their forensic investigative genetic. Shut up, bitch! To identify somebody. No warrant was in place for that work either. Finally, there was a trash pull in Pennsylvania, and there was no warrant for that trash pull either. All 3 of those stages of this case, there should have been a warrant, and there wasn't, and this must be suppressed. Your Honor, for the purposes of the 4th Amendment protections and Article 1, Section.
And this does not sound right, and we do not, that's not how we work over here in the FB motherfucking lie. We plant things, okay? When we work, that's what we did back in the day when I thought about that Eileen Warrenos case that I worked in my dreams. I came on here and told y'all that story. You remember when I told you that, Detective Stokey Pickens? The story about the woman, the Eileen Warrenos case I worked back in the day. That was a dream I had. I just ended up telling y'all it was real, but who gives a fuck? Again, Detective Stokey Pickens in your nearest window here at the Florida Police Department working for Orange County. Yeah, make sure you tune in, vote for me to be your next president.
17 of the Idaho Constitution, we are looking to see if somebody has a privacy interest that society is ready to support. In this case, if society is not ready to support suppression of every bit of our DNA when the government does not have a warrant and searches it, there is no privacy right left.
Do you have any cases?
I do not have any cases that hold that, nor do I have any to the contrary that say that's not the case.
Damn, she's yo, and I gotta give it to her. She's got a little, get that shit out of here. He's going down.
Bing, bong, bong, bing, bing, bing.
He's going down. What I think, and I'm not saying that because I want Koberger to go down. I'm saying that because there's DNA at the scene, and until that shit's out the window, when that shit goes out the window, then I'm gonna be over here going, oh shit, he might wolf. Until then, that boy is guiltier than a motherfucker to me. I'm just one of those people. If there's DNA to somebody that's matching somebody, a living person, and that shit can't be explained, go ahead and shut the gates on that motherfucker. Don't you agree, Stalker?
Damn right out there.
I ain't mean to skip forward on all that.
DNA that they allege matches Brian Koberger. He's now been incarcerated for 2 years, facing capital murder. I'm not sure, unless we're shifting the burden to me, what else I can say.
Well, you have a burden of showing that the items ought to be suppressed.
This is a warrantless search. There's no justification for this search.
Right. Assuming a warrant is required for this type of
Yeah, I know. He goes, no, he goes, I work. I know. He goes, remember that? He was like, I worked with Eileen. She was a bad person. She was a bad person. If you go back and listen, that's what he said, Cordy. You hear that? He said Eileen was a victim, damn it.
Inquiry.
Well, Your Honor, we think it is. And we think it is based on case law, third-party doctrine case law. That's Carpenter. Thinking about cell phones, that's the Riley case. If you have a cell phone that gets taken at an arrest out of a car, a subsequent warrant to search the cell phone is required. So we think a warrant was required for these subsequent searches. And there was no warrant in this case. There's an expectation of privacy.
I struggle with.
Appreciate you, man.
Well, I struggle, to be frank, and where you're going to have to try to convince me, I guess, is I struggle with the idea that DNA left at a crime scene, that there's any expectation of privacy.
Let me know, CKI. I see your comment. I'm reading, sis. I didn't miss you there. I see you right there, and I slowed it down. Maybe this will be good. Let me know. You said it's too fast for you. I put it to 1.2. Let me know if that's good. Let me know if that's good.
Someone who leaves DNA at a crime scene, that DNA can't be.
You know, I'm gonna pause and talk in a minute, right?
Without a warrant to establish identity.
These lawyers are tummy.
Well, Your Honor, I don't think any of us can go out of our houses without leaving DNA all over the place.
Not go to a crime scene.
The question of how something gets somewhere, that's the subject.
Oh, snap. He really got into that. He said not go to a crime scene. My man's
a straight snitch.
I like this guy, boy. He's cooking. You hear him? He's looking at her like not at a crime scene.
Fucking donkey.
Subject of the trial. I think the Carpenter case is really instructive for the court here. And that case was about, it was about third party with cell towers. And there was a concurring opinion in that case. I think that's instructive. We leave DNA everywhere. If you carry a cell phone and it uses the towers, there can be a trail of where you went.
Everywhere.
I like this judge.
Fingerprints everywhere.
We do leave fingerprints everywhere, but I would say, Your Honor, that things like your movements, cell towers, the contents of your cell phone, those are really personal things. That's how you carry out your business. That's how you go. You drive your car to go to the doctor. Your cell phone's hitting on those towers. DNA is even more personal than that. The tests are so different than they used to be now. It can pick up all kinds of information. It takes very little DNA. DNA lives on surfaces a lot longer than fingerprints live on surfaces. So without more, they're not much of an indication of anything. There's a warrant requirement to protect people from unreasonable searches. And that's what we're asserting here. There's so much information contained in your DNA, and you can't stop from shedding that when you go out of your house. None of us can. To be able to have that searched without a warrant could put anybody in jeopardy. There's no privacy left. If that's going to be the standard, you put it in public so it can be searched. That can't be the standard. That would erode the Fourth Amendment. Our position is that there is an expectation of privacy that society is willing to accept. Our position is that there's case law that supports this. Maybe not exactly directly on point, but the court talked about one of the cases that we cited that's similar. It's out of Washington.
Right.
In that case, it keyed on whether the database was a voluntary, law enforcement can search this or not. In this situation, that's not the case. You know from the exhibit you have and from the testimony that you heard that the FBI went into 2 databases that they weren't permitted to search. So if the court wants to go clear to that extreme, and the court shouldn't, the court should look at the Fourth Amendment. The court should look at expectation of privacy. The court should look at the 3 places there was a warrant required and it wasn't given. But if the court wants to go all the way down to whether or not there was a database searched where the people consented to have their DNA searched, our case is different. The FBI went into 2 other databases and searched those. There was nothing else happening until that happened. And it's instructive, I think, and important for.
Yeah, my guy over here ain't having it with Kohlberger, ain't he? He look like he's looking straight over there, doesn't he? You see him? Look at it. This guy right here. Looks like he's straight up.
What's up, boy? I wish I'd catch you right outside these gates, boy.
That's how he's looking at him. I don't know. Maybe I'm tripping.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
For the court to think about how secretive this all was. We are months from trial and we are learning things about how the government identified Brian today in open court when we've asked for those things. There's a reason why there's so much secrecy. That's because there's a violation of privacy rights. That's why there's so much secrecy. Your Honor, this is an extremely important motion, and the court is going to decide whether we do have any expectation of privacy left or not. The IGG evidence in this case should absolutely be suppressed.
I suspect the state's going to raise an issue that you may need to respond to, but I'll let you respond to that if they do raise that issue.
I'll be prepared, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Or should I?
Oh, the overview. What I notice about this judge right here is he's not like John Judge. John Judge was like a pushover, right? I do feel like John Judge was a pushover. And this guy's just not having it. He's not letting you push him around. Like, he's like, nah. He's calling him out on shit and he's nipping it in the butt. And I think if this same court, like literally, think you call me out if you think I'm wrong. But I feel like this same court date right here, the same exact type of court date would have took probably 7 hours. Literally, it probably took 7 hours to get this all done right here. And they did this in 2 hours and 42 minutes. I'm just saying. Big difference.
Permit evidence
You're
obtained
welcome, my
potentially
friend.
by
Anytime.
searching databases that by its own policies, law enforcement said they wouldn't search.
So a couple points on that. First, even assuming that that's all correct and that they violated the terms.
Seems to be the evidence.
The terms of service, Your Honor, don't affect the Fourth Amendment. The terms of service, and certainly Mr. Kohlberger does not have standing to raise a violation.
I need me a who the fuck you talking to button. Damn, he was like, it's over that. That seems snippy to me. I'd have been ready to say something. What'd he say? Let me hear it again.
Permit evidence obtained potentially by searching databases that by its own policies, law enforcement said they wouldn't search.
So a couple points on that. First, even assuming that that's all correct and that they violated the terms.
Seems to be the evidence.
The terms of service, Your Honor, don't affect the Fourth Amendment. The terms of service.
Man, that bitch boxing already.
Does not have standing to raise a violation of the terms of service. And even if he did, the remedy for the terms of service is not a violation of the Fourth Amendment. As we argued in our brief, the individuals, and as came out in testimony today, the individuals who are utilizing these databases, and we're talking about millions of them, are willingly sharing their information with each other, with millions of other people.
Isn't there a subset that says, but I don't want these people to look at it?
In some of the data,
The FBI, as I understand the evidence, then says, okay, we agree.
Judge,
we will search
right.
those ones.
So I'll address that part, but on the database piece, the issue is that no one sharing this information with millions of other people could have a reasonable expectation of privacy. The test for that isn't, do they have a reasonable expectation of privacy against law enforcement? It's against the public writ large. So for example, like we cited in our brief, 3 different cases where Idaho's appellate courts have found people have given up a reasonable expectation of privacy in information that was shared with a single company. And it was shared with that company just so they could get the service from that company. Here, we're talking about people sharing it, not just with the company, but with millions of other people, because sharing it is the purpose of providing it to the database. So regardless of what the FBI did or didn't do in terms of violating the terms of service, no one has a reasonable expectation.
Is it different if they share it with the company and it's obtained by lawful process from that company versus going in the back window and taking it?
I always do.
No, Your Honor, because
I always shave my damn head. Patsy Cline, you know I shave my shit.
right now what we're asking is not reasonableness of the search. Right now what we're asking is there even a reasonable expectation of privacy? And so the fact that no one has a reasonable expectation of privacy in those databases means that even if the FBI violated those terms of service, no one has a Fourth Amendment right to complain. And certainly Mr. Koberger doesn't. He has not asserted factually or through evidence that he was a customer to one of these databases. And maybe that changes the case if he were, but he's not. He's not even claiming that. He's not even asserting it. Now, I do want to address the second part of the court's question about the FBI has indicated that they wouldn't do this. I believe that's a reference to the policy we've been discussing, the interim policy by the DOJ. I certainly do not speak for the Department of Justice. I do not work for the FBI. I'm speaking for the state of Idaho, but I can read a document. And if you look at the policy in footnote 1, it clearly says this interim policy does not impose any legal limitations on otherwise lawful investigative or prosecutorial activities or techniques utilized by the Department of Justice, or limit the prerogatives, choices, or decisions available to or made by the department in its discretion. In other words, their first problem is they're relying on a policy at all. The U.S. Supreme Court has said policies do not equal Fourth Amendment violations. Their second problem is it's a circular argument. The policy doesn't say you cannot do any of these things. It's saying best case scenario, you're not going to do these things.
Well, if you were interpreting this as a matter of contract, wouldn't you have a problem in the sense that on the one hand it says don't do this, and on the other hand you've got a more general sort of catch-all that says, but we're not really meaning anything we say.
No, I don't think there's a problem interpreting that at all.
Yeah,
the problem is they are putting way too much weight.
I'm gonna pull up on them. I'm gonna pull up on. I'm gonna go to a rally. Watch. I'm gonna pull up on them. I'm gonna get them on. This year, 2025, Trump on this channel. Mark my words. Write that shit down. Put it in your notepads. We have 12, actually about 11 months to complete it. I'm gonna get them on here, and I'm gonna air everything out on my chest on them. I'm gonna tell them, hey, look, man, we need to do something about this money being sent overseas. I'm gonna point out all the money sent overseas that could have been to people in America who want to protect our children in these schools, so people aren't walking up in here with guns when allegedly they already got detectors in certain schools. It's like, come on, man. I don't know. There's a lot of shit. But mark my words, write it in your calendar. I'm manifesting it. I'm gonna make it happen.
Weight on this policy as if it's somehow the law. And it's not. It's indicating, and we heard testimony today about best practices and what those mean. This is indicating best practices, but very clearly stating we are not limiting the Department of Justice to have to follow what's in this document as long as it's not limited by the law. And they're trying to use a violation of this policy or an alleged violation of this policy to say that they violated the law. It's circular reasoning. But despite all of that, the U.S. Supreme Court has said a policy violation isn't sufficient. Even the Department of Justice, as powerful as they are, they don't get to rewrite the Fourth Amendment by changing this policy. Now, I do want to address the defense is they're trying to pick and choose what they believe the searches are throughout this chain. And what they're leaving out repeatedly is where this DNA started. Where did the chain start? Well, it started at a quadruple homicide at a crime scene. There is no case law anywhere that the state could find, and the defense has not cited any to suggest that there is a reasonable expectation of privacy in DNA found at a crime scene. And I want to talk about the Davis case, Your Honor, because it actually cuts against the defense. Davis is the case where it was a very unique set of facts. There was an investigation into a shooting. An officer went to the hospital, and when he went into the victim's room, he saw a bag of clothing. He seized that clothing under the plain view exception to the warrant requirement. So the clothing wasn't abandoned. This was an exception to the warrant requirement. Later on, this individual who was a victim now becomes a suspect, and they have this DNA and they test it. And the Fourth Circuit said, no, you can't do that. You can't take it because he's a victim and then later use it against him as a suspect. That is nothing at all like what we have here. And in fact, if this court looks at the district court opinion that was affirmed by the Fourth Circuit, it expressly states nothing about this holding is indicating that the government needs to get a search warrant for crime scene DNA. That does not support their position. The Achilles heel in their entire chain argument here is that there is no case anywhere that suggests that a DNA analysis restores a reasonable expectation of privacy. So in the Davis case, no one lost their reasonable expectation of privacy. It was seized pursuant to the Plainview Doctrine. The other case that they're relying on is that recent Supreme Court decision from Arizona. They attached it to their reply. That case is similar to Davis in that the DNA was collected from someone who consented to it under a statutory framework because they had to provide 2 vials of blood so it could be tested for alcohol and drugs. Again, that case would have come out differently had the 2 vials of blood been found at a quadruple homicide. That is a pretty big factor in deciding whether or not someone has a reasonable expectation of privacy. In Idaho, while this specific issue has not been addressed by the appellate courts have told us what to look for when you're talking about a reasonable expectation of privacy. And it's things like ownership, possession, control, ability to regulate access. Mr. Koberger had none of those things with respect to the DNA on the knife sheath. We are talking about not just a crime scene, not just a murder scene. We're talking about a murder scene in a house to which he has asserted no connection whatsoever. 4 victims to which he has asserted no connection whatsoever. We're not just talking about his DNA happened to be found in, a dresser drawer or something. It was found on a knife sheath where 4 people were killed by a knife. This is as crime scene as it gets. And that's where the DNA was found. And they can't cite any case law whatsoever. And so they try and just ignore that and skip over it and say, well, let's just talk about the DNA analysis. The other problem they have, as this court questions indicated, is the analysis that was done in this case, as we heard the evidence today, is not something that revealed a bunch of private medical information. In fact, the defense's own expert, who is engaged in the same kinds of conduct as Othram in terms of developing these SNP profiles, said he had successfully developed hundreds of SNP profiles and never once learned medical information about any of those individuals.
Let that man cook.
He has never even heard of a forensic investigative genetic genealogy case that was solved using medical information. And in fact, and I wrote this down when I asked him what he would need to do to learn medical information from those SNPs, he said, quote, "It would be a lot of research." So the defense is positing this question of, they're saying the court needs to ask itself, what could law enforcement do with the DNA? And then decide whether or not there's a violation of the Fourth Amendment. But that's not what the US Supreme Court says.
do?
In Maryland v. King, they were very clear when it comes to DNA.
So my thing is this, though, and I think the judge is going to get down to this. Either it was found unfairly or it wasn't. Let's stop playing games. Let's pull the rule book out and let's cut all this. What is it? How about the duba? You could duba. Like, what? Can we stop speaking this language and start saying, yeah, we got down to the root of the issue, and you know what? They found it unlawfully. They can't use it. How about that? How about just getting down to that? Let's stop all this shit. The judge can look at it, go through the rule book, and just get it. Like, what are we doing? We're wasting so much tax dollars on all this unnecessary ass time for people to sit around and collect a paycheck off these fucking word salad conversations. I feel like they're literally tossing word salad at each other in this room right now. You know what I mean? It's Zabergente got a puto pendejo que puto de madre got a sucia coribola. You know what I mean? Like, what? This is what I'm hearing right now. And it's like, come on, talk to us. Tell us some real valuable information, because I'm hearing nothing. I'm hearing for the genealogy, for the genealogical vegetation of the minds of the narcissistic bums of out here on the Claude Van Dams of all the world. You know what I mean? Like, I'm hearing this word salad, and it's like, come on, man. Y'all are just word salading this shit up. I know that court is a bunch of word salad, but at the same time, when the trial kicks off, it gets pretty heated, especially when they start jumping into shit. So that's why it's way different. It's like, I'm so sick of these word salad get-togethers right here. Put me into the fire. Put me into this trial so we can get to cooking. Because y'all been doing this word salad shit for 2 years, and it's been 2 years too long.
Because the defense there was asserting the same argument. We have DNA. DNA can reveal a bunch of private medical information. And the US Supreme Court said, quote, even if non-coding alleles could provide some information, they are not in fact tested for that end. So the question under the Fourth Amendment is not what could law enforcement possibly do with this? The question is, what did they do? And in this case, there is no evidence whatsoever that they did anything to find out medical information about Mr. Koberger. It was all related to ancestry and identity. And as the US Supreme Court said in King, there is no greater privacy interest in DNA than in fingerprints, so long as law enforcement is limiting its activities to identification. And that's what we have in this case, is identification. Now, the other problem that Mr. Koberger has here is, in my
limited to the identification of the protocol of the scenes of all the protocols of all the identifications and Area 51 meltdown governmental projects and all the, you know what I mean? Like, I swear this is word salad we're listening to right now. It's unnecessary word salad, wasted the state's time. You guys you're going through, it's either right or wrong, period. I mean, I don't even want to stutter around it. I'm just going to get straight to it. It's right or wrong. Either they got the shit unfairly and you guys need to take it out, or they didn't and keep it in. One or the other. It can't be both. So if you're making this argument and it ends up the judge doesn't take it out, then all this gripe for all this time for what? That's where I'm going to be at with it. When if I hear the judge go, no, I'm not throwing this out because of whatever, right? Whatever the reasoning is. I'm like, damn, all this time when we could have just got right down to that rule book and really got it out there that, hey, they obtained it illegally, so they can't use it. It's as simple as that.
My view, at least, he's been a little bit wishy-washy on the DNA on the knife sheath itself. You don't get to claim Fourth Amendment standing and then just say, well, that may be my DNA, but I have no idea how it got there. Again, the Idaho Court of Appeals has held.
Whoever's in here, so I'm gonna be on here. So after this, I'm gonna turn the lines on. I want to hear from a few people, a little 10-minute period for each person.
In a couple different cases, that if someone, for example, in one of the cases denied the existence of a bag that had been thrown out of the window, and the court said, well, you can't have a reasonable expectation of privacy in a bag that you deny exists. This is a very similar thing. We have a defendant who is trying to get the best of both worlds. He's trying to say, well, it's not my DNA and the state can't prove that, but he's also trying to say that he has Fourth Amendment standing. And that is not how the Fourth Amendment works. Your Honor, I also wanted to respond to an argument that was made in the reply brief, since I didn't get a chance to do it in the briefing. And this has to do with the trash pull in Pennsylvania. And I'll just start by saying that the defense has offered no evidence whatsoever that would take the trash pull in this case outside of the Idaho Supreme Court's decisions in Donato and Paluzzi. Paluzzi is very recent, came out in the middle of the briefing, in fact, and rejected the exact arguments that are being pressed by the defense here. Obviously, this court is bound by that reasoning. When the state pointed that out in their response brief, in the reply, the defense made an assertion that this case is different because the documents the state has provided are not clear on where the garbage cans were located, and that maybe the officers went up onto the driveway instead of collecting them from the street.
Trash company collected it.
Correct. I'm sorry, Your Honor, I misspoke. The trash company collected them on behalf of the officers.
They just did the regular pickup, I thought. And
Correct.
Pulled over after they got out of the neighborhood and said, here's what we got.
Well, I do believe it was prearranged with the FBI for them to do that. But my point is just, I do think it's telling that they didn't provide the court with these documents that they believe are not clear. And I looked them up to make sure that they were. And in fact, there is an FBI report that was disclosed in discovery that details that the garbage cans were at the end of the driveway, at the end of the property. And at the end, it says, see video. And there was a video disclosed in discovery where you can see the officer's body cam as he drives by the house shortly before they look in the garbage cans. And they're in the exact place you would expect garbage cans to be when they're out for collection. So they, of course, have the burden of establishing a search. They haven't presented any evidence to that. It's not sufficient for them to stand up here and say, well, it's just not clear. Which brings me to my final point, and that is Ms. Taylor continues to say there was a lot of secretive stuff happening in this case.
Where's
that
it
is
at?
not sufficient to satisfy their burden.
Yeah, so where's that at? Like that I'm glad he brought that up because it's bullshit. And it seems like I really do like this judge's attitude from what I've seen on the first clip. So I hope he sticks to that. Don't ruin, you can ruin it for me in chat right now. Shit, give me some, if you seen it earlier, go ahead and start dropping the T up in that bad boy. I'm looking for it.
That
I'm
there was a
looking for
search,
it.
that someone had a reasonable expectation of privacy.
Defense is
When you have
just
the burden,
using
you have
the
to
dog
present
tag.
evidence. You don't get
That's
to
a
just
good
stand up
point.
and say, well, it was very secretive.
That is a good point, Steffi.
I will note in this case, as the court may be familiar with it, as it's probably read back through the record, the defense in this case has gotten a lot more information than many defendants in other states who have, where there's been an IGG investigation, because the majority of courts have found this isn't really relevant information. It's just a tip. Now it is what it is in this case, and we of course complied with all the court's orders and provided the information, but there's not a lot of information, not because it's secretive, but because it's just not our case. It's not what we're focused on. It's not the evidence we plan on using at trial. And yes, IGG was used in this case. And yes, it did point to the defendant. But the fact that that happened doesn't mean that there was a violation of the Fourth Amendment. Unless the court has any questions, we'd ask you to deny the motion to suppress.
If the FBI, in fact, violated the Fourth Amendment rights of Mr. Koberger, you would agree the state is burdened by that?
That's a great way of putting it, Your Honor. Yes, the state would be burdened by that. Yes.
Yeah, that's crazy. You said is this the same trial for yesterday because
I'll start backwards.
Something different.
I will.
This is the other one. This is the
answer
other one.
question that
Delana was
posed
talking
to
about.
Mr. Nye. The state is burdened by what the FBI did.
This case is it's definitely Robin. I agree with you. It's so tiring. It's like, let's get to the trial already. And it makes you even more angrier when you hear the little leaks, the things that came out. Like, again, today, diving into things like, hold on, let me go through it. What was it? The DNA evidence. Obviously, that's been under scrutiny. We know that. That's old news. The eyewitness testimony challenged about, again, the defense also targeted the testimony of Dylan Mortensen, one of the surviving roommates who lived in the off-campus home. Mortensen previously told investigators she saw a figure dressed in black leaving the house on the night of the murders. And then they talked about the lawyers questioning Mortensen's credibility, pointing out the potential inconsistencies in her story, asking why she didn't immediately call the 911 or call 911 after the sighting. And they implied that her account may have been influenced by trauma or memory gaps, making it unreliable. So that was that. And then the prosecutor countered that with Mortensen's delayed reaction was not unusual given the traumatic nature of the events, and emphasized that her testimony still provides a critical link to Koberger's presence at the scene. Then you got the three, which is the physical evidence, the glove, and blood on a rail. Another focus of today's hearing was the defense's challenge to physical evidence, including a glove and traces of blood allegedly found on a railing near the crime scene. The defense's argument to that was Koberger's attorneys argued that these items were not properly cataloged or handled according to the investigative standards, leaving room for doubt about their reliability. And the prosecution's response to that was, the prosecution asserted that the evidence was collected and analyzed in full compliance with proper procedures and that its connection to the crime scene was clear and compelling. Then you had the procedural missteps alleged by the defense. But beyond the specific pieces of evidence, Koberger's legal team raised broader concerns about the investigation itself. According to KIVI TV, the defense suggested that law enforcement may have cut corners or prematurely focused on Koberger without exploring alternative suspects. This argument feeds into their overarching strategy, which was to plant seeds of doubt about the thoroughness and fairness of the investigation, which we know all that. But in general, that's kind of like a small consensus of what went on today.
Here, every action the FBI took.
Nah, this ain't a phone call. This is court today.
Show you that there is
No,
an
ma'am.
expectation of privacy that society is willing.
But yes, I will be opening the lines. I mean, I can't open the lines there. If you guys just want me to open the lines, you already seen it. I mean, I'm with that too. Just let me know.
To accept. They didn't want anybody to know what they're doing. It is interesting to hear that discovery requests and motions to compel and orders have been complied with when I've learned at least 3 new things in the course of preparing for this hearing and being at this hearing so far today. That's a surprise to me. So I wanted to say that, and I want to go back to the trash.
Yep.
And I want you to know, when you consider this, that that particular area had an ordinance that trash had.
Supreme Court reject that argument very recently.
Your Honor, they might have, but that ordinance isn't all. I was starting with the ordinance, that it has to be collected by a trash collector, that a certain trash collector, and that you have to put your trash out too. In that circumstance, the FBI worked with the trash collector and had them go just to get that trash and then take that trash somewhere else too. And those are some extra actions that the FBI took in this particular case.
How does that change the analysis?
Well, Your Honor, I think that it changes
The expectation of privacy is lost when you put it in the trash can to be taken away, per the Supreme Court's opinion, even if it's a well-regulated neighborhood by ordinance that says when and where you have to put your trash.
Well, Your Honor, I think that there is an expectation of privacy when you have to comply. You have to put your trash out in that particular manner.
Not the case.
Unless
you're saying the Supreme Court was wrong, that the Supreme Court was wrong, and you're reserving that for a later higher appellate court, that's fine.
Your Honor, I may not always agree with the Idaho Supreme Court on everything.
But I have to follow what they say.
But I have to make a record when I don't agree.
I appreciate that. I'm just trying to make sure we're talking about the same thing.
And I have to distinguish the case as best I can as well. And I think it is different when you have the FBI telling the trash man what to do. So I'll move on to something else. I want to talk about now where Mr. Nice started that Department of Justice interim policy, and he read you the first footnote. And I would just direct the court to pages.
So hold up, they can search and seize. They can search and seize everything you ever have, own, and probable or with probable cause, and never give it back to you. You know that's true because they kept 2 of my guns that I owned and legally, not illegally. They kept 2 of my guns and never gave them back to me. State of Pennsylvania and the state of Maryland. So what are we talking about? I need my guns that I rightfully paid for, and they're mine. I own them. So, like, what's going on? Why? How do you got my damn guns? 916, you're in the mix. What's going on?
Okay, so hi, T-REV. It's Bobby.
What's going on, Fluffles?
So, I just was listening to that and to her, and I want to say this. I listened to her argument. When you put your trash out, you have it's abandoned. You don't have a right to. You have no ownership on it. You have no right of privacy. There's no right of privacy on your trash. When you put your trash out to the street, I know this because I put my trash out one time and I had some, homeless people going through it. And I called the police and I said, "Hey, man, get the fuck out of my trash." And they said, "Listen, you have to understand when you put your trash out on the street, you have no expectation that's abandoned trash.
Right.
You can't do shit." I said, "Really?" He said, "No, that's not your property anymore." So, yeah, that trash is trash. There's no argument there. I can just tell you that, just knowing a little bit of law.
You heard about what was it? The blood on the railing, etc. You heard about that?
Tell me.
Yeah, I was just going over it. These were things that were being talked about. They did some off-camera bullshit, right? And it was being talked about this physical evidence, the glove and blood on the rail. Another focus of today's hearing was the defense's challenge to physical evidence, including blood and traces of blood allegedly found on a railing near the crime scene. Now they're saying that I did see also reports of an unknown male, but I'm still waiting because this is crazy.
Well, I think that
unknown male. If there's an unknown male, then we need to find out who it is.
No, we don't.
I'm just saying I'm saying to be transparent. Think about it though. Like if this was you, Fluffles, that would be the same way. Like we need to find out if you were facing murder, you would need to fairly find out what that unknown DNA is too. Because if you're truly innocent, as you're saying, then maybe it leads somewhere.
I know, 100%. No, you are totally correct. I'm just saying, between you and I and the fence post, we will know that, we don't need to find out what that blood is. But you know what? A good defense attorney would do exactly what she's doing. If there's any probable cause to think that, this may not be the guy, I would as an attorney, I would be pulling out every card I could. So she's an excellent attorney. I hate her, but she's really good. She's excellent.
I think she's dog water. I don't like her. I wouldn't hire her for 10 cents.
Why?
I wouldn't pay 10 cents for her. Give me the lawyer that Young Thug had. I'll take that guy all day long. He could, yeah, that guy right there. That guy will go and win you some shit.
Okay, well,
I'm not a fan of her. She's not, I mean, she was a public pretender for a reason. You know what I mean? Like, why weren't people going to her in town? Yeah, let's go to Ann Taylor. Why wasn't she the name in town? Why does she have to get popping off this case? Just because she's addressing things, and this is just my opinion. It doesn't knock your opinion, right? Because I respect your opinion all day. If you think that she's good, then you think she's good, and I respect that. I just disagree because all she's doing is her due diligence on what she would have to do anyways, what any lawyer would have to do. A really good lawyer would have created more of a ruckus and chaos and got more shit done than what's happened over these last 2 years, in my personal opinion. A really good paid lawyer would tear this shit to pieces.
Okay, wait. Let's talk about that. Can we?
Absolutely, 100%, 100%.
So what? I find that fascinating, and I love it because this is what makes lawyers better. So, what would you do? Like in my mind, I thought she had tearing it apart. But what more do you think that could happen that a defense attorney could do? Like, I'm just curious. Like, I'm curious.
These claims that they're making about, like, what are we talking? Like, we're just bringing these claims up in court as if they broke the law, and then behind the scenes we're not making noise. You should be knocking on the fucking police department's door with the news behind you, talking about this man is unlawfully in jail right now. If that's the case, if you're talking planted evidence, this, that, and the third, you should be trying to turn over tables you never turned over before. Any lawyer would try to, in my personal opinion. And they would make personal appearances on the news. They would take interviews probably in that case if they really felt that their client was shamed like this. I'm just saying, we live in today's world. Absolutely, 100%.
Let me respond to that really quick. I totally agree with you, man. One, you know what? Great point. Great point. 100%. There's no argument.
I just feel like, look at that Mangione dude. Even that one dude that he had, I could tell that guy was a good lawyer. The older lawyer that was in Pennsylvania. If you look up his ratings, he's actually a good lawyer. So I mean, like, I seen it. Say what now?
What I'm trying to say, T-REV, is that what I'm trying to say.
What I was trying to say.
Okay, what are you trying to say? I'll be quiet.
No. I'm listening to you. Go ahead. You go.
No, you got the floor, bro. I'm sorry.
Nah, this is no. What I was just saying is that I think that all she is doing her actual work. As far as what she's talking about in front of these judges, the accusations that she's making towards the police officers possibly doing certain things and breaking laws. If that is the case, why the fuck are you not knocking on the police station's door and bringing the news station with you, or going to these detectives and talking, bringing the news station and having them going to ask themselves and making it that much of a point if somebody is being so unlawfully fucked? Excuse my language, but it makes me pissed off because people think that this chick's really a good lawyer when I ain't seen nothing good yet. What can we send me to a case where she's been fabulous and won back to back and got people off of murders? Just show me. Because the proof, I mean, the proof's in the pudding when it comes down to the work. Where's her portfolio? Let's take a look at that. That'll tell me if she's good or not. You get what I mean? Because I ain't seen nothing impressive yet. People who impress me, lawyers like Young Thug's lawyer. That dude will get a guilty man off. So, you know, it's all about the way that you are. He got locked up for 21 days over Young Thug, over standing up for him after he found out information that the judge and them were doing behind their back, meeting with witnesses and shit. And take, you know what I'm saying, hearing things they shouldn't have heard.
Right.
So I'm saying that a lawyer will get locked up for you. So the fact that they ain't knocking on the police station and again contacting news stations and making a big fuss about it, they ain't good to me.
Right.
They got it moved out of the state, but of course you're gonna, or not the state, but I'm sorry, the county. But I mean, okay, cool. If you're saying that this was planted and and you're making all these type of statements, these blanket statements, and putting this out there in the way that you guys are talking about it in court, why is it such a small deal? Why aren't we flipping the table in the courtroom and making it and saying, Judge, my client was done wrong? Like, I mean, why aren't we flipping out like that if he really was done dirty like that? That's my problem. That's the problem I'm going to continue to have. I'm sorry. She don't have to be law enforcement, Cherry. But damn, if he's that unlawfully getting fucked, he's got, if she's a good lawyer is going to gripe and fight and stomp. Like I said, like that dude, go look at that lawyer that I'm talking about and you'll see what I'm talking about. Somebody who's willing to go to jail for you for 21 days over some shit that they're standing on that they heard about that was being done shady behind their client's back. Then those are the people I want fighting for me. The people who are willing to go all the way. If you don't take it serious, I'm not looking for the money collectors. I'm looking for the people who really take this shit serious and you know, their portfolios built up. When it comes to lawyers. She's a public pretender.
Yeah. No. She's a public defender.
No, she's not. I'm not saying that she's a horrible lawyer either. I'm not saying she's dog watered all the way. I'm just saying I wouldn't hire her for 10 cents. I'm just saying I would get a lawyer that I know would fight and not just fight like this, but actually contact other people outside of just this. Not experts, beyond experts. Like people in the media, like they should be reaching out to the people in the media, etc. Do the same thing that they're doing. Do the same thing that the other people do to you, which is there's media that goes out against you in your name. If your client's really not guilty and you really believe in his innocence, then bring that to the table. And if he was done dirty by some cops, why would we be holding it back to the point where we're just going to wait till we get in trial? We're going to let a guy that we think is not guilty keep sitting in prison and letting his fucking life shoot away. Like, what kind? You're not fighting for me then. Now you're letting me sit in here and rot then, right at this point. Can we get this show on the road? Can we be through the trial? You know, things like that. That's what I'm looking at.
Yeah. No, I actually totally agree with you. 100%. I think that you're exactly right, frankly.
I'm not always right, but that's just what I feel.
Well, on that, I'm going to say that you're exactly right. I think, listen, you are exactly right. When it comes to that, that's exactly right. The point I wanted to, you are exactly right as a defense attorney. However, you'd have to hire somebody like that. This is a public defender.
Right.
And this is not somebody he's paid any money for. This is a public defender. So we're dealing with, hey, bro, you've gone in front of the court before, right?
Absolutely, yes, absolutely. There's a couple times.
I've had to have a public defender. Defend me a couple times, and they suck. I mean, they're fucking suck. They really suck.
No doubt.
So you get what you get because we couldn't afford it. All right. She's a public defender. What I'm trying to say,
and it's not just her too. The credit can't just be given all to her because it ain't just her. There's people on the side really digging and helping. You know what I mean?
I guess what I'm trying to say, I guess the only point I'm trying to make is that if she brings enough doubt, number one, without any fucking doubt, this guy would be, he's gonna get like face the firing squad. I think that she's doing a job to make sure that he's gonna do life in prison without parole, and that's all I'm saying.
Right.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean,
that's all I'm saying.
if he's not guilty, he's not guilty, and the evidence
Oh, I know,
it'll
bro.
show
He's
in the
hella
evidence.
guilty. You and I both know. Come on, come on.
It'll show in the
I mean,
evidence.
Yeah. Well, totally guilty. Totally guilty. I mean, there's but the point I called in is I wanted to say that when you put your garbage out on any street in any state, it's considered abandoned, and it's no longer, you don't own that. You don't own your trash. Period. When it comes off your property and goes into the street, it doesn't belong to you. So, and you have absolutely no right to privacy. And whatever's in that trash, I could go in that trash as a homeless person and take everything of yours. And if you put gold chains in there and I put them on, they're mine. You know what I mean? Facts. You have that's it. You don't own that. So that's all I was trying to say. But I can let somebody else call in.
My thing is, I don't know, Flavos. With this case, is we've heard so much shit, like rumor wise, and then we've heard what inklings of some truth in there, or maybe what is perceived as truth. But when you hear things like blood on the railing, and it's like, damn, well, who's this unknown blood on the railing you're making a fuss about?
Blood on the railing where? I've never.
Why are we now waiting till 8 months before trial to talk about blood on the railing that was found? Like, we should have this DNA should have been found out about, studied, found, search for the person whose DNA it is. Then what are we doing?
So can I ask you a question?
Mm-hmm.
I have no idea about blood on the railing. Where's that at?
That's what I was trying to figure out. They're saying that it was on the way downstairs. Then they talk. I've seen someone hit me up. Hold up. Let me go to
By the way, are there fucking stairs?
She saw. All right. So supposedly she saw a victim running or upright running down the stairs when victim was dead in bed. Now suspect vehicle
down the stairs on inside.
That's allegedly. Now suspect vehicle 1, and it's talking about. I feel like this is crazy. She's saying Murphy wasn't shut in a room. The door was open. He had no blood on him and didn't track any. Now unknown male blood on handrail and glove outside. So again, unknown male blood on handrail and in glove outside.
So can I respond to that right quick?
Absolutely.
Number one, I can tell you, if I was a defense attorney, let's say she was a prosecutor, right? Right off the bat, I would say, then let's fucking swab everything because it's the party house. We've had.
Hold up. Should that unknown? Do you think that before you answer that, Fluffles? Hold up. Do you think that blood should match Kohlberger if?
Not likely.
If it's, I'm saying, if they're saying there's blood on the rail and in the glove outside, okay.
It's right glove. It's right blood.
Yeah, my thing is this. My thing is this though. Okay, but it depends who it leads back to.
Doesn't matter.
I think it does.
I'll be honest with you.
I think it does. If it's a glove, it's on the scene. It's got blood. It matters. It definitely matters in a homicide. We gotta figure out who this is.
What does it led back to you or me?
It's gotta. No, I'm saying it matters in the sense of seeing who it is.
Okay, let's research that. And by the way, I actually, as a good attorney, would actually do that. 100%. If you're going to give me an argument, I'm going to give you a debate. That's good lawyer stuff. But in my opinion, let's run the DNA. Let's figure it out. But by the way, if the person's DNA is not in the system,
no doubt.
If the person's DNA is not in the system, that's it. And you don't have a search warrant to even find that person's DNA. You can't even. It's a dead deal. And it's a red herring. As the woman, as the crime scene, the guy and going into the house nearby and stealing the women's panties. Remember?
Yeah.
And having that's also red herring. Remember the dog?
Yeah, I remember that. Remember
the dog that gets skinned? And
yes, well, that was Buddy, right? I think the dog's name was Buddy.
Remember
Buddy.
that?
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. Remember that? Remember the what was it, raccoons or something, like a prank. I think they
Yeah.
was throwing like 12 or something over there.
Brian, yeah,
There was a
Brian
few things.
Kopeka.
Yeah.
Brian Kopeka.
It was Brent Kopeka, right?
Oh, whatever. Yeah, Brent.
I think Brent
Yeah.
Kopaka.
These are all like red herrings. So, but as you know, as a good defense attorney, I mean, I would be bringing all this stuff up too. I'll let somebody else call in, but I'm just saying that.
No, you're good. You're good. You're good. I appreciate you. I appreciate you.
Yeah, I'm just saying. If somebody else wants to call in, he's got call waiting.
Yeah, nah, whatever they want. It don't matter. They know the number. Oh, I didn't put it up. I didn't have it open. I was I was catching up on these. I was just chilling, watching this. Yeah, this.
I think that
it's good intermission though.
I in my opinion, I think that she's brought enough, not so much doubt as far as like his guilt, but doubt how his DNA was collected. That I think that the jury, when they find one, is going to give him life in prison without parole. But I also want to say to everybody that's listening, I'm going to say this. If you know the prison system, it's a way tougher time to do life without parole than to do death row. You have no idea. Death row is a gift. There's like 12 people in there. There's not many people are in death row and fucking, seriously, in any county. So what happens in there is that they have a constant guard, and the guards, of course, talk to these people, and they make it nice, and it's quiet. It's quiet. It's nice. You get your three meals. It's actually a really great time until you get executed, and they're all too happy to get executed because they don't give a fuck because they want to die anyway. When you have to do life in prison without parole, you're going to do 65 years in chaos. And so that's actually a harder time. And I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean.
You know that, T-REV.
No doubt. No doubt. Hold on, I was reading.
Let that man cook.
Well, I'll let somebody else call in. And Chelsea wanted to call in, or
no, you're good. I was reading some of the comments. I seen a few decent comments come through. She said, "What?" But then there was something new that came in too for a new reason that he made. You said he may have been part or has been part for him. I don't know what you were meaning to say right there, CKI. And then I said full court press on exposing the Knights of. I see that, Melissa. I bet the president in the university in Moscow, Idaho, is in the club. He's a billionaire named Green. Bet the college is creepy.
I think that when I see Brian Kober going into court, they actually put it on Fox News tonight. And I was like, ooh, it's like he gives me the EBGBs.
I would have been on earlier, but I had therapy.
What?
I said I would have been on earlier, but I was in therapy.
I feel like I need therapy after looking at him. Honestly, it came on the news.
No, seriously. Well, I got back in a different therapy. They changed the time. I wish it was the time that I had when I was in Indiana, but they changed the time, and it's longer. This therapy is longer than what I was in before.
Well, tell me about it. Let's talk to me. Whatever you want to share. You don't have to say anything.
Yeah, I just I'm a content person on therapy.
How long is it? Is it an hour?
It's like 2 hours actually.
Oh, good.
You do a virtual group therapy, then you go there, do a therapy, you talk to a counselor also. So it's like it's like a 3.5, 4 hour process.
You know what, T-REV? I'm going to share something with you and probably everybody here. And you know what? I don't care. That's fantastic. Let me say something. We had a really rough upbringing, and that's all I'm going to say. And had it not been for victim witness, that was the state gave us free therapy, and my mom was completely psycho about making us go to therapy. So there's 6 of us. We're all 1 year apart. And she made all of us go to therapy twice a week. And then we had to do, these are 6 of us, we had to do, you know, a family meeting every fucking Sunday where we had to first validate each other before we can air our grievances.
Right.
So, and it changed our lives. And everybody in my family is really successful and are married and have kids and just an amazing family. So I can't say enough about therapy, frankly.
Yeah, it works. It works for me. You know, it depends. Everybody's different, but it works for me. Always has.
You know, and honestly, like it's, you know, and maybe you have your children going there. I don't know. I don't want to, but
Yeah.
But I just think that everybody. I think that therapy is good for everybody.
It is. It's good for some. Some people don't need it. Some people do. Some, you know, everybody's different. I always say that everybody's different. Even when people with anxiety and depression or panic disorder, it's all everybody's different.
Well, like
yeah,
you
no
know,
doubt.
or a life coach, like somebody like me.
Right.
I need a life coach.
Yeah, ain't no doubt. I appreciate you, Fluffles. I'm about to dive. I'm gonna finish playing this. I want to dive into some more because there's some stuff that they talk about. So, no doubt, I appreciate you, my friend. God bless you. Lock your doors. You already know the drill. Stay vigilant. Love and light. Shout out to her. We appreciate you, Fluffles, in the building.
FBI, open up!
Databases that they're not allowed to. In this case, the 2 of the 4 that they did. And the next page talks about the things that have to be kept in case there's a prosecution case. The prosecutor talked to you about, well, this is a tip. This is just a tip. It's like an informant. And it's thought of in this Department of Justice policy as more if they're told to keep things in case there's a prosecution case. And so that should be considered when you're considering the entire picture that we have here in light of the amount of secrecy that happened here. That takes it out of being a tip. It takes it out of being a lead in the case. I would remind the court, I'm sure the court knows pretty well when we're talking about confidential informants and that type of law, you have to have some reliability. And there should be a big question here about how reliable this is, how reliable whatever it was the FBI did to develop this profile with the rest of the secret things that they did in this case and their willingness to violate their own policy. Certainly not suggesting that this court create a new 4th Amendment right.
See what I'm saying? Like this, things like saying secret things. If they were secret things, go to the news then. Yeah, I know you got a gag order, but damn. If your man's being done that wrong, do something about it. 956, you're in the mix. What's going on, man? We was getting to that hot stuff. What's going on, brother?
Yeah. No, but just to piggyback off Fluffles, man. It doesn't matter, to each their own, how you raise your kids and everything like that, right? But one thing that's universal is it's church, family, love, bro. That's what's missing in the world.
Absolutely.
You know, so, you know, we moved away from it. And I don't know how to get back to it, brother. I don't know.
What do you mean? You don't know how to get back to it?
Yeah, like the world they just don't believe in religion anymore. They don't believe in family, God, love. It's all about material bullshit. Being on social media, getting the likes, you know, material stuff.
Yeah, ain't no doubt. Material, I feel like, is a big thing. I'd say 90% of the society these days, maybe even 80. I'd say 80. Hey, you got 80, 20. I don't care. As long as my bills are paid, I don't give a shit. All that money can go to kids afterwards. I don't care. You get what I mean? That, like, it don't mean.
Yeah, but most people don't think like you, bro. They want to have the nice house.
I don't care about the finer things, bro. I'll ride in a beat down Geo Metro. Like, what are you talking about? You put me in a 1999 Geo Metro red with the doors falling off that bitch. Yeah, I'm good, man. I don't need all that, you know?
Yeah, but if we could change the world, if everyone thought like you, brother, but, you know, it doesn't.
Yeah, no doubt. People want those finer things. They see people bragging. They see people with stacks of money. They want to live that life. But in reality, like, they think that money that money puts the end to issues, and it doesn't. It doesn't put the end to shit. In fact, it can make you even more miserable. And I've had money before. I know what it is. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's nothing. Like, it's it doesn't make a difference. Of course, you want to lead your children in a good direction and show them, hey, the proper ways of getting money. If you're from the hood like I am, you don't want to show them the old ways, how we grew up and how to get money when we were growing up. I want to show them, hey, you can work for a living, whether however you want to work for a living in today's age. I was telling my son, I said, you can be a creator, a content creator, or you can go work at a warehouse like Daddy did for a long time. I said, I could, whatever you want to do, I support it. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, the great thing about it is, bro, that you've been at the bottom, you know, so you can speak from experience. They can't say, well, you don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, I do, because I've been through it. And I don't want you to go through it. You know,
absolutely.
But hey, everyone has to learn on their own. But, you know, getting back to the BK stuff, man, like, I'm just so frustrated, brother. So frustrated. Like, let's get to it.
I'm frustrated with the case because of the things that come out and then the no context behind the things that do come out. It's like, and the judge said he ain't gonna be able to hold this stuff back for long. He might lift the order, and next thing you know, everything's gonna start coming out. He said at some point I'm gonna lift it. He did say that in the first one.
Why is there so many judges, man? Like, why just go to this court and that court? Like, I've never heard of this type of delays and setup for trial, bro. It's already going on 3 years, man. 3 freaking years, man. You hear me?
Yeah, no, I was writing something.
Okay.
Yeah, I was writing something. No, you're good. I can hear you loud and clear. Loud and clear.
Right.
I hear you good.
Yeah, man. 3 years. 3 years is way too much. 2 years is
It
max,
is,
man. I know.
I've seen, like, do you remember Lake and Riley?
Yeah, look how quickly they're passing laws. You know, that guy went in less than a year. Went to court and everything.
Audrey Cunningham. There's people that I've covered after Idaho 4. I'm talking almost a year later, and they're already getting justice.
Do you think Idaho is just pushing it because it's one of the biggest cases they've ever had? You know, so they're just pushing it. You know,
ratings?
trying to get the most. Yeah, brother.
You
That's
think?
all they have. Idaho. All they have
Yeah,
is potatoes.
but think about it though. Think about it though. Is it the type of ratings though? Like, think about this. Think about it. Is this the type of ratings that they want? Yeah, murder. These four young souls got brutally murdered here in Idaho. Welcome to Idaho. Is that what they want? I don't think so. I think they want it to go away. I think it might be the opposite here, Mac. To be honest with you.
So. You want to know? You want to know why? Because I never heard of this university until this. You know.
They don't want to be heard about. They're the type of university that wants to do good off in the mix and have a good area and not, you know, be off in the cut. They got money over there, but I'm saying in general, it seems like they're in the cut. They want this shit to go away. Look what happened with the house. They knocked this freaking house down like this.
I don't believe that, because if they wanted to go away, they would boom. Let's go. Let's get it done. Let's get it done. Right, that's it. Let's go to court. Boom. Get it out of here.
Consideration. What do we mean? Perhaps the person who needed therapy or any of these communal institutions the most is the man whose this case is focusing on. Talk about Koberger? Case is focusing on. I'm confused. Patsy said, or I'm sorry, Banana Fresh said, Trey, they would need a name, the DNA on the sheath, and it didn't have a name to it. That's true. It just had that DNA on it. He said they ID the suspect came after ancestry when it needs to come before. So let's go here with it, Mac, right? If they get this DNA taken off the table, do you think his chances of walking are about as large as OJ's was?
It's better, but look, they still have video. They still have that. They tracked him, his car, everything. Okay, they have him connecting to the Wi-Fi.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Right.
So take the DNA out of it. All right.
Yeah. Hey.
You've got that video of that house right on the corner that's going to show the white car pulling up. Okay?
When Matt calls, I think it's all in the hips now. It's all in the hips. Mhm.
You know, the video
Tiger
of
Woods.
the police department, you know, and the timeline, it breaks down perfectly, bro.
Yeah, no doubt.
The affidavit, if that's what it's called, right? Where they have like the
Yeah. You're talking about the PCA.
yeah.
The PC.
You know, it breaks down-
I'm gonna be honest with you. I've read a few PCAs up to that date, and I've never seen one packed with facts, like, or not packed with facts, but packed with so much information to start a wildfire in the media streets. I'm telling you right now, it was like a freaking wildfire, bro. You seen it. You seen it.
Yeah.
You were here.
Yeah.
You witnessed it with us. You were here when that shit went that. Like, it was just absolutely insane.
That's how I fell in love with your channel. You know what I mean?
Ain't
Like,
no
we went
doubt.
through so, you know, I was so happy to be unemployed and doing nothing, bro. Because I was just like, damn, I got so much time. I liked it. You know.
Yeah, no, man, it was not, and it was fam. I don't know, the vibes around here, you know, it was lit. It was lit. What are we talking about? The littest spot on YouTube.
2,000, 3,000 people online. You know. Like,
We'll be back there when you take 5 months off. You get, you know, people. It happens. That's what happened. People will start moving around. It just is what it is. I've said it. If you go back to some of my lives, I say this is one of those industries where if you take time off, it's next man up syndrome. Straight up. And that's just a fact. And I don't care.
The reason I'm gonna say this, Trev, is that Idaho's, it's a big case and they're pushing it because, and this is at Shannon Grace, okay? I've had a public defender, right? And they check into your finances. And in no point do you get that great of a defense, like that expensive, man. Like, it's, you know, the prices they're charging.
What? I seen the prices that Ann was getting paid. I forget what it was, but
and I've had they look into your finances, brother. And this guy had a job. His parents they own their own house, okay?
Right.
They got to put it up, collateral or something to pay for it.
Yeah, that's.
So that's why I think Idaho's pushing it for a big case. They gave him this badass defender, charging a lot. You know, it's a big case for them.
So are you really going down the avenue of thinking they want this case there? They're letting it build up just to make those ratings, those numbers, those. Is it really a industry numbers game like that? You think here?
Yeah.
A politician now? I don't know what you want to call it, but what would you call it?
Money grab.
So it's a money grab for the town in a sense to but my thing is this though, what's the motive of that money grab? Who's benefiting? The state, or I mean
all the politicians, all the people that are the hotel people, all the business people that, you know,
the Ann Taylors,
everyone, bro. Look, I bet you when the trial starts.
I mean, I think you got a good point. But when I sit here and think about it, I'm also thinking, because when you said it, I took it as if like you were saying this, because they're not. Again, this trial's going down in Boise, which is what, 5 hours from where this happened at. So I believe it's 5 hours, and if it's not, correct me in chat. But you have that trial happening in Boise. They're not there no more. And he looked at them on the first video that we watched and said, basically, hey, you move to a place where there's a lot more people but it's going to get around quicker, or just if not faster. That's what he was saying. That was the judge that said that, by the way.
So who's going to be the judge?
This guy, I think this dude right here.
Yeah, they're fucked.
People are definitely fickle for sure. Nah, yeah, this dude right here is no joke either. To be honest with you, I actually like this judge. I'm a fan of him. I think that he gets straight to it. He's not, and I'm not just saying that because of the feistiness with the defense. He's just in general, I see him being that way with both sides. I think that's just his personality. And I actually dig it. I dig it. A fair person, straight down the middle. I don't want to hear no BS. Bring me the evidence. You get what I'm saying? He was just basically calling him out too, making these type of accusations, etc. Trust me, he's gonna get down to it. He's gonna do it by the book, and you could tell this guy's by the book, and that he doesn't play no games. And I do like that about him. That's what I really do like about him. That's what I see through him so far. In case that changes, or if at a later date that changes, I'll let you know. But right now, that's what I see in this judge. I see he does not play no games.
You know why they changed it, right?
Don't come in his courtroom fucking around.
You know why they changed it, right?
What's up?
Because if it's a mistrial or something and he gets off, it looks bad on the state.
Oh, 100%. Without a shadow of a doubt.
Let that man cook.
You said T.
And they moved it to Boise.
You said what now, bro?
And they moved it to Boise.
Yep. I'm pretty sure it's in Boise. Let me just do a double fact check on it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they moved it to Boise, but I'm checking. I'm gonna do a double fact check on it right now. Again, I didn't call out this change of venue. It says Brian Koberger's trial initially set to take place at Latah County has been relocated to Ada County, which is in Boise, Idaho. Yep, told you. And it's August 11th of 2025. The jury selection will begin on July 30th of 2025. And the proceedings will be presided over the 4th District Judge Stephen Hippler. Stephen Hippler.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! You fucking donkey!
It's all setting up, bro. In August, nice weather.
Yeah. Oh, damn. Max said you can go golfing out there.
You know?
He's like, it's you think it's tourists they're gonna be in all over the place. You know it's already booked out, Mac. It's been booked out for months.
It's a money grab, brother. It's a money grab.
Is it a money grab, or is it just to have a super high profile case where everybody wants to know everything? Well, come on, bro. We live in a everybody wants to know everything type of world.
Okay, Brett, check this, all right? Right? $5 million in Boise, Idaho goes a lot different than $5 million in LA, New York. Okay?
Right. I don't know. Chat. Okay, so Mac here on the phone is saying, look, Rev, this trial right here is a money grab. If you agree with what Mac is saying, put 1 in chat for yes, it's a money grab. And if you don't believe that and you think it's just a high profile case, put 2. 2, 1 for yes, 2 for no. Is it a money grab? And 2 would be no. And with your explanation. But I'm just curious. He said, I'm hoping for a up and coming show on the full JFK declassification. What happened today? Is it about to get wild? We need to check it out. Sure. I'm down.
Was it a full thing though? Or a partial?
What? Like
the JFK, what they released.
I'm not sure. I didn't see it. I'm not gonna pretend I seen it either. I didn't see it. I gotta look at it.
He did the same stunt in 2016.
My boy got pardoned. My boy got pardoned actually by Trump. He was locked up for the stuff that happened at the Capitol. He got locked up in prison in Arizona, like I think a medium, maybe maximum state federal prison, and they put him up for a while, but he got out. He's about to sue him and everything. He got pardoned by Trump too.
Man, it's amazing, bro, what you with the power is, And that's why I tell everyone, run for local government. If you don't like where you live and what's going down, get involved in your local politics. That's how you're gonna change shit.
Yeah, but sometimes it's hard to break the barrier they got in place because it's like a ear by ear thing. Oh yeah, recommendation. This is my boy right here. One that usually they can Jerry Jones a motherfucker. Excuse my language. You know, you can puppet on a string them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about. You're talking about it right now, but that's usually what it is at these places. Even jobs and locations where people work, it's a puppet string. You got to know people that want to get, you know, oh, can you hire my friend Jamal Adams and Jabarni, whatever, whoever, you know?
Yeah, and it sucks, bro, because you wouldn't change it if you have the power. You know, you're not gonna change it.
Lisa, this guy makes me want to call in, but I won't. Damn.
Go ahead. Do it. I want you to. I'm gonna come.
Nah, no doubt, man. But what do you think about this case? What is going to be the final result? Do you think that he did this, or do you think that he didn't do this and he's going to get off?
I'm gonna tell you, I love this case because so many twists and turns. You know what I mean, brother? And like, I'm saying he's guilty, right? Okay. People are saying he's not, but it's interesting. I love how it's developing. I love the parents. How can this guy do it? You can take it however. It's just amazing, bro. There's got to be a movie made about it. You know, I just feel bad for the parents, bro.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
And do you remember, Red, when Goncalves, when the dad was there, and he just, I'm pissed.
Yeah.
Like, do something. And the wife's like, calm down.
Yeah, for sure.
I would have been like, what? Shit, I ain't calming down. I paid for this
Brother, this
Yeah, well, he said Trump. Yeah, no doubt.
Hey, Patsy, I like Trump. That's a Gemini. But
I'm Donald Trump, and I approve this message.
Did you say he ain't for the people?
ain't no rich man ever for the people, bro.
I don't know, bro. That when he went in office, though, he put out. Do you know? Like he actually put me on the right path, and I've been on the right path ever since he came in office. That's a real shit. That's some real shit from the things that he set in place too.
Do you know when he went into office? Right before
I'm just
Obama
saying,
went
from
out,
the things that if he was really okay, let's say if he was really rich and he didn't care about people, why was he able to help so many different people who were in situations like I was in, and I was able to get out of those situations and actually build. I'm serious, from things that he put in place.
what was your situation?
Well, at the time when Trump had first came into office, shit, I was homeless damn near. He had PUA, and I was catching COVID left and right. Yeah, PUA he was giving a lot of us what was it? I think $1,000 a week.
You're talking about 2016? COVID didn't hit until 2020.
Nah, I'm talking about 2020.
Okay, no. What I'm talking about is like 2016.
I'm talking about but he set this in place though. He helped a lot of. I'm saying when he came into office, my life started changing, meaning in a good way. Over the years.
But you know though why, right?
I'm not saying this because of fully. I'm not saying this, and I'm not Mac. Listen, I'm not saying here. Yeah, it fully changed because of Donald Trump. I'm just saying in general, he was part of it for sure, 100%. Things that he set in place. I was able to, mature, learn, keep pounding the pavement, learning things, starting my own business, starting different. You get what I mean? I was able to do things that I never would have thought I would have been able to achieve today. So in general, he played a part for sure.
So I'm going to say this. I am not an Obama fan at all. I think he's a pussy. I'm not a fan, okay? But this guy took us from what Bush left us, a trash heap, and he put us on the path. So when Trump came into office, he just piggybacked.
And I'll leave it at this. I don't really like to talk politics when I'm live. I'll have a little funny message here or there. I'm just not the politic talking type of dude, but in general, I will mention things, especially when it's brought up. Like, for instance, like the president needs to be talked to when it comes to changing why he's in office. Change some things about these schools, these kids being protected in these schools. For real. Like that shit's become way too much of a problem. Already 10 this year.
Yeah, bro, but you know how you stop it though, right?
Said what?
You know how you stop that though, right?
Yeah, you stop sending money to other countries and start paying American men and women who want to protect their children to protect these schools.
Exactly. And then the people that protect your kids, okay, they gotta be vetted, drug tested, put them in positions like the Uvalde it happened, right? Pussies, bro.
Yeah, I remember. I mean, that definitely that made me mad at the time too. I remember that. People are entitled to their own opinion. That's why, me. I'm not like I said. I'm not a politics guy. I pay attention to things. I'll go out and vote, but that's about it. I don't really like to dive too deep into things. I pay attention to certain things, especially if it means something big. But you know how it is. Back to Kohlberger. I need to finish this up. I want to finish hearing what she was saying. I'm about to hear what she was saying, Mac. I appreciate you calling in, my brother. God bless you. Lock your doors. Stay vigilant. Salute. I'll holler at you very soon, my boy. Shout out to Mac. We appreciate him. Hold up. Let me put this on. Boy, get me out of pocket. You smell jealous is over there going.
Go ahead. Do it. I want you to.
No, I know. Hold on, let's keep going.
Right, based on violation of Department of Justice policy. But I'm saying you should look at that and consider that when you're thinking about what the FBI did here and how credible this lead was in this particular case. That's fair for you to consider, just like you would in any other confidential.
I still love you, smell jealous. I respect her opinion, though.
I would like to distinguish
right.
what we have here with our subsequent search. I talked a lot about that before. I won't go too far on that.
You speak about, I don't really like speaking about politics, but you speak about it. Some people have their opinions, and that's that. You got to respect it or neglect it and not choose to respect it and not argue with nobody. It's all love over here.
This is a second search and a third search if we're just focusing on the 2 SNP files. These are extra searches that happen after the initial search is done and the STR profile is developed and it goes into the CODIS database. This is completely different and a SNP is different. You heard a lot of testimony about how this is sort of new and evolving technology and the standards that apply are catching up and there's best practices. You heard a lot about that today. So I don't think we can just say, well, if CODIS is fine, this is fine. It's not the same at all. There is a ton of information about your whole genome that gets profiled. Maybe the SNP that uploads into MyHeritage, which it shouldn't have, maybe that SNP doesn't tell you certain things about a health profile, but the potentiality is there in the SNP profile. For $12, you can upload that profile and find out all kinds of personal health information. It's the potentiality of that. And that's the Carpenter case that talked about the potentiality of that. People have an absolute privacy interest in their health matters. Idaho has a couple of different laws on the books. It has the family DNA law on the books. And think about HIPAA. I mean, we all have to sign those forms every time we go to the doctor if we want anything released to our surgeon. Health matters are important. If you can upload one of these profiles for $12 and find out all kinds of information, how is that not a Fourth Amendment issue? That's what that SNP profile can do. And that was done twice without a warrant in this case. And there should have been a warrant. It violates Fourth Amendment rights, Article 1, Section 17 rights, and this must be suppressed.
Thank you. All right, the matter will be taken under advisement. Let's proceed with the Frank's argument on the IGG and the Frank's proffer more generally. Or did I get it wrong again?
Your Honor, I'm prepared to do that. I would request that the court maybe give me 5 minutes. I have different things.
We'll take 5.
Thank you.
Take 5.
Back in 5.
We'll be back in 5 minutes. All right, come on, hold on. Let's hear it. It's more than 5 minutes, though.
Other issues are on.
There it is right there.
Right.
Crunching papers
Let's
in my
take
ear.
Honor, I think on the court's bench, there was a document placed, so
What,
it had initials to comply
thank you.
with the court's.
Appreciate it.
All right, Your Honor, the purpose we're here for today is to offer you a preliminary showing of why we should have a Franks hearing. To do that, we will show you that in this circumstance, the affidavits that supported search warrants in this case had false information in them that was intentionally placed there. There was intentional omissions of information that are material and exculpatory to Mr. Koberger, and without the false statements and with the added information in, probable cause on the warrants should not be found. Today, I'm asking you to listen to what we have to say, look at the exhibits that have been admitted, and I'll walk through those with you to talk about the 13 areas. And at the end of this hearing, we will have met the preliminary showing required in order to schedule a Franks hearing and fully challenge this.
With the exception of the IGG, which I think we've already heard the evidence on. So
We did hear the evidence, Your Honor, and I will not repeat that evidence. I'll argue from that today.
my only point being that's not in the preliminary stage that all the other issues are.
Well, I'll try to hit that as hard as I can. Your Honor, in
said
this
it's over.
case, there were a lot of search warrants. I'm going to draw the court's attention to those beginning on December 23rd. That day is important because it was just a few days prior to that, for the first time ever, Brian Koberger's name came up in the course of this investigation. Your Honor wouldn't know that by reading the affidavits for probable cause. Nobody would know that. That's because that information is omitted from the affidavit. That information is something that you heard about this morning in testimony, that but for the FBI's work going into databases they shouldn't have been going into, violating their own policy, keeping no records, and doing this all behind the scenes in secret. That's the only way it was produced. Prior to that time, the lead detective in the case had not heard the name Brian Koberger. He had not crossed their radar. That's nowhere in the affidavit, and that's important because that's intentionally withheld from the affidavit because of the work the FBI did, because the FBI went behind the scenes and did things that
I ain't gonna lie, I'm getting cooked.
we don't know what else they did wrong because
I ain't gonna lie, I'm getting cooked.
we don't know what else they did wrong because there's no record kept, there's no process kept. We can't rebuild the process that they did to identify Mr. Koberger. We can't do any of that because they kept no records, produced no records, and did this all behind closed doors, and it was withheld from the magistrate. Had the judge heard about that, signing probable cause, that would have been really important to understand. We don't know this name. We heard it for the first time now, and we only know it because we violated our own policy to find that. That may have given the judge caution. It may have made the judge
Here we
wonder,
go again.
what else are they doing behind the scenes? But that was withheld from the judge. That judge never got to know that. Let's talk about what the judge did get to know with that in mind, and that's a really important backdrop. These affidavits are a group effort. I think the court's heard a little bit about that, and if the court has some of the initial exhibits, the court will know, and I'm at D2. The court will know that this was a group effort. The FBI, the same FBI that went behind and violated their own policy to try to identify somebody, they were co-located with Moscow Police Department and working on these affidavits to present to the judge.
Stop the cap. Stop the cap. Stop the cap.
First warrant that gets anything related to Mr. Koberger is, I refer to it as AT&T 1. It's on 12/23/22, and it's for 48 hours worth of records of Mr. Koberger. And I want to go through that warrant with the court having in mind that the IG was purposefully and intentionally withheld from the magistrate. And I want to talk about some of the other problems with that warrant.
Oh my God. Stop the cap.
This probable cause affidavit talks about an interview they had where the person that was interviewed said that she heard things and saw things within her house. But what is written in the probable cause affidavit is seriously lacking in detail. It's wrong and it's false in many places. The way the affidavit reads, it says this person stated she went to sleep on the second floor. She was awoken at 4 by what she stated sounded like one of the victims playing with the dog, which was on the third floor. A short time later, she thought she heard one of the victims say something. That caveat, she thought she heard, is a problem. That's not at all what was said. This person was interviewed shortly after 911 was called in the afternoon of November 13th, 2022. And she was sure. I'm at Defendant's Exhibit 8A, page 281, lines 4 through 10, when this witness was sure that she heard this particular victim go down the stairs, go up the stairs, and then come running back down the stairs.
Damn.
That is not what's contained in this affidavit at all. That is repeated during this same interview.
Nah, we gotta
a couple
hear
of
this.
different times at page 287. It's also repeated in a subsequent interview that same day. This is Defendant's Exhibit 8B. That's at page 313 and again at 320. I've got one more of these where this is repeated.
Let that man cook.
It's repeated again in D8C as well. That is important because that's misleading to the judge. That waters down what was said, and that matters in the probable
I'm really locked into what she's saying. So hold up. I'm here. I'm taking notes on this.
cause affidavit, because the officers, when they wrote this, knew that wasn't the case. They knew this particular person that DM said was upright and running down the stairs, that's not what happened. That person was killed in the bed and never left the bed. And so the officers water that down because they know that fact is wrong, but they don't tell the magistrate that. They also don't tell the magistrate that this witness has claimed memory problems, that this witness has claimed that she's not sure what she heard or saw was real or whether it was at a dream, and that is contained in Defendant's 8C, and that's going to be beginning at page 396, 398, 399, 403. There's further statements from that witness in the interview that said that she had too much to drink and couldn't remember. None of that is given to the magistrate. That is information that's withheld. That's credibility of the person telling law enforcement these things, and the magistrate had a right to know that whatever is laid out in here.
Excuse me, the fuck did you just say?
Isn't exactly the way it was. That person had credibility issues, and she said things that were just absolutely untrue and couldn't have been true. That was intentionally withheld from the magistrate. That matters when we're talking about credibility and sets this whole thing into motion. Your Honor, the next part of the affidavit talks about what they have determined to be suspect vehicle number 1, and it trails a path of pieced together cameras. But what they don't tell the magistrate is that the camera near the residence, the 1112 King Road camera near 1122 King Road, you can't tell what kind of car it is. They don't tell the magistrate that that's an impossible car, that their expert can't make an identification off that. They don't tell the magistrate that this is pieced together from various other videos throughout the area. That's withheld from the magistrate. That's important information when you tell a magistrate, we found this car doing this thing and we know what it is that's around this particular area. The next issue is the year of the car. Law enforcement works with the FBI to determine the year of the car, and the FBI provides some possibilities after numerous submissions to them, and the court knows this and can read about this. This is going to be in D10. That's in D9. And finally, after several submissions, that's when the FBI IML says I can make a car identification. The issue with that, that's not disclosed to the magistrate.
Shit, I would always love to see what your angle. I could never shut down somebody else's angle, like especially if it doesn't align with mine. Like if you sent me some articles and some things or some receipts on some of the stuff you're talking about, it may hit me differently. I may, you never know what knowledge you have that you could share with somebody else. I look at it with open eyes. So when I read it, if it hits me, I'm like, damn, I'll tell you exactly what I think.
Is that car appears one time on one video and not any of the others that they try to say are the path. It's not, let me see if I can say this right.
Yeah.
It's not following a consistent trail where the one camera that can identify the car where it appears again. It appears one time. And then what law enforcement did was they took several videos from all over the area and said, well, it's the same car and we have an identification. That's not all. The identification was most comfortably from that FBI agent to be a 2011 to 2013 Elantra. And that's what law enforcement relied on. The court has, it is D12, and it's the Be on the Lookout that was issued by Moscow Police Department, where they look for a 2011 to 13 Hyundai Elantra. And that's what they're looking for. And they don't tell the magistrate that's what they're looking for. They mislead the magistrate and let the magistrate believe that they have a clear view of this car making this loop. And that's just not what happened. It's pieced together and it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Law enforcement in their affidavits talked about this dog barking, and they give you some time. And they say, this is when something was happening inside this house. We can hear this dog barking. And they use the videotape to get a time off that, the surveillance tape from the neighborhood, the 1112 King. And so they've got this time, but they also have this video, this trail that they've picked out a time that something probably happened here. And they don't tell the magistrate that this dog that's barking continues on long after the car they're interested in has left the area and then abruptly stops. Your Honor, the dog was found the next day inside the house in a bedroom with an open door, where the other bedrooms that contained people that died, their bedroom doors were open, and this dog had not tracked any blood around the dog, had no blood on it whatsoever, but it was just sitting in an open room a day later. The magistrate is not informed about that either. Then the police department goes through maneuvers to tell the magistrate that they did this investigation. They talk about a traffic stop, 2 traffic stops actually.
What's up, Jennifer?
And there's no connector in there. This is where the lack of the IGG becomes really important. If you know about the IGG, you know why that would be built. Otherwise, 2 random traffic stops months ago in pretty populated areas with a lot of college kids really doesn't add up to be an investigation. But those are put in there to try to bolster up this investigation and say it was something that it wasn't. Probably the worst part of that is relying on, after the BOLO went out for 2011 to 13 Elantra, then WSU, Washington State University,
I need to get a drink.
find cars. They find one that's registered to Brian Koberger, parked at the apartments he lived in,
But
but it was a 2015 Elantra, and so they don't really do much with it. But this is placed, that is placed in the affidavit like it was an investigative fact, and it wasn't. It was on the 20th of December when the detective, the lead detective, got a hold of WSU police and found out about that and said, oh, hey, you called this in. He didn't know about that before, but there's no context around that. That's just stacked in there like it creates probable cause when it doesn't. You know that's the case when you look at a couple of our exhibits. One is prior testimony from that same detective. And if you look at the messaging between the detective and the WSU police officer about the timing of that. So it's based on this false investigation trail, and it's based on statements that are completely out of context from somebody that they interviewed that are incorrect statements when you take the totality of the circumstances together, and statements that this person disclaimed a couple of days later because she wasn't sure what she remembered was real, and give that to the judge. If you add in the missing piece of IGG and what happened with that, And as a judge, you know you've got law enforcement willing to violate their own policy, and you know that you're not being told the full story about what a witness is saying, and you're being led down this path to say there's a real investigation when there wasn't a real investigation, you don't find probable cause on that.
If I find that the IGG was not unconstitutionally obtained, doesn't it just add to the probable cause?
No, no.
If it were to have been disclosed, it would have simply created more basis to suspect Mr. Kohlberger.
Your Honor, if it had been disclosed, think about how that would read. We used a process to make an identification. This is a new technology. This is called investigative genetic genealogy, and we identified somebody. We did not keep any of our documentation because even though Department
my
of Justice
water.
policy says we need to, we decided not to. Even though it says we can't go into certain databases, we really wanted to figure out who this was, so we just ignored that policy altogether. I don't know how a judge could find that credible. You don't even know how that happened. There is a great big question mark about how that happened. To Your Honor's point, you should find it unconstitutional. If you don't find it unconstitutional, it's a separate analysis. I appreciated being able to talk to the witness about that today, but it's a completely separate analysis. You're looking at integrity. You're looking at what a court can rely on to sign off on an affidavit or a search warrant. If an affidavit is presented to a judge and you know that the rules don't matter, that terms of use of a database don't matter, and that you're going to hide what you do, and that doesn't matter either, there's not a lot to rely on. If law enforcement came to the magistrate and said, we want to go search this house over here, and they said, we really think there's going to be evidence of a crime in there because we've got this confidential informant, and this confidential informant has provided a lead, but we need to tell you that we don't have real reason to trust this confidential informant because they won't tell us how they know that. They gave us a picture, but they won't tell us where they got it from or when they got it or what means they used. They threw away their camera. They threw away all the metadata. They won't tell us anything about that. And by the way, the confidential informant maybe has some integrity issues. A judge is not going to sign off on that. And then if you say, but to support that, I built this false look at a whole investigation here. I'm going to tell you these other things that I know that I had no idea about before my confidential informant was here. And these things don't add up anyway. There is not, in my view, a judge that's going to find probable cause because somebody got stopped by law enforcement. I think it was a seatbelt ticket months before.
The purpose of the submission of that was simply to identify the car that he drove and the fact it didn't have a license.
All right, I'm back. I had to grab my water.
Wasn't to suggest it's otherwise connected to the homicide, except to say this is a car of interest, and the defendant was found driving it.
Well, let's talk about that license plate for a second, though, because
No doubt alternative.
that's not something you can see from the videos, and that was testimony you heard today. You
Should
can't
be able to
see
hear
that
everything.
from the video that the cops relied on here. So that bit about the license plate, that's something a little bit extra that happened after we have this IGG stuff. That wasn't known before.
Right, but does it matter?
There was no video collected from WSU before. There was no communication with the officers at WSU before. So if before the identification through IGG,
I'm just not tracking why that matters. But go ahead.
it matters because
Whoa.
this wasn't a real investigation.
Say that again, sir. I'm sorry. What was it?
Collected from WSU before. There was no communication with the officers at WSU before. So if before the identification through IGG,
I'm just not tracking why that matters. But go ahead.
it matters because
My man said, I'm just not tracking why that matters.
Let that man cook.
Because
Damn.
this wasn't a real investigation. These are things that are put in there to make it look like an investigation happened, to say, don't
Yeah,
look
I
here
got my
at this
water
big
after
glaring
that.
thing that's missing, this whole piece about why we identified him. Don't look here. We don't want you to look here because this is
Zero.
ugly, this is dirty, and this isn't real. That's precisely why those things are placed in that PC affidavit like that. So based on that, the first warrant gets issued. It doesn't end there. This warrant is not good. There's too much missing information, false information, and information withheld from the magistrate here. But then the warrants just rely on one another. There are other things to add into later warrants as well. And so I want to go through some of those other things with you.
Right? He's pretty good.
I do
agree,
want
bro.
to comment on the affidavits being used by a variety of officers. I understand the collective knowledge doctrine, but that's not what is going on here. You have an affidavit that sometimes Moscow police attribute it to the person that really wrote it, but quite often it's just the name taken off, and who claims to have done the work is whoever signed the bottom of it, and it can't be the same. So it's not quite the same thing, and that matters as well. But let's talk about the second warrant.
What's
The
that one?
second warrant is also AT&T. The first one comes in, and an hour
right,
later, they say they have all this data analyzed, and they say they now need 6 months worth of phone records for Brian Koberger's phone. They do acknowledge that his phone wasn't contained within the geofence when they looked at the geofence. But the second warrant is important, and we're going to talk about minutes difference of time. In the first AT&T warrant, in that affidavit, the police officer talks about 2:42 a.m. that WSU cameras, because they start looking at WSU cameras after the IGG identification, they find a white car that they say is an Elantra at 2:42. So they get the phone records, and then it becomes 2:44 that they say Mr. Koberger's leaving his residence, 2:44 a.m. And the place near Bishop Boulevard, where one could turn to go to Moscow at 2:42, is inconsistent with 2:44, but they don't correct that. They don't correct that. They don't say that vehicle at 2:42 cannot have been the right white Elantra running around that night, because we now know it was at 2:44 a.m. They want to keep that in there because they want the car positioned like it's going to be going to Moscow. And that is really important with the misleading of the magistrate. When you look at 1A, that's the map we looked at earlier today, where there's the whole loop around, but there's
I do like this, Judge. Why does that matter?
a blue line as if pointing the car towards Moscow, and that's not what happened. They then report the phone stops reporting to the network at 2:47 a.m. And that's not right.
Right.
We submitted their cell experts report that say the phone stops reporting at 2:54 a.m. We submitted 2 affidavits to you from our experts who have worked with the call detail records, and that's just not right. Don't get caught up in thinking 7 minutes don't matter here. We're talking about ground that can be covered in a vehicle in a short time. We're talking about 2 towns that are fairly close together. And so the way a car points when they go off a network matters a whole lot in this circumstance. That's not corrected in any of the affidavits. That's the part that's really exculpatory to Mr. Koberger, is what direction, when the phone stops reporting to the network, what direction?
We finally hear about the exculpatory. Is that it? Let me hear her back. What is she at? 124.
Don't matter here. We're talking about ground that can be covered in a vehicle in a short time. We're talking about 2 towns that are fairly close together. And so the way a car points when they go off a network matters a whole lot in this circumstance. That's not corrected in any of the affidavits. That's the part that's really exculpatory to Mr. Koberger, is what direction, when the phone stops reporting to the network, what direction is the car traveling? And you can know that based on the cell towers, the handoffs from tower to tower, as it tracks where a phone's going. The FBI knows how to do this. They chose not to do this. They chose to take a time 7 minutes before it really stopped reporting. And they chose to make a map that showed a direction that that phone wasn't traveling in, to create a false narrative for the magistrate to rely on to find probable cause. Your Honor, I draw the court's attention to D7 and 8. Those are the affidavits from the defense experts. Their CVs are in D28. Once the second AT&T warrant comes, then you end up with warrants for Mr. Koberger's arrest. You end up with warrants for DNA samples to be taken, warrants for the search of his apartment, the search of his car, the search of his parents' house. Those are the warrants that are next implied in that. Here, what's added to that set of affidavits is the paragraph that talks about Mr. Koberger's phone using a tower that provides service to 1122 King on a number of occasions. The PC affidavit says 12. Your Honor needs to take a look at, I believe it is D1.
Unbiased opinion. So far up to this point, she's done a good job on this, standing right here in the courtroom and speaking to the judge about what, you know, getting straight to the shit. She's done a good job so far. Unbiased opinion.
B and C, that's an email from Nicholas Downs, and he's talking to the detective in Moscow about the dates that he says this thing happens. And then he puts those dates in his cast draft report and in his cast final report, and they don't match up. There are different dates on those, different times on those. But the really big deal about that is that it's misleading when you say the cell tower that also services this particular location. Moscow has, I think, 2 cell towers that service the town. Those cover places that one shops, places that one eats, places that one gets gas in Moscow. From the records, you can see handoffs, and so you know where a vehicle is going. You can know whether it's stationary or not. You can know whether it's parked, looking at a particular place or not. Based on those records, we also provided the records just so the court would know there's a volume of records. I don't expect the court to decipher those records, but based on those records, they absolutely knew that Mr. Koberger wasn't around that residence, wasn't parked near the residence, didn't stop and have his phone in a stationary position at that residence. They absolutely knew. Oh shit! Oh shit! But they put it in there to make a connection that didn't exist. They put it in there so that the judge would think that this was the right person, and they shouldn't have done that. They knew that was incorrect. They also changed that quite a bit, performed a drive testing, and so there were other bits of data that kept coming in so that they would know that was untrue. Now, for a magistrate to be relying, remember, on somebody who's a witness, somebody who's been interviewed 4 or 5 times, and continually says something that's absolutely impossible, has memory problems, and the judge never knows that, and we'll keep the IGG identification off to the side. But then you have this false narrative that looks like stalking, that looks like following, and it's not true. That is extremely damaging. It's very misleading. It's an outright lie to the magistrate. When you omit that kind of information, when you take that context out, you might as well say stalking, because that's what you're trying to say, and you know that's not true. This court can rely on our proffer in D1B and in the cast draft report and in the cast final report, because those dates change. The court can rely on the evidence that will be produced at a hearing from defense experts that will talk about the handoffs, the patterns of handoffs, and how misleading that paragraph was to the magistrate. The real story is exculpatory to Mr. Koberger. He was not stationary around that house. He was never at that house. He did go to Moscow. He did drive around, but he wasn't over there. And the phone records absolutely show that. We'll move forward to the set of warrants that come a little bit later in February, March, April. I'm talking about Amazon, Google, Apple, those kinds of warrants that come later. Here's what is left out of all of those warrants. The fact that Mr. Koberger gets arrested, his apartment gets searched, his car gets searched, his car gets searched again, and his car gets searched again, and there's absolutely no connection between him and anybody from 1122 King. And what I mean by that is that there's no blood in his car. There's no he wasn't connected to that house, to the people in the house. Your Honor, I'm
Maybe I'm thinking of a different date for the AT&T. I thought, not the cell tower stuff. So you're still talking about the cell tower stuff?
No, I mean, that stuff applies to every single warrant we have because that was
I thought you
early.
transitioned to warrants that were obtained after the arrest.
I did.
Yeah, and by the time of the arrest, they had a direct DNA connection.
Your Honor, what I'm talking about,
Some other evidence that the defense can claim in cross-examination or their own case is exculpatory, but isn't the DNA connection in and of itself probable cause to support any of it from there?
Your Honor, the DNA I'm talking about is the lack of DNA in Mr. Koberger's car and the lack of DNA in his apartment, the lack of connection to the individuals.
What is that? Even if disclosed, preclude a finding of probable cause when there's a DNA match between the DNA in the sheath and Mr. Koberger. Isn't that probable cause every day?
Let that man cook.
Not in this context. Not in this context, because of the IGG work, because I mean, that's the ultimate question that will be before a jury. What does that mean, right? What does a knife sheath at a scene mean?
Let that man cook.
You're
killed by a knife, that probably means a lot.
It might mean a lot.
Probable cause is not a proof beyond a reasonable doubt standard. It's probable cause to think that this person might have done it. And I'm not sure how that direct DNA connection to a sheath found on or near one of the victims doesn't close the book on anything on probable cause after that.
Well, I think it doesn't close the door on probable cause. I think when you know the other factual information that the magistrate should have known, I think that there's a lot of pause even at a probable cause level, Judge. This was information withheld from the magistrate, and I'm talking about. Let's just go with the car. Let's just go with.
I understand the lack of evidence of DNA material or other victim-related material in the car and in his apartment, as asserted, but I'm not sure how that precludes probable cause when there's a direct DNA match. There's plenty of reasons that might be the case. When a magistrate's looking at this, they have a direct DNA match to a person from a object likely associated with a murder weapon. I have not yet a magistrate would not find that probable cause.
Let that man
The
cook.
magistrate had the other facts. I think the magistrate would have some serious concerns and would not find probable cause. Your Honor, the vehicle, and I know the court knows what I'm going to say. There's not DNA in that vehicle that was brought out from a crime scene. This absolutely matters, Your Honor. If you want to go to the state.
What do you mean from a crime scene? Was it brought out from a date? So it wasn't brought out from a crime scene, but it was brought out from a date? You said that as if there was DNA in the vehicle, though, because you said it wasn't from a crime scene. What was it from then? If there was something in there, then why would you say it like that? I don't know. That was weird. That was weird. She caught me left field on that one, the way she responded to that, because it left like an open. What do you mean from a crime scene? Was there DNA from something else in there? What are we talking about? I would have said in general, 100%. 209, what's on your mind? Talk to me.
Hey, it's CKI.
What's going on? Oh, what's going on, CKI?
How are you?
You know, same old, same old.
So I just have a few things to bring up. One thing is the fact that this lady is bringing up everything that is like. Hold on, let me turn my light. She brings up the whole like. I can't even read my own handwriting.
CKI went to Chili's tonight. What? What are you talking about?
No, I have architectural handwriting, so it's horrible.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
No, honestly, I'm on live right now. Fuck, man, shit.
Don't draw a blank now. What were you saying with Koberger?
So she she put up the whole thing of the
Hold on, did you hear what she just said though about the part? I don't know if you were calling at that point, but she just said she said there was no DNA from a crime scene. No DNA from a crime scene.
Everything down. So
How did you take that though when you heard that? When you just heard her say there was no DNA from a crime scene, but was there a DNA from something else? I'm confused. What?
Yeah, she did say something about the DNA, and I was just like, what do you mean there's no DNA? Like, how is there no DNA from one thing? Because honestly, if you touch one thing, your DNA and your only DNA is going to
The
show
judge,
up on that,
and
right?
not only that, the judge actually said what I don't know why John Judge has never said this, but you don't find probable cause, you don't find DNA on a murder, a supposable murder weapons case, like actual like a sheath that carries the knife. You don't think any judge is going to accept that as probable cause? That's what he just said. I was like, yeah, I mean that's a good point, and that's exactly why I say it needs to be proved away that he sold it on Marketplace or something.
Honestly, I have 3 different cables, and I've shared them with my friends.
Stop the cap.
I'm the only one that has touched them, and other people.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained?
Gloves or something to make sure that they were not used to do that. So if I had people that bought me my knives, which I'm willing to share, they look nice. They honestly, maybe they use gloves, but if you're the only one going to touch the snap, then you are going to be the only one with the DNA.
Right. Agree.
So how does someone else disagree with that? Because that it doesn't make sense. Like if
the killer opened up the snap and then dropped it. They had a little microscopic piece of skin of his that they've been saving. They went and they implanted it right in there. And they dropped it in there.
Oh yeah. Okay,
That's what the tinfoils. That's what the tinfoils say.
Yeah, let me just go into your apartment and just drop a little hair of mine into your snap.
Yeah, it is weird. I'm telling you that, right? It's weird, but they're saying, "Oh, well, if you wiped it down, blah blah blah." Well, I don't know, man. Again, if he bought one and it's if he bought a K-bar knife and it's unaccounted for, CKI, like, come on now. Say he did. I don't know if he did or if he didn't. If he did buy a K-bar knife and it's unaccounted for and they can't find it, come on. Imagine what that looks like.
Well, I'm just gonna say, regardless, if you have a receipt or you don't have a receipt, they're going to have that evidence no matter what. And if they don't need a receipt to have the evidence.
Especially if you bought it from somewhere like Amazon, data dumps. You'll get it in data dumps.
Yeah, you honestly just all you have to do is go in the background.
Agree.
Use your logic of technology. Like you don't need paperwork all this time. And that's why people nowadays, they don't carry paperwork, even though I still do carry paperwork. But that's just old school stuff, and I have an old soul. So, but either way, it doesn't. Those things, they will find it out and they have evidence that we do not have, and they will not share because, one, the public will just go crazy about it because we already went crazy about it.
Yeah.
So they don't.
You're right. We did.
They don't want to share certain things, and one, they cannot share certain things because it is public.
I thought they did. I thought they just divulged some information on here. What she was talking about, like you have him paid here 12 times, but that doesn't mean he was. I don't know. She had a lot of little things to say to him.
Well, maybe some people have certain things.
Exculpatory.
but honestly,
Exculpatory. She used the words exculpatory. You heard that part, right? You wrote that down?
I did not. I might have missed it.
Yeah, she was saying it was
I might have been
exculpatory.
taking care of my husky. I don't know.
No, you're good. She said something to the lines of the evidence. Some of the evidence against Brian is exculpatory.
Yeah, no, it is. State by state too, county by county.
Right. Yeah, no, she was saying that's what she was saying. So I was like, I don't know. Like, is it really exculpatory? And he called her out on the DNA. He was like, what judge would look at this DNA and this snap sheet and not give you probable cause?
Oh, I love it. I love this judge.
Yeah, he doesn't. He's a no BS judge.
Way better than the other one. Definitely. He's more like, fuck you. This is.
Let's get down to the facts. Let's get down to the facts.
Yep.
That's him.
Yeah, and he's gonna. Yeah, this judge. Yeah, he's gonna get down to the facts, and he's going to be the one that's gonna make it happen, and he's gonna make sure that this motherfucker goes down for the right fucking problem that he already knows that he
fucking donkey.
The evidence already.
A straight snitch.
I like that one. The straight snitch. He's locked up. No, I don't know. I mean, to be honest with you, if say they do take this sheath off the table somehow, some way.
There's no.
What do you think happens?
There's no way they can.
No, let's just say they did. Let's say they did in a hypothetical. I'm not saying they're going to. I'm saying if they take it off the table, do you still see there being a guilty conviction?
There's going to be someone out there that has to be, and it's going to be the Uber, the DoorDash or whatever. It's got to be someone. But you know what I think?
What's that?
I think that Maddie, she went. Someone took the dog out. They forgot to lock the door because they were too drunk in the back. So they forgot to lock the door because they had the dog. And then they took the dog up and they put the dog in the other room. And the dog might be trained to not leave that room unless they are, permission to leave that room. And that the dog was barking because there was someone there, and then someone was saying, oh, someone's here. And then all of a sudden there's the killings upstairs. And then I think they came down, he came down to,
excuse me,
what's her name? And she got her DoorDash, and she came back up from the door, from the bottom door, and then he had to kill her and kill then Ethan And then that's when Dylan saw her. That's my idea. That's my thought.
You said the DoorDash driver? Like, you mean they'd be the next person to be accused?
No, I would think that Brian is the one that's being accused. I just think that Xana was the only one extra killed because she came up with her DoorDash.
What do you also think about that with the Xana situation? Because my thought was this is that when he was coming through the back door, maybe he ran into Xana and she was maybe throwing trash away from DoorDash, and that's how he ended up back there. Anyways, if Kaylee was the initial target or Madison was,
Yeah, but
you get what
here's
I mean?
the thing: if Dylan saw him walk out the door,
yeah,
there's that one step, right?
Right.
And that's right. And the steps to the top is to the left of her door. So if she saw him leave, they had been dead before Xana and Ethan.
Yeah, that's why I was thinking, did he run into Xana in the kitchen? Because if you think about it, she could run when she seen the masked intruder, and maybe he was like, "Damn, that's a witness. I got to take her out," and chases her through there. He can chase her through there and go back there. I'm here to help you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he could have chased her.
I'm just saying because it makes sense. It makes sense if you get a DoorDash, you have food, you
I
eat.
think he came down.
You get what I mean?
Stairs.
You get the food, you get the
I think he
DoorDash, you
came-
eat, and then you take your trash out the room. You're probably about to go to bed. She goes out, takes her trash out, comes face to face. Maybe he was even coming down the stairwell.
Yep.
And
I think
that that's how he ended up all the way in that back corner room. It's just a weird, awkward spot. So that just tells me there had to be an encounter, and it makes sense if she was awake on TikTok ordering food. It would make sense if she walks out to the kitchen to get a fork or a spoon or a cup or something, a paper towels. It just makes sense to me.
I think she put the bag away.
Right. Oh yeah, Angel's mama. No. I don't think she meant the DoorDash person being the actual killer.
No, the DoorDash wasn't the killer. I think that maybe she came.
No, the
up.
way you said it, it made it sound like that you meant. I was like, because I asked you if if Brian got off pretty much, where do you go next from there?
Well, then I guess you go to the DoorDasher if he got off. But no, he's definitely guilty in my opinion. One, the only reason why I say that and why I've been saying it is if he is not out right now, why would he not be guilty?
Right. That's a good point.
And then if he's not also being questioned of the fact that he's not guilty, why is he being moved to another place to be still guilty?
Mm-hmm.
So he's still guilty.
Yeah,
Allegedly, he's guilty.
We'll see. We'll see how it plays out for sure. That shit is. Well, I don't know, man. What if they got this DNA off the table? I don't think they will, because it seems like I don't know, but the judge hasn't decided yet, so we'll see what the answer ultimately is. But it seems as if the judge is already in favor for it being there, with just off of the few things that I just heard him say.
Yeah. Well, and then on top of that, like, I'm sorry, the fact that is your DNA is on the sheath. How do you, if someone else is going to touch that sheath and sell it to you, they're going to probably use gloves because they don't want their DNA on that knife. And if your DNA is the only one on there, then how, like, who else and how else is it going to be possible for anyone else to have their DNA?
Right, in case you
Because
own that
I
item
have-
and you were snapping it and your
I
skin was
have-
in there.
I have literally, I am under my pillow. I have one freaking knife,
Shit.
a K-bar, and I'm the only one that is touching that sheath and that button and that knife and making sure it's sharp and all this stuff for my safety, for my health, like my own health, if someone was to break in, because
Right.
hey, I gotta be safe, right?
No doubt.
My mother does the same thing. I don't touch hers though, but at the same time, it's one of those things where how do you know when if there's no other DNA and he bought it online or he bought it from someone else, then other DNA would be on there, except it's his own DNA.
Right. Yeah, no doubt. Yep.
I mean, does that make sense? Like,
No, that makes sense. Yeah.
that's just like you touching a bottle and then no one else touching it, and it's all of a sudden it's your problem.
I think that DNA could be the downfall to the case if it was taken off the table.
Yeah, it would be actually.
I think there's just a fight for a lot more reason, a space for reasonable doubt at that point.
So here's the other thing too. I think the defense is fighting so hard because they know that they have so much evidence to show that he is actually the perp.
Mm.
In other words, if you were not fighting for someone that was not so innocent, then why are you fighting so hard?
Right.
I mean, this is.
She ain't fighting hard enough
live.
for somebody that I feel like she ain't fighting hard enough for somebody who allegedly the law broke these officers supposedly broke the law and obtained things illegally, and you ain't barking at the damn news station and getting them to come out and speak on it, and I don't know. She obviously don't care enough.
Yeah.
Must not believe he's innocent enough. Damn. I mean, I've seen, who was it, Kathleen Zellner? I've seen her go out in front of the media and talk for people who she thinks is innocent, but that you know, that's a lawyer that'll fight for you.
Yeah, except I don't know. This one just it doesn't feel right in my heart. I feel like I don't want to. Allegedly, I feel like he is guilty, 110%, and that's why he has a lawyer that is fighting so hard. Now, I can be wrong. We all could be wrong about this whole thing.
For sure, 100%.
But I there's something in me that says that he's guilty.
Same.
There's no other way to unprove it.
Same, but at my mind could be changed if you can prove it. If you could prove that he's innocent, then I will be, you know.
Then they need to show the evidence, and we won't know that until we see all the evidence and until the trial.
Yeah, no doubt.
Right?
For sure.
I feel like I sound stupid because this is the only trial that got me into true crime. I mean, I've always been into crime, but you got me into true crime from this one trial, and it hits different for me. So I'm sorry, and I know I'm live.
You've been following it for a while. You've been following it since day one, damn near, though. You know, you're one of the ones that been following this Idaho 4 case since it pretty much happened. Hold on, let me see who this is. I think they want us to merge. Hello?
What's up?
Hold up.
Yeah, man, three-way, bro?
I don't think it'll let me see. I don't think it'll let me do that. They wanted me to merge.
Is it 916?
Hold on, let me see. Yeah, it won't let me merge.
Is it 916?
No. 956 in the mix.
956.
956. Yeah, that's
Oh,
I
okay.
think that's Texas, maybe.
Maybe. I don't know. I'm like, 916. Yeah, that's a friend of mine, and she lives like an hour away.
I got you. Mike Mac with the Tiger Woods profile picture. It's all in the hips. He said he's innocent.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Thing to watch everyone talk about shit about me.
Nah.
This is like literally the second time I've called in, so
It's all right. You're good. You just bad.
But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think it's hard to hit it because the judge is very strong on this case, and I think he's even pissed off that the house got devoured. I think he doesn't like the fact that this guy has to be moved from one place to the other where
Right.
he's at. So if the judge is feeling that way, I think he already knows. And so he's seen the evidence. He has to have seen the evidence, right?
Correct. You would think so. I mean, that's
So
why
then
he would have
already
called it
knows
out
he's
already. You know?
He already knows he's guilty.
Mm-hmm.
Other
Ain't no
words,
doubt.
this guy would have been released years ago, months ago.
Yeah, I know. I see someone else calling in too. I'm a CKI. I appreciate you as always. Let me see who the heck this is. I appreciate you calling in. Thank you for being a voice. Look forward to hearing from you again. I know this won't be the last because there's a lot of Idaho 4. Shout out to you. Lock your doors. Love and light. Shout out to her. What's up, 956 in the mix? What's going on?
What's up, Playboy? You got me on three-way?
Nah, there ain't no three-way.
Damn. Okay. Well,
this was you. Oh, this I didn't. This is Mac, right? Texas.
Yeah.
What's what do you mean three-way? I don't think it does three-way for some reason. I was able to do it before, but I don't know how it wouldn't let me do it this time.
All right, bro. But yo, I like that call, CK. Great call. You don't sound stupid. All right. This is old school, brother. You know what I mean? Break it down. Theories.
100%, brother. Let me see. I see. It said check email.
Can you pull up that picture of the cars the day after the murder? The reason I say it, bro, is because Xana's car, no matter what, it stays in the same position. And if you see the video from the apartment complex, okay, you hear the boop, 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 boop,
Mm-hmm.
which is always dealing. All right? Why would you put an alarm on an old fucking piece of shit car?
What do you mean dealing?
If you hear it's a unique, like, alarm, right?
Yeah.
So when she's serving people, she's opening it up. And you can hear it on the camera from that apartment complex.
Yeah, that's crazy. What a day! Oh, I'm looking at this real quick. So it really sent me. Whoa! I see the auth. Oh, damn! What is this for? What?
What they send you?
I don't know if they meant to send me that. Yeah, I seen it. I just don't know. I know what I'm seeing, but I don't know what case that pertains to. I see it though. Tiger Woods on the line. Matter of fact, yeah, we got Tiger Woods on the line. What's going on, Tiger?
Nothing, brother. Good stuff, man. I love this life.
Yeah, nah, I'm just chilling, man. I figured I'd come on and watch this, kid. You know, we're halfway through it. We're past halfway through it. Actually, we're almost towards the end.
But do you agree with that video, though, bro? Like that it's real?
Which one? Linda Lane?
Is that what it is, Linda Lane?
Yeah, I think it's real.
It's real, brother. And you can even when the chimes go off, okay?
Now, as far as drug dealing, I don't know about that. But as far as, you know, I don't know. I'd have to see. I need to hear what they found. You know, things like that. I get what you're saying. I get the aspect. I get the speculation also.
They met somehow.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then they wanted to change the locks.
Correct.
Because that was like shit. You know, come change the locks.
Is it Idaho related? No, it wasn't Idaho related. It was something else. It was pretty crazy too. Like
what they send you?
I ain't gonna say it.
All right.
I ain't gonna say it. Out of respect.
But if you look, brother, you remember when the video where Dana's all messed up and they come to see her?
Right.
It's the same. Her car is always in the same thing, bro. Always in the same position. They don't move. And it's got Arizona plate.
Yeah, it's a good point.
And you can hear it on the video. You hear, it's a unique sound. And I studied it. You want to know why?
Why?
Because one, it was an interesting, you want to hear from the screen, right?
Right.
And you see the car. You see Goldberger's car.
I mean, that's what it looked like.
And you hear it's an interesting beep, 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 beep. And she's serving.
Well, I don't know, man. I can't say that because I don't know that.
Right.
You know what I mean? I can't say that. I know that's your speculation, but I can't. I've never seen any receipt or documentation proving that.
But I'm gonna go do. I got a porn interview. I'll let other people call it. I thought I was gonna hook up with CK, but
Yeah, you good, brother. No doubt, my boy. I appreciate you.
not that way. Not that way. Not that way.
No doubt, my brother. I appreciate you. Shout out to you. You already know. Lock them doors. Holla at you, my boy. Love it light. Shout out to Mac. Boy, I'm trying.
This was information withheld from the magistrate, and I'm talking about. Let's just go with a car. Let's just go with.
I understand the lack of evidence of DNA material or other victim-related material.
What's going on, Mike D in the building? What's going on, my brother?
What's up, my brother?
How you doing, man?
I've been chilling, man, chilling. Hey, I just thought of something, man. Like, I've been rocking with you, bro. Like, I first came on your channel at the beginning of this, bro, because my daughter was living out in Washington at the time. You know how they got the white Elantra,
right?
And BK's got his. Remember at the stop at like 3, 4 in the morning with the kids, and you got the white car that pulled up with the tinted windows and set the alarm off.
Right.
And one of the officers had a white Elantra, right?
Yep.
Now with everything that's going on and stuff like that, whatever, like a lot of people are painting like, there was some type of drug dealing going on at the house. BK, could have, Brian Colbert could have been, getting stuff from there possibly.
Right.
But also he was also trying to get into Idaho police law enforcement through like training and stuff, wasn't he? But he got denied.
I'm not sure.
Now, could he possibly, with them taking the trial and moving it into a different jurisdiction, now, do you think that there could have been a second person involved because of the second DNA that was not identified yet? And with the judge already knowing, because like you said, usually anytime you go to trial or any type of case or anything like that, the new judge automatically gets to look over, basically everything, discovery, the whole 9 yards, and, that's already been presented or, by the defense, by the state, whatever. So that new judge automatically gets to look at that. And like you were saying, and other people are saying in the chat, was like the vibe that the judge is giving off right now is like he already knows. And like he said, direct evidence. There's plenty of direct evidence to prove even without the DNA genealogy. Could that second person possibly be like in the second, DNA that has not been identified? Could they have moved that case to a different jurisdiction because the second DNA that has not been identified or released or anything like that, could it possibly be tied to a law enforcement that was working? Because that cop that took Maddie's name, number, like, that was real creepy, man. Oh shit! Like, oh shit! You go back and you look. He was giving off that.
Let that man cook.
Yeah, that's
trying.
Nah, so that's just crazy when you think about it.
Like I was sitting there just thinking, like it just popped into my head, man. I was like, man, like this is crazy, dude. Like now that more stuff is starting to come out, slowly and stuff. Like I was sitting here thinking, I'm like, man, like here. BK had the Elantra. That other Elantra, when the kids got stopped at 3, 4 in the morning, the white car with the tinted windows, and and then here supposedly that one of the law enforcement officers had a white car just like it. And then if you think, if you got two people, I mean, to sit there and go from Maddie to, oh my God,
Xana?
Maddie and Kaylee.
You got Maddie,
and
Xana. You got Maddie,
Yep.
Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to picture it in the house, because it was more like, because I always stood on the fact that, man, that like somebody, when they all went out and stuff like that, I always stood on that and thought that somebody was, in Maddie's room, because like I always thought she was the main target, because she was like the oldest one out of the group, and the way that her and with Maddie and Kaylee, like, the way they carried themselves, because they were so close to each other, like sister type relationship. Like a lot of people would have thought that, they were probably into like some type of relationship with each other. And when I remember back with the beginning, when all this stuff first started coming out, when, they were trying, the vegan restaurant and everything like that, like it was more, they were painting it out like he was against LGBTQ and stuff like that. And, I always thought that it was Maddie, Kaylee, and that they were like the main target, because he was like against that. And that possibly, when they were out, somebody was in her room waiting for them to come home,
Right.
who already knew the inside of the house. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? Like they said,
I think the person who went there definitely knew the inside, knew who they wanted to kill and everything. But this is why I believe that it just makes total sense that Xana got food and maybe met the intruder as they were coming through the kitchen, and now they're a witness and they got to go, or if they were coming down from upstairs of doing what they were doing and going to get out and ran face to face with them when coming down the stairs. Now there's a witness. That's why you would end up down that hallway taking another life in case they were on your target list, allegedly.
yeah. No, yeah, I got you. It's just that, because that's what I always thought, man. Like at the very beginning, man, when it all first, was going down, I was like, man, like just the way, like, the time frame and the way that, like, the cops, when they were showing up there, because of the, noise, because of the music. And then they went to the house next door where all the kids were out there, like it definitely had, if it wasn't Brian Kohlberger by himself and the second person involved, man, like I always thought that if it wasn't the kids that got stopped at 3, 4 in the morning, and that the second person was involved and stuff like that, that it had to possibly be the law enforcement, and that maybe him and Brian Kohlberger allegedly had ties with each other when Brian was sitting there trying to go through like basic training or whatever like that to try to be, Idaho police or whatever. And
Man, Mike D. Hold up. Let me hit that back real quick. My bad. Guess I accidentally clicked him.
Hello?
I must have accidentally hit the button on accident. My bad, brother. Moving the mic.
No, I'm sitting here yapping out.
Nah,
bro,
keep going.
thinking
Keep
you were
going. Keep
good.
going. You're good. No, you were cooking. You're
Let
good.
that man cook.
And that's what I was sitting there. I'm like, man, like, here you got Brian Kohlberger, who's been at that house, regardless if it was relationship type with, Maddie or, one of them. You got that police officer, man, who has been there a few times because of the, the noise, because of the music. He had Maddie's name. He had Maddie's cell phone number. Like, Brian Kohlberger possibly could be, because when he got arrested, the first thing he said was, anybody else arrested?
Yeah.
You know, from what has
Which
been
then now
shown
when you
and-
hear about this unknown DNA profile, it's like, okay, what's going on?
yeah, like they could have moved that. They did the defense. You know, they could sit there and have this moved out of Idaho, you know, where it all happened at, because they know 110% guarantee that there was allegedly somebody else that was involved with him.
Yeah,
It could have been law enforcement. It could have been a law enforcement. It could have been
like you really
know,
think law enforcement's gonna go along on it? I mean, you never know though. The questionnaire, you could get a volunteer questionnaire, a criminal to walk you through there's all different types of shit you could have done.
I agree. No, I agree. But my thing was I would say, like, you got 4 people, man. Like, how are you gonna sit there and honestly, you know, stab somebody that many times, that many people, one person going from bedroom to bedroom, fighting with each person, you know, fighting with Maddie and Kaylee in one room. Then you got Ethan and Xander there. You got the hallway. I
I'm
can't
allergic.
see. I can't see just one. Like if it's not him by himself that did this,
Who would be the other person? You know, if there's an unknown male DNA profile, who's the other person?
I think it would be law enforcement.
I think it would be somebody that has the drop on them getting home on time.
If it's not the drive, but you got to think about it.
Think about it though. Think about it. Who was out with them that night?
Yeah, no, I agree. I understand what you're saying, but you gotta
Allegedly. You know?
Allegedly, that law enforcement on the video, that law enforcement was stopping.
Let that man cook.
And supposedly that was around the time when you hear, because you hear in that video, allegedly in that video, when they got them kids stopped right there, and they're talking to them kids. You hear, like, you could see if I'm picturing the video correctly, you can see, like, one of the kids, like, they look off towards, like, you know, because didn't the officer say, basically, did you hear that?
Yes.
Somebody sit there in that video and say, did you hear that?
Mm-hmm.
So here you got that law enforcement officer who is out at 3, 4 in the morning, or even during that time. They could have been sitting there working something together. You know, Brian and that law enforcement trying to target, even if they were selling drugs or something out of that house. You know what I'm saying? They could FBI, open up! Allegedly could have been acting like he's going to that house to try to buy stuff,
right?
And then turn around. That law enforcement's already around the corner waiting, and then they both do it because that just. Why are they so directed onto Brian Kohlberger's DNA, but not this second DNA that has not been identified? Whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like, why has nothing been said about that other DNA? Like, what about that other DNA is that they are keeping that sealed? They have not done nothing. Like,
I wonder why it's sealed though. I wonder why it's sealed. Is it sealed because there is a second suspect?
Possibly.
Are you not entertained?
Ain't no party like a Diddy party. So Brian Kohlberger's DNA and not the other one.
Yeah, that's what's up.
DNA, 9 times out of 10, they know exactly who that other DNA is, and they just don't want to say nothing because it's law enforcement or somebody in the university or something, and they do not want it to come out that there was law enforcement involved that was tied to Brian Kohlberger allegedly. But that's it, dude. Like I said, I've been rocking with you, bro, from the beginning of this, man, and ever since then, bro. Like I said, Rev getting strong like a mother effort. Like
I see you out there, brother, for real.
Obama, bro, to get off the social media, off YouTube. Like, I really want to chop it up with you, bro, off of social, live, all that. But dude, I ride with you hard, bro. Like, you're one of the main people on YouTube, bro, that I
appreciate you for real. I see you too. I see you out there, my brother.
You know, and that's why, and I do, man, especially with this case, man. Like, this case really got me, man, because, like, my daughter was out there in Washington going to college, man. That's what she went to school for. She wants to be a homicide detective.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's what I wanted to be back in the. I remember that. I wanted to be that.
See, I want to be a lawyer, bro. Like I got all my, like right now I got all my own law shit, you know, my law shit, my law.
Do
book,
it. It ain't never too late.
Civil rights and defense lawyer, man. That's what I want to stand. That's what I want to stand for, bro. There's a lot out here, man. Like you say all the time, every time on your lives, bro. There is so much stuff going on out in this community, man, and not enough people speak up and stand up for what's right and our constitutional rights, man.
Yeah, no doubt.
And that's what we need, man. And like you say all the time, the youth, the kids.
You need leadership, man.
Not to get into like some of my personal stuff, but like, you know, I got here in 3 hours, man. I got to be up in 3 hours. I got to handle a court situation I just found out with my 16-year-old son, man. Like,
oh man, God bless you.
Yeah, dude. It, you know, and like I tell him, man, all we could do is just pray to God, hope for the best. You know, he didn't do nothing. He was with some of his friends, man, and they were hanging out in his room, and one of the dudes that was in his room with him robbed his friend. So basically my son's life got threatened, dude, and his mom and his brother, his sister, like I just had to talk to his lawyer advocate person tonight, man. Like I had to get all the discovery and everything because they weren't turning over nothing. And it's like, you know what? I know my constitutional rights and civil rights. My son's a minor. You guys illegally drug tested him without notifying his mother or me. You guys took him into custody, didn't read him his Miranda rights, none of that stuff. Like he had nothing to do with this. Like it was one of his other friends that did it. And here you guys want to try to charge my son with strong arm robbery?
That's crazy, brother. Hopefully everything works out. I'll be praying for you, man. At the end of this live, when we end this live off, I'm gonna say a little prayer, you know.
Appreciate it, brother.
Amen,
yeah,
bro.
always, man. Every time you do the prayers, man, I'm right up in there with you guys, bro.
Like, I know it ain't for everybody, and I ain't pushing, I ain't Bible thumping on no one. Everybody's got the right to believe, you know.
Oh yeah, that's it. You know, like you say, independent, man. You know, how do you say it, bro? Like, you'd rather be independent than dick riding. And
absolutely,
like,
I'd rather be independent. I'd rather be independent and control what I do rather than they'd rather have a machine. You know. Sometimes a lot of the people get behind these machines and these machines run them. I don't want a machine. I want to be my own person. Fuck that.
Yes. Yeah.
You know, it is what it is.
But no, bro, I was literally sitting there thinking, man, like Fluffles and all they all kept, call in Mike. Like I know there was a lot of times I said I'm gonna call in, man, but now they ain't dealing with no teach shit and all that. Like like every time it was like I wanted to call in, man, it was always like I was going through a health issue, man. But I'm good now, bro. So everything's going good, and I'm glad I call in, man. And I'm definitely, bro, I would love. Not even just call in, bro. Like I remember the very first time I called in on your platform, bro, was about this case. It was me, you, and Jeff. You brought me up live on your platform.
Yeah,
man.
I remember that. I remember that for sure.
I'm not trying to get no. I'm not trying.
No. I know you're not,
bro. I'll sit up on your platform anytime with you, brother.
Yeah, no doubt, brother. I'd love to have I'd love to have good conversations for sure, brother. All day. We can get up.
Hit me up off live, man.
Yeah, most definitely.
Bro. So, we can chop it up about a lot of stuff, even the music stuff.
Yeah,
man.
we've been talking. No doubt, brother. You've been around for a minute, for sure. I'm gonna hit you up.
So
I appreciate you, brother.
Yeah, most definitely, man. Stay in touch, bro, man. Like, keep doing what you're doing, bro. Like
all day.
Don't let these fucking haters.
Nah,
out
that
here,
shit.
like,
nah, hell no.
You were right, bro. You were going hard, bro. And then like you said, you went through that, little phase because of, stuff on social media.
Yeah.
So, how, like you said, you've been doing it for a minute, man.
It's part of growing.
Like, man, you know how these fucking people are out here, man. They want to hate on people that's doing better than what they're doing.
It's when people want what you have, they start to attack you. It's part of the process. It's part of what it is. It is what it is. It comes with the territory. But hey, look, we over that. I'm past that.
You,
Back locked in.
To be honest with you about that, bro, like I honestly want to do my own platform on some real stuff, bro. Like, I want to get into, like, I want to do a lot like what you're doing, not only but with music. Like, I want to do court stuff, like, you know, because I love it, bro. But at the same time, like I said, when it comes to us and our rights, man, and when our rights are being violated, and you know, we're not, like, I take that to the heart, man. Like, you know, like they say that, you know, the government is supposed to be working for, not to get into politics, man, but the government is supposed to be working for the people, not for the higher ups, the corporates, the justice system, all that.
Right.
Like, no, man, that's what the Constitution, all that stuff set for, man. It's set for the government to be working for us and the people, and to protect us, to protect our kids, to do. And like you say all the time, man, they're not doing it like they should. And that's where all of us got to come in and start standing up, man, and start speaking up. And that's the problem. We don't have too many people on social media that want to speak up, that will speak up, but at the same time, not being afraid of, you know, trying to be silenced by the government, by YouTube, you know, by X or any of them. Like, you know, we have the right, it's First Amendment, man. We have the right to free speech, man. You know,
Ain't no doubt about that, brother. Well, I'll get up with you soon, man. I appreciate you. Thank you for calling in, as always, my man, and being a voice. Lock your doors, stay vigilant, and I'll definitely hit you up with a text, my boy. Shout out to Mike. We appreciate him. What time is it? Because I'm over here feeling tired. I'm like getting my sleep back on track. I woke up at 9 this morning. I've been running since 9 this morning. I think I'm about ready to lay it down in this live, though. I appreciate everybody. We'll finish up tomorrow because I'm going to be back on tomorrow. And I ain't got nothing planned for tomorrow. I got my therapy done, everything I needed to take care of the last few days. So shout out to y'all. I will be back on tomorrow to talk more of this and another case that will probably mix the lives together. So, and because I want to finish this up. There's a lot to talk about with it, and I know there's more people on during the day. So tomorrow I want to come on more earlier than definitely this, at least by 6 p.m. At least by 6 p.m. I said that last time it was on like 9, but real shit. I appreciate you guys. My eyes are just feeling heavy right now. That's why. You know what I mean? But I appreciate you. Again, much love to you. You know how I ended. I ended with a little tunery. I need some tunage. That's just my therapy at the end of each live. I don't care. They can unmonetize, whatever, and do whatever. I play my shit. They threaten to unmonetize me because of I play monetized music. I play monetized music at the end. I don't give a shit. I'm not monetizing the live, so it don't matter. They threaten to unmonetize me even doing that, which is crazy. Oh well, do it again.
Look. Oh, y'all want to run now, huh?
This city here is like an open sewer, you know? It's full of filth and scum.
I think I know what you mean, but it's not going to be easy. Man, let's cook, man. What's going on, church? Look. Adam Calhoun needs to climb back in the tomb. Dude out here acting like a goon. To the rat you go boom. I don't play about my respect. Hard target, you're a threat. That's the best? Yeah, right. Take this shot to the chest. Just in time out here charging these rappers to come and spit on a stage that church built. Homie, that's about a bitch. And I don't wanna hear a motherfucking thing from some rappers selling dreams to these kids for some change. Stop selling dreams, bitch. You went and switched up like Katie for a few bucks. Offer Adam a deal and a dick, I bet he'll suck. Katie, Noel, and Adam are friends again. What happened to loyalty, homie? You'll sell your soul for some benefits. Don't act like you ain't been a bitch. Full of straight ignorance. Riding churches wave like insurance for the benefit. I'm in the backyard with the steel, about to fire up your grill. Ryan built you little bitches. How you driving with no wheel? You can't handle when I'm spitting like survival on a drill. When I let 50 off, many men are getting killed. I ain't even a country rapper. I'm Creek Squad's chiropractor. I'm here to put your backs in place, cause y'all got a couple fractures. Creek Squad's been a family to me ever since 2019. They showed me love in the streets. You talk about Kurt, but never put in no work. The type of diss reaction channels then run off when it hurts. Just in time? Nah, boy, just in time for the fade. Hard targets aim off, boy, every shot gets it straight. Claiming they bosses, but they act like clerks. Just in time, only ticking when them pockets work. Hard targets, all focus. Your sights ain't sharp. You shoot blanks, I draw blood, boy, that's levels apart. Jam Wayne ain't Hammond, just a puppet in place. Adam Strings got him dancing while he's losing the race. Trying to grow fake.
Woo, hold up. You're absolutely right about that, Mac. You are absolutely right about that. Foul on the play. We can't be doing that, man. We can't be doing that. What is going on here? We don't like that. Dear Heavenly Father, we come before you today, humbled by your grace and mercy. And Lord, we gather here not only as individuals, but as a family, united by faith, love, and the desire to bring light into the world that often feels so dark. Tonight, Father, we lift up to you the precious souls of the Idaho 4 victims, Ethan Chapin, Madison Mogan, Xander Coronado, and Kaylee Gonsalves. Lord, we grieve for their lives cut short and the pain that their families and friends continue to feel and endure. Wrap those grieving in your arms, your loving arms, Lord. Give them comfort to surpass all understanding, and let them feel your presence in the quiet moments of their sorrow, Lord. Wipe away their tears and remind them that their loved ones are now in your eternal care, and where there is no more pain, no more fear, and no more heartache. We also pray for the truth and justice, Father. May your divine light shine upon this case, bringing clarity and resolution to those who seek it, and may the truth prevail, and may justice be served in a way that honors the memory of these young lives. Lord, guide the investigators and all of those working on behalf of the victims, and giving them wisdom and the strength to continue their work and to be able to handle this trial accordingly. Lord, we also ask for your blessings upon the Rev Gang family. This is a community of people who come together, not just in fellowship, support, but as a family. We pray for each member's safety, well-being, and growth. Lord, bind us together in unity and love, and let this family be a beacon of hope, positivity, and encouragement for all who encounter it. And Father, we ask you that you guide us as we end this live stream tonight, and may our words and actions reflect your light and love, and protect us from any negativity or harm, whether spiritual, emotional, or physical. Guard our hearts and mind against anything that may seek to disturb our peace and lead us astray. And we pray that this space we can create together is filled with compassion, truth, and desire to uplift one another in your name. And Lord, we ask you to bless everyone who hears this prayer, and whatever burdens they are carrying, meet them where they are. Bring healing to the brokenhearted, peace to the anxious, hope to the hopeless. And let us be a voice for the voiceless, and remind us all that even in the darkest times, your light is ever present, guiding us and sustaining us. We thank you, Father, for the opportunity to come together as the Rev Gang family and as a community, as we did tonight. And we thank you for your endless love, your boundless mercy, and the gift of salvation through Jesus Christ. And may we always strive to reflect your goodness in everything that we do. In the name of thy Son, Jesus Christ, we pray. Amen.
Look. Oh, y'all want to run now, huh? I bet. Shout out to my boy PTB, man. Look. Adamant is cool, better back up. While I run above a flat like a Mack truck. Hard talking, you been soft, you sack tough. Merc claiming he got clips, start blast one. Rap for rap, trap for track. Couldn't match with a picture, your raps are whack. Merc talking out his neck till I snatch his hat. Fake wanna be rapping country ass. You ain't even the country rap, you little pregnant bitch. Go and take a shot, but you ain't dropped a hit, you little flopping bitch. You and Tom McDonald should go make an album. Which one of y'all wanna jam Wayne? Can't spit that dude's with a running. Some here like a Vietnam vet from the motherfucker get. If it's fuck Creek Squad, it is fuck you in the rap. Y'all ain't made for this, y'all ain't made no hits, y'all ain't made no hits. It's pure hating, bitch. 10 rappers sitting together in a room and they hang from Satan's dick. Imagine dudes trying to blame rhyme for this shitty song with no hang time, saying he's on drugs like a P.O. bitch. Yeah, right. You boys got me straight ticked off. Sell the rappers insurance like big dog. To the pump makes you jump like crisscross. None of y'all big boys been a big dog. Had him wants to do country, now he's pissed off. Cause up church will promote what he kicked off. Had him like a little kid and his bitch lost. PTB called you out and you act lost. Bitch boy, you really took that loss. Pick and choose every fight that you had till someone stood up and wired that jaw. Pop, pop, pop. Imagine you being the definition of some recognition. Boy, you sold your soul like you would in prison. You would suck a dick if that meant everyone in your family would get a plate of chicken. Why you always bitching? You're the Tom edition. One day you're hard, the next day he isn't. Why you rap about men being naked in the shower like that is something that you ain't vision?
I can vision it.
Justin and Adam don't have no spines. They rob all the artists for the money and the time. Claim to these people that the next one in line. When really it's the pockets that are lining up to shine. They didn't motherfuckers talk the truth about Justin time. Selling rappers' dreams up to fucking dimes. Made JJ Hughes stand in the rain while you sold your soul and you stole his time. Said fuck the dude, drop the disc, y'all sat back, ducking shit. Not any one of your team wants smoke with me, and I guarantee a bitch. I come with precision, get hit from a distance, so got no security. Pull up, I'll lift it, I'll pop your top like I'm opening biscuits. Target's got a limp, I see I'm rolling with dirt. Boy, I'll put you in a church after loading up a hearse. You don't really got a verse, pick the ride out and stick fingers rolling up your skirt. You call it an intervention, I call it doing dishes. Every single one of you rappers can come and get a whipping, putting belt to ass is what I do for a living. Hercules couldn't murk a beat. It's a shame that I had to come and put you to sleep. Your career's a remix, boy, I never heard a hit. Built your name off others like a ghost in the mix. Can't haunt the charge solo, now you're dead in the fix. You call church of cops to say drugs are his fix. So if that is the truth, every one of y'all on this stand straight up, just look like a snitch. Man, it's crazy how double standard, double edged these motherfuckers are. Talk about,
oh, church, he's on drugs.
he's the cops, he recorded the conversation. You guys been screaming he's on drugs for a minute. If he was doing anything, y'all just put the police on him. And y'all talking about he's a snitch, he's the cop.
Trapaholics mixtapes. Damn, son, where'd you find this? Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Go ahead.
Listen here, Adam Calhoun, you fucking titty baby.
We be revving up, you ain't really with the shits. Got the game coming deep, smoke coming out the whip. Bluntly, eyes low, feel like you're falling off a cliff. City boy, country roads, tires spinning while I drip. I'm a city boy, I've been playing in the sticks. Turning up is what I do, I keep this motherfucker lit. Grab a beer, play some music, start a fire in the pit. There ain't nothing you can tell me, cause I came to run this shit. Let's get that fire in the pit, I roll up, run up in this bitch. Pass me a beer cause I'm about to take a sip. Crack that top, we about to get lit. When I hit the back rows, wheels spinning on the whip. Known to turn the heat up when I'm playing in the sticks. So a party turn up, rap game cause of quick. I'm riding to the creek with a squad that is ready for the action like a motherfucking full blown event. Chillin' with the buzz, living life in the lights. If you roll a blunt, don't pull it too tight. If you stay fucked up, always ready for a fight, but keep to ourselves, stay drinking through the night. This is what I do, I stay living out my life, and I write what I feel and record what I write. I keep myself hungry, turning up on the mic. I came to run this shit, got a problem, let's fight. We be revving up, you ain't really with the shits. Got the game coming deep, smoke coming out the whip. Bluntly, eyes low, feel like you're falling off a cliff. City boy, country roads, tires spinning while I drip. I'm a city boy, I've been playing in the sticks. Turning up is what I do, I keep this motherfucker lit. Grab a beer, play some music, start a fire in the pit. There ain't nothing you can tell me cause I came to run this shit, let's go. You know I came to run it, face looking funny, eyes all red like I'm cutting up an onion. If you wanna come to the party, bring beer, if not, stay home if you ain't bitching in no money. We ain't playing no games or running up on the lane, I be turning the fuck up, back roads in the race. I'm on the take off quick and I ain't pumping no brakes. I leave this tire smoke behind me, make you crash in the lake. Get back to the spot, hit the ball till you drop. Guys are on the blood, take a couple shots. Sit by the fire, throw wood, get it hot. Cook chicken, grill dogs till your body says stop. Wake up in the morning, everybody dips out. This is how you do it when you're living in the South. When we get together, homies, we be turning up loud. If you need a ride home, I'll take you to your house. We be revving up, you ain't really with the shits. Got the game coming deep, smoke coming out the whip. Bluntly, eyes low, feel like you're falling off a cliff. City boy, country roads, tires spinning while I drip.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
They know I'm running with the thing out. It's like American Idol, they wanna sing now. When I see you, believe me, I wanna bang out. Knuckle luck cause the uppercut leaves your brains out. I grew up in the trenches while you was on the bench. My people rob, still and always wanna hit a lick. You always talking hard, saying something slick. It's like the age rumble, but yeah, I'm on my shit. Wanna land that open hit, it feels like you got hit with rich and peoples wanna jump me while I guess I'm letting off a clip. I'm a wild dog, humble, leave me ass, Michael Vick. Bites down, wounds open like a broken stitch. Got your neck whipping back and forth like a soldier switch. Take it bitch, shot the dots about to break a chucking shit. Asking anyone in my crew, I'm sticking out this bitch. Your favorite rapper gets fucked in his ass while they sucking dick. And that's who you fuck with on daily basis. I'm on the ass looking motherfucker pretending to make it. I butcher and coexist quicker than pictures of bacon and send a body overseas to India for the taking. And this is how I write, dog. I come and rip it when I get up on the mic, y'all. Put your hands up in the air. Got demons in my body when it comes out my soul and I write, dog.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Ever since I started making music, I've been driven. It was like I'm fishing the way that I'm pulling in the rhythm. You got it twisted thinking you can banish my existence. It's like I'm possessed by the devil the way his body stiffens. What? Take your soul lyrically with no exorcism. It don't matter your religion, you gon' need some supervision. Cause when I'm bucking shots, I hit him with precision. I'll be cutting through his flesh like a fucking circumcision. Homie claiming that he litty, but he really fucking not. Pulled his body up in half like I was taping up a box. I be pulling out these tracks like a couple fighting thoughts. Punches hit you in the head like fists swinging when we box. Call me Andy Ruiz cause I've been getting slept on. Any challenger in front of me be catching napalms. All my life I've been the underdog, but now I am a fucking boss. Catch you like a bass in a net, a new baby's born. Good, man. You ain't diligent, tear you down like a ligament. You're acting innocent, I keep it up like a stimulant. It's a coincidence, you act like you're legitimate. I'm about to build a wall so I can keep you out like immigrants. Put me in predicaments and see what that will get you, bitch. I always keep my eyes open looking for the vigilant. I heard you got a virus, take a sip of this Corona. Name running through your mouth like you swallow some Ebola. Anytime you think of me, you better put me with the soldiers, cause I'm out here in the field pushing haters in a stroller.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Look, I've been handing out these starter caps. I had to take them back and put them on the bench cause they can't swing the bat. They been striking out, and I hate that. It's time to talk some sense and you ain't never made that.
Damn, son.
You wanna pass me a track, I'll murder it and hand it back with actual facts. These dudes acting shady out here scratching their backs. It's evident money's the reason you actually rap. That's why I hate you. You underestimated what I gave.
Where'd you find
Round with
this?
the monster, now you smash like a grapefruit. How to play with the flow, you getting flamed up. I'm known to put a flame to the grill like George Foreman does. I'm getting agitated, a little bit aggravated with these fabricated whack-ass rappers procrastinating. You're outdated and thinking you're the king of this hip-hop. I'm in the studio, victory stomping and flip-flops. I got the passion in my blood, you swing from Donald Trump's dick like CNN does. You were claiming you was really with the thugs, but you're a politician, now let's not switch it up, blood. They rotated, I elevated and vacated, build a fabricated circle full of fucking fake haters. Let me elaborate it, I'm tired of fabrication. You put rappers on the bench, now they suffer from constipation. I gotta charge it to the game, R.I.P. Pat, stay about to light the fucking flame. We can battle in the ring or you can type the fuck away. You remind me of Whack 100 using hip-hop in the game.
Yeah, man, you know, I've been waking up these last couple days and just not feeling like myself. Feeling deep down with this depression in my mental health. You know, I know we all feel that way. I've talked to a lot of people in the Rev gang and I know they feel like that too. And that's why a lot of us relate. You know, we felt that pain. We wake up every day and stand up for those who feel it also. This is more than a movement. I really love this shit. I put my heart and soul into it too. Look, man, let's get to it. Wake up every day, going through depression. Learned another lesson as I count my blessings. Rise above the pain, make a new impression. Backs turn on me for the fame, casting shadows of doubt every time that you speak on my name. But I won't be a stepping stone for the clout or the fame. When the truth comes to light, the face will burn out in a shame. I'll keep rising above while they stay stuck in the game. Turning every light of fuel for my flame. Never flaunting my wealth, but still played in the game. Boy, gave from my heart just to get stabbed in my back. Now I'm treated like an enemy, cause loyalty they lack. Jealous of my rise, envious of my path. While they plot and scheme, I keep my goals intact. The envy fuels my drive, ignites my inner wrath. Facing all odds, I'll never let them pass. Bringing light to the lost, the ones we need to find. Families torn apart, left
Trapaholics
mixtape. Kids who vanish in the night. We'll keep raising our voice until we make it right. Voice of the voiceless, echoes in the dark, shining through the shadows, igniting every spark. Together we'll stand strong, never back down.
Son, where'd you find this?
Lost is found. Haters throw the shade, they try to drag me down, but I rise above the lies and wear my strength like a crown. The weight will feel my fire, but can't dim my glow. Every step I take forward leaves them stuck in the dirt. Innocent lives lost, kids gone without a trace. We fight for justice every day to bring light to the case. Too many tears shed, too many hearts torn apart, and we won't rest till we bring peace to every heart. You don't need anyone to pave your way. You've got the strength to rise and slay. Let's do it. Remember, success is in your hands, and the love from your true ones is all you need to stand. That's a fact. When the world tries to bring you down, just look around and wear your crown. You've got the fire, the drive, the spark to light up your night. Look,
Stay ahead of the fate. Keep the
Damn,
balance
son,
straight.
where'd you
Let a
find
sucker in your
this?
circle that just turns to a snake. I remember when you were here but couldn't look me in the face. If you want what I got, you gotta really feel the pain, boy. It takes commitment. You really gotta love what you pitch. This ain't a job to me. I wake up and really live this. I feel the pain from these victims.
Trapaholics mixtapes.
Cause all they want is your wealth. They see you getting money, then they start to want it themselves. That's not what it's about. You're thinking of clout while the mission's making a change for the families losing a mouth. I used to be the person with no voice. It was like I was silence from the start, really with no choice. And if I could go back, I would hug my mom and help everyone on drugs so nothing would go wrong. We were failed by the system, voices never mentioned. People doing dope, dying in my kitchen. CPS at the door cause somebody called the system. What you know about failing with a family with no vision. Grew up in the hood, never knew what love was. Always waiting for my dad by the window like a bus. I evolved into me and found out what love was. I ain't letting off the brakes until God picks me up. Boy, I'm fucking on these haters, staying in my path. I jumped on the mower cause I had to cut the grass. Every time I see you hate, it makes me wanna laugh. Cause you're jealous of my grind and try to emulate my craft. All of you are weak, fucking bullies of the weak. Waking up every day, trying to walk us like we're sheep. I got my eyes open so I close them when you speak. Cause you really don't exist if you're something I don't see, boy. To my people standing tall, don't ever lose sight. Keep pushing through the darkness until you reach the light. Don't let the haters be your
Trapaholics
downfall.
mixtapes.
Rise above their game. You've got the power within. Let them remember your name. We fight for the voiceless, for those who can't be heard. Bringing justice and peace with every spoken word. Together, we stand strong in unity and might, creating change in this world.
You know what I mean, pal? Play that one song, you know, where you talk about them selling their souls and stuff like that, you know? Run that track, run that shit, Rav, you know? I need to hear that. Wake these motherfuckers up.
Trapaholics mixtapes. Damn, son, where'd you find this?
I found it right over here.
Hi, this is Dave Jackson with YouTube News, and I wanted to report on a few artists here by T-REV. T-REV was calling them out. They're definitely buying views. We went and looked at their social blades, and it's 100% fact. They're really doing it.
Look. Unique. Listen to me when I get on these beats. I put you to sleep with the pillow for free. I say what I say and I live what I speak. I don't give a shit about none of your beef. Ride with the heat, I'ma tell you what it be. Evidently, you came around fucking with me. I'm talking to peace, I'm not trusting the streets. Everybody is a thug till they get put to sleep. Definitely moving ahead of these. I got the energy, I got the remedy. You will eventually see that I'm mentally on another level that you will never see. I got the legacy, this is the better me. Give him the beats like I'm swinging the enemy. You ain't a friend of me, you just pretend to be. Give him a Grammy, he's acting tremendously. Why you gotta fake shit? Take a hack out, give your ass a facelift. You dumb man still stuck to the basics. One flow and you never really say shit. Don't make me drag your ass out of basement. Me this Timberland boot, I'm in to shake shit. From the streets I had to hustle just to make it. Flipping packs on the first when we pay rent. What you know about it? At 13, I was taught how to make sense. You were in school playing with a paint pen. I was on the block, really serving many men. By the way, I think you owe me like 50 cents. I am your boss, cause I got the sauce. Hop in my way, then you stick to a dog. You're taking this loss. I'm in the field, snagging this shit like my name Eddie Moss. Back at it like a crack addict, gotta jump it like a jackrabbit, cause I'm that savage. If you ever wanna stab at it, take a pass at it. I run the tracks like a school, cause I'm fast at it. Vividly sick of your history. I got no sympathy, you live in misery. Lack of consistency, fuck the publicity, exposing your history. You was a bitch to me, come and get rid of me. You don't really wanna try that. Fuck around, you be stuck like a fly trap. Uppercuts make you wiggle from the contact. We ain't from the Bronx, but you know I got a bomb that. Bring the humidity, I got the chemistry. This ain't a trilogy, we got the victory. Fuck all the industry, I'm independently signed to myself and I got all the infantry. Been ahead of my prime, I really think it's about that time that I take one of these rappers and put them in the back, cause they literally buy views from online. People respect this, I'm gonna neglect it and tell the whole world you're faking your checklist. I'm eating my breakfast, I bet you regret this.
Every single one of you gonna regret this, man.
You're disconnected from reality, and that's a fact. You need to get back in tune, but it's too late for that. Buying views and bots for clout like it's gonna make a stack. You would really let your tonsils get poked for a couple racks.
You're the type to buy 100,000 views and share the news to your people like you're making big moves. Y'all some psycho motherfuckers probably posted by school. I bet you shoot the bitch up to see your face on the news.
Is my face on the news yet?